Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Aurora Cup by NLC here at the Universe. It's a pleasure to have you here for the second day. My name is Carmeline, and today, for the first analyst desk, we're going to be joined by Kick and Dan. Welcome, guys. How are you doing?
Doing great. Thank you. Thank you. Lovely to be back for day two. Looking forward to some banger games.
The attitude I like.
Hopefully.
Okay, so today we're going to be covering Group E, which, according to me, is pretty stuck. We've got X7, which most of our viewers will know from NLC's first division. They come in as the first seed. We also have N and M Gaming. They come out as the ninth seed, if I'm not mistaken. There we go, yes. Then we have Chaos coming from the third division, first seed there. And then finally, Cabbage Family, which I think is one of the teams that has created the most mystery in the entire tournament. And if you want to, we can take a look at this schedule for today. Remember, these teams are going to be playing each other twice. And there we go. We're going to be starting with NMM Gaming versus the X7 Esports. So, to kick off things, what do we think about this first game? According to me, this should be pretty lit. Let's go with you, Dan.
Well, for me at least, I think already from the first game, it's gonna be an absolute banger. While some teams might put X7 as like heavy favorites, I think given them has some good opportunity to maybe upset them, depending on what they end up drafting. They're on a bit of an upswing after promotions. Of course, my team got to knock them down, of course, but they still showed some really good strides from what they did in regular season, and I also think just the recency from M&M compared to when X7 last played will help them a lot. Then, of course, I know Tom really love Chaos.
Are
Of
you
course.
okay, to
Oh
kick?
yeah, of course. As a Norwegian, I love Chaos, but I'll rant about Chaos and the good things about them when we get to the second game. But I think the first one is really interesting, though, in form of M&M being together for such a long time, having these players working a lot more than the X7 roster currently have. So I think, like, for X7's part, they have a really strong jungle mid duo that could be extremely difficult to deal with. But then again, if you look at the top and bot side, there might be things to be able to look to abuse a little bit. Maybe they haven't synergized too well. I don't know how much they've scrimmed, but certainly could be a really interesting game one.
I'm absolutely looking forward to it. And then we're gonna be followed by a game between Case and Cabbage Family, which of course is another game that we will have to be looking into more in depth for the second analyst desk. But just prefacing this, what are your initial thoughts about Cabbage Family and Chaos? Because you, Tom, said you love Chaos. Was it that way? But Cabbage Family seems like kind of like the underdogs, but they took over the close qualifier. So, what are your expectations towards them? Dan, what do you think?
Um, I mean, I think for sure they're gonna have a better time against the likes of Chaos, but Porp, of course, a bit of a familiar name to people who watched the NLC the last couple of splits. Spent his time on Singularity, and despite the results, I actually think he had a very interesting champion pool, even if it didn't always work out. And it seems like now with Cabbage Family, having found some friends in the UK scene, it seems like he's found a bit more comfort in being able to rely on his team. So maybe they have something spicy planned up and can actually look to do a bit of upsetting in this group.
Okay, Tom Cake. Do we think there can be an upset coming from Cabbage Family or Chaos?
There's no upset from Cabbage Family. This is going to be chaos all the way. We have the weak side King Coolberg in the top lane. Nobody can really stop him. The mastermind Sharp in the jungle, taking control over the whole game. Sandhya, the mechanical god in the mid lane, certified random. The young prodigy coming into this lineup, just proving himself time after time. And Eski doesn't need a title. His action will speak for themselves.
Well, okay, you're hyping me up already, so I'm looking forward to that one game. But moving forward or back to that first game that we were discussing before, what did we think about the meta? Because yesterday we were covering Group A, right? And we said quite a standard picks. We had a Yasuo thrown in there. We had a Veigar also. So greetings to Viperin, who hates Veigar, by the way. So are we expecting the same meta today? Do we expect any spicy picks, any newer choices brought onto the Rift? What do we think, Tom?
I think, like, for my part, what group I saw was the natives group, and that was nothing from regular. That was just crazy on all kind of sides. So I'm hoping, in general, for more crazy stuff. I love how open, in general, the meta is. I feel like you can flex a lot of champions. There is open to new interpretations in form of you can have the Maokai in different roles. The Trundle is also in different roles. Like, there is a lot of things you can do, which can give you the edge in certain matchups, which can help out the game a lot. So I'm hoping to see more creativity today, and differences always are funny to see.
Okay, and you seem so calm. What picks will make you jump out of your chair and start screaming?
I really want to see an Anivia today. Like I
Nivea.
just love the
Oh.
champion, and Chimera, he's a fellow Anivia enjoyer. Uh it's quite situational, so I doubt we get to see it, but I
Oh.
think she has been sleeper OP for so long, and it's more a question of people who don't really know how to play her. However, there's a lot of short range, low HP champions in the meta, and I feel like she can deal with them really well. I think Atrix, for example, even though of course he has his dashes, he's someone who really struggles later in the game inside of that Glacial Storm, I think it's called, from the Nivea. And of course, just the zone control she can bring to the fight as well. I know she's a bit slow in the start, but I really like the champion. So I sure hope we see that. Other than that, I really just want to see something new. I think
Mm.
there's still a lot to explore on the patch, and I would be very sad if the teams were just to look at what's happening at Worlds and not really try to make their own conclusions on what can work this patch.
Oh,
So
yeah.
I'm really hoping Porb as well brings some spice out in the jungle.
Yeah, because yesterday we had quite a few comparisons to teams like Mad Lions, for example, something that the teams took to heart. They didn't want to be compared to that team. But I think we should also discuss something spicy ourselves, which is I need you to be honest here with me and tell me how do you think the group is going to look after today? So which two teams will make it out of it?
I think, like, overall, I'm gonna be honest, I'll give the cause the underdog buff because that always helps out. So I feel like it's gonna be close for the second seed. But then again, like, I think the first one could be a banger. I would say I would give a little edge to Eminem actually, because I think they are really smart with their drafts and they have a lot of good answers. So when you are able to respond for X7 strong mid jungle duo, they might be able to have the edge there. And then again, I think Chaos will have to be the one fighting with X7, maybe making an upset. That would be a true banger. And Cabbage Family, it's hard to say. They are underdogs, wild cards also, but I would assume them as fourth for now at least.
Sam, do you have a particular take on this or do you agree with Tom?
I mean, Tom stole my prediction, right? Like
Oh.
I said before the show that I think Eminem, depending on the draft, they're gonna end up beating X7 here, and I still stand by that. So for me, depending on how the first game goes, that's pretty much gonna decide who's gonna be on top in the group today. And then I would assume the other team is gonna be second, right? Just because I still think they're a little step above. The one thing I could see maybe throw a wrench in the machine would be Chaos, even though Coolberg's getting a bit old on the weak side. I still think they have some pretty good players overall, and I could sure see if Eminem or X7 are having a bad day, they could get run over by this team, which I think they can just utilize their friendship and synergy much better.
Aw, friendship
There's a bit
and
of power
synergy.
friendship.
Oh, that sounds like such a cute logo slogan for a team, friendship and synergy. But yeah, talking about this, this is also related and linked to the mentality you come into this tournament. And yesterday again, we were discussing if you guys were playing here, were part of a team that is playing here, would you take it very try harding? Like, would you try to make the most out of it in order to, make sure people know you're there? As a potential pickup for the next season, or you take it more like in a chill kind of way. I came here to have fun. The price is 4,000 euros and nothing to be disregarded. But I want to hear from you too. So, Tom, what will you do?
Think, like, in general, people have usually had like a stressful season already with the two season, maybe your relegation, maybe you're playing whatever in between stuff. So if I were with a team, I would probably take this pretty chill, have fun, and explore things, and being able to showcase yourself in a more creative way. Since you have already used the whole year of just maximizing winning every game, Now it's more about showing yourself as a different side because it's off season and people are looking to maybe pick up new players. So if I were coaching a team, I would have them show themselves to extent where everybody's able to, show what they're really capable of.
I mean, it's kind of fun thinking that we might be seeing these players in completely different rosters next year and maybe even sharing a team. But I want to hear it from you, Dempsey, because you come from that background. How do you think the players have been right now in regards to that? Like, do you think they're taking it in a chill way like Tom Hughes thinks?
And I can only, speak from my team's perspective, right? And I know that they're taking it a bit chill, even though it didn't look like it yesterday. But I think overall for players coming into this, I would say for lower division players, there's a lot to gain in potentially, having a good showing here against better players. But otherwise, I would say just use this opportunity to show some creativity, right? Like, if you're gonna get spotted, it's not gonna be because you play Victor for 4 games in a row, right? Like, I would much rather that show that you have some pocket picks down in little champion pool back, and actually get out there and have an interesting showing rather. Like, make sure you have fun with it, basically. As Tom said, it's been a very long season. I know a lot of players are not necessarily burned out, but maybe a bit tired. And I think this is your opportunity to have a bit more fun with it than you usually would, right?
I mean,
I just hope
absolutely.
people enjoy it.
I mean, that's what we all want, right? We want to have a fun tournament, something that, just get a little bit through the off season, which is always difficult. I know about you guys, but for me, it's like having to wait to see all the new rosters and get back to the games. I feel a little bit like not bored, but like I wish there were more tournaments like this one to entertain myself during this off season. But this is something else that we have also been thinking about, right? Like, yeah, not only the mentality, not only the gameplay. We talked about it. We're in Worlds patch 12.18. You guys want to spice your picks, but there is a risk added to this. In any case, we might be seeing those risks taken today because we're going to be getting straight into picks and bans with our beautiful, amazing casters for today, Milky and Doctor. Doctor is not so beautiful, but in any case, let it go to them. Bye.
Good afternoon, guys, gals, and non-binary pals. My name is Doctor, this is Milky, and Don Jake hasn't got a single hair on his head. We are ready for the first game of the night here at the Aurora Cup. And I would say that Carmeline was throwing out a couple strays at the end, but I think it's not quite on the... I was like, well, I knew what I came here to say, so...
Is this how it works? Carmeline insults how handsome you are, and you're like, okay, sorry, Don Jake, but this is my time to throw you under the bus.
Look, I got express orders from Mega to say that. I can't stress it.
Okay, right. Well, we are heading...
the receipts.
We are heading into picks and bans. You can show the receipts on stream shortly after. But the bans are all through. We are now heading into picks, and this Hecarim instantly being locked up by Eminem has been such a strong pick in the current meta, and we'll see how X ever want to answer it.
Yeah, a bit of a disgusting one. And a lot of different ways you can take it. As we look over the rest, we're going to see things, the Silas, the Aatrox, the Swain. Get those all out the way. I'm finding, the Taric to be something just a little bit more interesting. I wonder if there's a bit of deep lore there behind that pick. And if there's... It's always fun when you see something that gets banned out versus a certain player a lot across the course of a tournament, and then you see them get it, and you're like, oh,
That's why.
That's like Porp Poppy. We'll keep an eye on that one as we progress through this group, because I was hearing a lot of Cabbage Family slander as we were getting through that desk there.
Yeah, to be honest, I can kind of understand it. I personally prefer lettuce, but anyway, you did mention that Taric being banned away from Caracal. It is his pocket pick. It is his spicy champion, and Denver was talking about it during the analyst test. He wants to see some of those spicy picks making their way through. He mentioned the Anivia. None of that just yet, but Eminem kind of consolidating this big team fight combo with the Seraphine and the Maokai on top of the Hecarim.
Yes, so far we got a lot of options, and we've got a lot of flexibility as well, right? That could be a flex Hecarim. You've got the three-way flex on both your Seraphine and your Maokai. It's probably Maokai top, Seraphine bot, and Hecarim jungle, but it's good to keep yourself a couple of options. And I do like that it's being responded back by X7 with something that's trying to match it, right? hey, if you want to send the Hecarim in going on top of us, forcing the fight alongside the Maokai, we'll get the Renata involved. We'll get that disengage. We'll try and turn it back around on you guys and meet it with a combo of our own. So this is going to already, just only 6 out of 10 picks in, going to make for some incredibly explosive and exciting team fights.
So I want to theory craft a few possible rotation, because you mentioned how the Maokai should be going into the top lane and then Seraphine going into support. It could probably go mid. I want to get your thoughts though. What do you think of Seraphine Maokai bot against this Misfortune Renata?
I'm thinking Seraphine center is what we're going to see, but Seraphine Maokai, I think Maokai support, terrible. I think it's been terrible. I think people are going to play it. I don't think it's great. I mean, at the end of the day, you know, what does it really do? If you're playing for poke, play someone else, right? That's sort of always been the problem with Maokai support. But then, you know, at the same time, well, if you're playing for engage, as W is not the longest range, you might as well just play Leona, right? There are better options available. So I think it's probably, you know, Seraphine bot as the carry, right? So you could also go for like a Seraphine Karma situation. But I mean, like Seraphine center with a Maokai, there's no way you're getting through that wall.
It's going to be a very beefy front line if the center does get picked up. It is still open. We have gone through the second phase of ban, seeing X7 taking that Gnar top lane away from Calum and banning away the Victor from Chimera.
Yeah, I think that Chimera has been known to play Seraphine a couple of times in his life. I don't think I'm making that one up. And I'll say it is nice to see Soph and Chimera back together as well. So a couple of guys, you know, they've been playing around the UK scene as a duo for quite some time. And we'll see what they end up making today. I mean, honestly, if you get a control mage on mid, you know, like the Anivia, combo with the Seraphine on bot, and yeah, it gets a little bit disgusting a little quickly. As we wait to see what their final lock would be. And it's going to be the Kai'Sa. So they're not going for the Seraphine bot, not going to be a Seraphine center. That's probably going to be a Seraphine mid angle. And then they'll be comboing up with a support, you know, something like the Nautilus, something like the Leona, maybe.
Or maybe they just look to go to something else entirely. I mean, there's so many different flex options here, though.
So it is Maokai support, unless it's Renekton mid.
Well, it could be Maokai mid and Seraphine support. Who knows? Actually, there are ways.
I know.
Renekton
I know for that one.
mid could be a fun matchup, though, and a good matchup for Eminem as well.
Lore accurate matchup. Sort of. Not really.
If it was Renekton Nasus or
that's
Zera,
insane. As we have sort of, as we know, if you want to pick yourself the R3 Camille, what do you ban every single time? You ban Jax Renekton, right? If you are blinding a Camille top across the last, you know, 7 years or whatever it's been since that champion came out, you ban Jax Renekton. What happens here? Icy Gale picks the Camille into the Renekton. So that's a bit of a statement pick there. We'll see what it is that Icy Gale, you know, has to say. Is he say, yeah, I know it's arguably my second worst lane in the game. I'm still going to gap him. Or is there something else afoot? That is going to make for an interesting little top lane experience.
So we do have all of our compositions locked in. So, Doctor, I want to get your thoughts then on the drafts that we do have in front of us. And kind of talk to our viewers about where we can expect to see all of that early game aggression. What do both sides want to be playing around in the first 10, 15 minutes of this game?
All right, we look at the mid lane. Nothing going on, right? It's a Seraphine lane. And the Azir's pretty happy with that one. So we can sort of ignore that. Up in the top lane, as I said, you know, the Renekton versus the Camille. That is pretty scary, and we'll see how both sides want to play around that. Of course, Camille has an attack speed steroid and 2 auto attack resets, so when you pair her up with the Sejuani, you can get a pretty heavy CC chain coming out pretty quickly. But at the same time, you know, the Renekton lock's gone down, a lot of easy burst. And especially if you can go in before the Camille can get her shield off, right? You can start up the fight, she gets popped during the CC chain once the Hecarim turns up. So I think that both junglers are heavily incentivized to go towards the top lane and try to get their respective snowballs going. Meanwhile, down the bot side, what does Maokai do? So I think this is probably going to be a bit of a top-focused early game at least. You know, try and get that Icy Gale special coming on through. See if you can't get your advantages there. And, you know, because you do have the Maokai down the bot lane, yes, it's Maokai Kai'Sa, so you're probably trying to play a bit more aggressive, but you do have a lot of relative safety. If you're worried about something like Nazir roam, it's Maokai. You know, you do have a lot of free wards in your kit, courtesy of those saplings, which will allow your team to play more around the top side.
So I've got a quick question because I didn't actually check this during picks and bans. Was Icy Gale's Rengar banned away?
It was... I think it was. What was it?
It was, okay.
They banned Silas. They banned... See, I didn't look at the other two bands because I was like, Silas, Aatrox, Swain, and the Taric was the interesting one. So I think it was. I was going to assume it was. If it's Isaac Gale, you're banning his Rengar. But at the same time, I brought up a Taric ban. Maybe and I feel like if I saw the Rengar ban, I would have brought it up. But maybe I'm just so used to Icy Gale Rengar ban that I'm like, that's not a thing anymore.
It's just normal. When you play against Icy Gale, you only get 4 bans because one of your bans has to go towards Rengar. It is known. We are going to be heading into game 1 between M&M and X7, our first game of the NLC Aurora Cup Group E. M&M over on the blue side and X7 over on the red.
Alright, yeah, so a little look, see if there are any early game shenanigans. Looks like right now we're all just sort of fanning out pretty standard.
Yeah, just the standard 5-point strike, 5-point start. Oh, Calum abusing that Renekton range against Icy Gale. I think Icy Gale will be out for vengeance, and he gets his vengeance as well with a tactical sweep.
What an absolute gap.
Both top laners just tickling each other, I think we could call that.
Alrighty. What is a little bit menacing is that Hecarim currently over on the top side of the map. That's a bit worrying. We'll see what he's trying to do with his path. You know, you would hope to get up and up towards that Renekton, but I don't know, maybe there's something I don't know about the Maokai Kai'Sa all-in burst potential on the bot lane. Alternatively, he may also just be trying to go so hard with the with the Renekton from the top lane, but you end up doing 3 camps and then invading over, trying to find the Sejuani in their jungle. But you know, it's a Azir early. You have to feel like he's going to have the wave control to not allow Chimera to be able to move. We'll see him get a lot of damage out onto Chimera, who just wanted to get a little bit of a ward on those chickens.
And this is something that I do also like reminding viewers whenever we do see an Azir. Yes, Azir is a hyper-scaling champion, but he is still very lane dominant. He does have a lot of range. The question that I have for you though, Doctor, is that still the case into something like a Seraphine that does have a lot of mid-range poke?
I mean... No. Oh, yeah, bone plating? Oh!
Did he actually?
Oh, I don't care what the question was. Oh, Chimera, that's criminal, dude. Look at that,
bone plating instead of what's the other one? The one that gives you like health after some time.
They're about second wind. I don't know if that's right. I mean, what I go revitalize and I guess I would go second wind. Dude,
let's go demolish, right? You know, extra tower damage.
I got precision right over that. My big personal tilt is bone plating because people keep taking it when I play Skarner top. I'm like, are you that worried? It's like, you know, playing versus a Nav that's just clearly MOBA firing it. I'm like, are you that worried about the Skarner poke level 1? You're gonna take bone plating. God damn.
I did not expect to get in this game, and the hot point would be someone's taking bone plating.
It's such a non thing, but I'm just like, dude, like, come on.
It's one of the wonders. Whenever I get into a cast with you, Doctor, I need to start keeping a diary of like the random rants that you will have about different things that we'll never expect. It
gets me. Could have been free boots.
Well, here's SOF on the bottom side. And you did touch on this when you saw the Hecarim starting on the top side of the map. Can Caracal get into range? Ooh! It's gonna go.
No, looks it, no. Alright,
there's
your answer.
Poked away. Bad horsey. Return to thine stables.
Yeah, he's got not a lot going on. I mean, sick, now he's shown bot. Vikings walking on over, taking his gromp. I mean, bit of a forced one. I think it's maybe has an angle if he hard commits like a ghost in the knee and tries to get refire and there's splash, but hang about, a bit of a dive angle here.
Okay, Viking just walks past and says, "Hi, Calum. I can gank you whenever I want." Calum burning the flash in the process, which does mean that SOF's Gromp is still off. I almost said SOFM's Gromp is still
off. A different guy.
Yeah, different
similar,
guy.
But
I mean, very similar.
But okay, I'm getting confused because we have Chaos, and I used to cast the CLS over in North South Africa back when they were separated by not South Africa, South America even. Yeah,
that's a different continent entirely.
Different continent, yeah, not great. But back when they separated yeah, the South American leagues into North South America and South America. Anyway, there's a team, as you may know from worlds, Chaos Latin Gamers, and I keep thinking that's them. I'm getting very confused. KLG Action. Do they have Manta Raya? I think they did.
Honestly, I'm going to be honest with you, Harry. Most of that is just going over my head. So I'm just going to say,
everyone knows
yeah,
Manta
sure.
Raya because there was that one cast, there's one freak going like Manta Raya and then like rolling VR for like 20 minutes.
That sounds like something I have to watch back. But it is not something that I know. I'm still relatively fresh actually to the league scene. Caleb now engaging on Icy Gale and then dices his way back out after getting a favourable trade.
Yeah, I mean it's not that favourable because Icy Gale's trying to recall. Luckily, Caleb cancels it, right? Oh, maybe not luckily.
Viking's making his way up, flashes forward with the engage, permafrost down, and his first blood for Viking.
Ooh, that is a bit of a problem. See, here's the issue for Caleb. He goes and he takes that trade, gets Gale low. You're like, Gale's half health, half mana. It doesn't matter. He's going to recall and come back. So you feel like you have to get something done. But that's sort of the gap here that Caleb, taking the TP means he wants something slower, but you've got the hard counter lane, you've got the Renekton. If he has his Ignite up there, he's forcing Flash for sure. He can get his double dash on through, that would have got him over the 50 Fury mark, then he gets some powered Q off. He's really putting some damage down. If he has the Ignite, he's at least threatening the Flash, but he knows he can't really threaten anything more because he hasn't taken that extra reach. That means that ICL can go for that recall, bait him forward, and yeah, Viking just comes up, picks up that kill on the flashless Renekton. And this is not the situation that you want to be in. You're the Renekton, you've got a great lane for yourself, and you're down 20 CS, you've lost your flash, and you've died. So, Caleb not too happy with the current state of the game, and is maybe going to need a little bit of intervention to be able to try and push it back into his favor.
I do feel a little bit lighty though, Doctor, because, you told me about this whole Renekton counter into the don't get me wrong, I agree with. Is this just the Icy Gale death that's coming through as all the engage comes in? The on-call lands as well. Caracal tanking so many tower shots, but will eventually make his way out to safety. Empress Divide is on cooldown. Slow Q could look to make his way over, but SOF has been caught out by Viking, and Tabby will use the onslaught of shadows to escape.
No, it's 7 minutes in. Your support's deep behind enemy lines over at the Grom, but we don't have to FF yet. All right,
SOF. Deary
oh
me.
my days. SO 15 minutes GG. He's not had too much fun in that exchange there. Again, losing his ult. But now he's going up top. Icy Gale does have the ultimate to try and juggle, a little bit of the damage here. However, Caleb stacking away has his ult as well.
And a three-man dive towards the top side. Viking is making his way over, so this would be a 3v2 Hectic Ultimation is available! But it's just not... Icy Gale just doesn't have any time, and Viking's too late to the party. Can't land the ult onto anyone, and it's a free kill for Eminem.
I had a vision, and I'm glad it didn't happen. I had a vision of Soph pushing Gale off of that route, it not being enough damage and not long enough CC. Icy Gale pops the ult, Viking comes in, lands the ult, and they end up getting a kill and Gale living. Luckily for Eminem, they didn't need all the CC. They had enough damage and they did pick up the kill, but ooh, it's a bit spooky. Ooh.
I'm going to take one thing from you there, Doctor, and that I'm going to say Soph from now on, because it's just too hard to say SOF and then not say the M at the end. It's like if someone said that their name was I'm a cutie. Like, you just have to say pie at the end of it, right?
You know what? That's how you separate the Zoomers from the Boomers, is you ask them which streamer is cutie, and then if you can judge them based on their character.
Right.
If they say Cinderella or Pie, right?
I've never even heard of the Cinderella one. To be honest, I don't know.
Cinderella?
Never heard of it.
She's quite a popular IRL streamer. Did a lot of events. Did, like the Streamer Awards. She hosted that, or like ran that. So yeah, the Zoomers. You say cutie, they say, oh yeah, cutie Cinderella. And if you say to any depressed League player, they're like, I miss him. Please come back.
There's a lot of old League players that we missed. Doctor, right. We do have a referral that has been picked up by Soph. Where do you want to see that Hector playing this referral?
I mean, it's a bit scary now. She's like, oh, maybe you can bail out the Renekton, but... I don't know. You probably might not be able to.
You need Renate to bail the Renekton.
I was trying to figure out how to get there. I was like, well, maybe you take it down bot lane, but I was like, but the Renate's on the other team. I don't know.
There you go.
I don't have
That's
that
the issue. Yeah.
Once
Once Renata's been picked up. Oh, go on.
I was say like, yeah, I mean, it feels bad either way. So if you're soft, you're like, maybe I can get it for my lane bully top, but I can't. So I guess I'll run a bot. But you can put yourself in a situation where you feel like it's lose-lose. Right? No matter who gets the Herald, the other guy's complaining. Hang about Caleb.
This is one way to bail the Renekton out, if Caleb could have got the solo kill onto Icy Gale, but Icy Gale will survive. This is a big wave that is starting to crash under the tower.
Yeah, Herald doesn't have to TP to just safely come back. He just has to sit and wait for XP range, but his health bar was ticking up a little bit. As long as he can get an auto off before Caleb can get anything down, he should be okay if he gets that shield through, but Caleb has enough fury to get a shield breaker and an empowered Q. So keep an eye on that one. Viking still lurking around the bot side of the map, and meanwhile a roam up to top just to scare Caleb back allows Icy Gale to pick up some of these creeps.
And the observer's highlighting the vision very well, just showing that M&M can't see all that much, and X7 maybe using that vision to their advantage as they start up on their first trip.
Alright, make their way on over towards that one. Should be pretty uncontested. Well, Hecarim showing up top, and he will be deploying that Herald as well. Gonna go ahead and grab this here. First turret of the game. Ooh, 5 plates being picked up in one quick go, so a lot of gold being injected over onto Kalen there. You can also see Soft finished up his first item, grabbing himself that Divine Sunderer. A lot of people have a lot of takes about Divine Sunderer Hecarim. We'll see how it ends up working out in this game. As the Herald does get its second charge off, but I don't think they'll get much more.
Well, Icy Gale taking a lot of damage with Soft just sitting right there. Now Viking is making his way up. Icy Gale is very low. This is a lot of damage onto the inner tower, but in goes Viking and logs down Soft under tower. It's a free pickup for X7. In goes Icy Gale, the root down, and the Hextech ultimatum. Viking picks up the second kill of the fight.
Absolutely lovely. Spacing it out, you know, it looks a little bit scary when he doesn't have the hook shot, having to use that one to get out, but Viking, he plays it nice and slow. They get more than enough time for Ice Gale to get back in, and he can very confidently put out that Q1, drop a nice ult so he's not going to get locked up and die by Caleb, and secure himself that second kill. The turret still stands, and 2 kills go on over to X7. Meanwhile, down the bot lane, though, not too much has happened, you know, it's a very even lane, 109 to 111 on the CS. Katie was able to pick up the kill, which is always nice on that, you know, deep behind enemy lines Maokai, but right now they are just sort of even scaling, and that's, I think, slightly favorable for X7 because they do just have that MF ult. And you are going to get to a point where, hey, that thing is just going to kind of one-hit your entire team if you're not careful. So now that that top turret has been taken out, we should expect to see a couple of junglers down here on the bottom side of the map as Soft moves on forward towards the blue buff. Gives away it's warded, but it was a ping, so you know you're going to see it anyway, won't you?
And we're seeing a random crocodile as well on the bottom side of the map. Caleb looking for a potential play on to Viking. We should be able to Arctic Assault over the wall, but Eminem finding the engage onto the Sejuani. Tabby now retreating as well. In is coming Chimera. Nature's Cross will lock the Renata in place, but Eminem will aggress no further.
Yeah, not going to go too crazy for that one. Yeah, give it a go with the Nature's Grasp, but at the end of the day, it's not going to happen. We'll see Renekton teleporting back up towards the top lane, so ultimately kind of a TP blown for free. If you are X7, you didn't really lose anything to that. You know, didn't even lose the Summoner. And now you're going to not have that disadvantage of your top lane and not having TP anymore. They managed to protect that one plate, but other than that, not too much going on. We'll see more items being finished across the board. Azir picking up the Mythic. We've got that Blade and Sunderer coming up, so 2 massive power spikes for both top laners there as well. Caleb being a little bit more fancy, a little bit more favoured in a very short trade. But at this point, are there even any more trades going to be happening in top lane? Or are we just sort of going to see waves being exchanged back and forth?
And I would actually quickly like to see if the observers could just highlight the goal differences across the map. I'd like to see what the differences between Caleb and Icy Gale right now, considering that Caleb was able to pick up quite a few tower plates and first tower as well.
No.
No, they don't like me.
No.
That time.
No, that's not happening. I refuse to press. Oh, hang on.
Oh, this Rift Herald's not happening for Eminem either. SOF being forced out of the river, but now Eminem might want to turn things back around. KT's going to be arriving to this play well before Michigu, who is still in the bottom lane. So this should be X7's Herald for the taking.
Reckless.
Yeah, M&M giving this one over, but you know, what you use the Herald for, use it to take a turret, and we'll see if Michigu has enough time to pick up the one in the bottom lane. Looks like not. KT turning around, making his way back on down towards the bottom lane. Means that Michigu won't be able to grab that one, but has successfully drawn that ADC back down. So now M&M can be the ones to start up the Herald. So ultimately, all that really happened there is a couple of creeps were picked up in Michigu's favor, and now they're still going to get the Herald anyway. Is that I definitely should have been hit, but it just wasn't. I hate when that happens. But oh, Karakai.
It's 15-8 for Eminem. Nature's Grasp only onto one, and I guess it's just the disengage tool so that Eminem can retreat without any real threat.
I miss the good old days of Maokai saplings doing damage when they landed. That cannon
Can
would
you
have been
still not do damage if you just do like 80?
No, but like they used to
flame
have
belt.
impact damage. Like when they just hit the ground, they did damage, and you could use that to
Oh.
farm very safely. So it got removed.
I see why it was removed, yes.
Karakai would have had that creep, man.
Sad
Robbed
time.
of his cannon.
Actually, has he completed his support quest 16 minutes in?
He's working on it. Hasn't got the full item quite just yet, I think. Wait, is that the full item? I get very lost with this.
They look very similar, to be fair. Rift Herald, though, being dropped in the mid lane by Eminem. Katie still in the bottom lane. SOF looking just towards Tabby. And a Viking, Icy Gale, and Slow Q in the mid lane as the Rift Herald will be charging forward. Eminem, though, will back away after the Herald gets his charge.
Alright, you get that one off. Good little chunk of damage there, and now
Glacial Prison onto Caleb into the bullet time. Caleb over the wall. Will he be able to survive? Caracal has fallen. It's a 1-for-1 support for mid lane, and X7 are on the hunt. The double up gives a triple kill to KT. Michigu flashing out safety, and the Hextech ultimatum locks off in place as Icy Gale picks up the 4th kill for X7.
lovely stuff. You know, Karakai doesn't have the ultimate, used it earlier at the Herald. So no way to stop that engage happening. We'll see it again one more time. You know, Eminem, they think they've got the inside track. They think they're nice and safe. Walk on through mid. You've even got a bit of Seraphine healing coming out for you. But at the end of the day, it's a, you know, it's a Sejuani ult, it's an Azir ult, it's an MF ult. It's a lovely combo. Yes, so he does go down. Takes one falling team in that regard, but the chase potential is just way too easy for Icy Gale there. When you can start hookshotting on down, you know you're not going to be CC'd. You know no one's going to stop you. And you've got Renata's latest product backing you up as well. That's going to be real nice, and KT manages to pick up almost all the kills there.
Oh no, Nature's Grasp, the cleanse, but it's only a cleanse out of the W, and KT still gets locked down. Sadly though, for Eminem, it's Caracal who picks up the shutdown instead of Michigu.
Oh, that is not one you want to see. Caracal getting that money in the pocket. That was a 400 gold shutdown, I think it was. Ended up being a 700 kill. And that's, you know, would have been pretty nice for Michigu to get towards that wit's end. And, oh, instead, we're going to be getting towards... Ooh, Dead Man's Plate. Hey. Spooky. Yeah, not quite the same.
That was the most excited I think I've heard anyone over a Dead Man's Plate. Well, I don't know if it was sarcastic or not. I was struggling a bit with that one, Doctor.
No, I love that against 40 armor. I think that's sick. Great if you're a Maokai, because you do just need to be able to walk towards people menacingly. It is quite an integral part of the champion's kit. It's just not quite a, you know, second damage item for the Kai'Sa, which we don't love. But whilst this is going on, we do pick up that mid lane turret. We'll see the, you know, Caleb now going to defend his top side. We'll see. At some point, we want to go ahead and pick up that bot lane outer as well, but instead we'll fight mid.
Bramble Smash, it catches out KT. KT on the run, onslaught of shadows. And down will go the Misfortune. Eminem find the fight that they're looking for. Caleb now on the run. Eminem turning their attention towards Viking, but they're getting pincered. And in goes Viking once again. Caracal engaging onto the Azir. Slowq flashing away, but Slowq will fall. And Eminem will find the fight. Now it is 3 on Icy Gale. Viking trying to make his way over, but the Camille just gets bursted down. Viking on the run, but Eminem will hold no prisoners as they pick up themselves an ace.
And we said it in the draft, if you've got two comps like this, you're going to have yourself some explosive fights. And right now, it just seems like whoever starts the fight wins it. It's all right there. You know, you walk up a little bit too far, you're a little bit overextended, bada bing, bada boom. You're gonna get engaged on, you're going to get locked down. No opportunity for KT there to get the ultimate that he was looking for. And he gets like 2 or 3 waves off. And once one person goes down, on either side, the whole thing does start to fall apart. There's a world where Gale can maybe turn something around here, but the second he gets CC locked, it's definitely not going to happen. He cannot kite them out for nearly enough time. And the team does get aced. Turret does stand strong, but tier 2 was not picked up afterwards. Instead, it does just look like everyone's sort of backed off, taking out a couple of camps on the top side, I do believe. But other than that, there wasn't too much punish after the fight for Eminem.
I feel like it was just KT getting caught out. And once the MF is gone, that is, well, at the time, a 4-1 misfortune is where all the damage from X7 is coming from. And once that damage source is gone, Eminem have a much better time, especially when you consider that you've got the likes of a Maokai being shielded up by a Seraphine. It becomes very difficult for X7 to get through that.
Alright, well, they started up on the Baron. We've got the disengage as well, but Caleb wants to fight.
And again, it's KT being caught out. Nature's Grasp into the onslaught of shadows. Eminem find the pick. And once again, KT will see the grey screen and Eminem turn back towards the Baron Nashor.
Now, we did commit a lot though. The Seraphine, the Maokai, and the Hecarim ults, all the ways out of the pit to start this fight, have been blown. Maybe Slowky can get something going.
Icy trying to come in from the side. Who's the focus on? They're looking at Karakar. They're going to front to back this team fight. Icy Gale, though, gets a lockdown. The bailout will not keep Icy Gale alive. SOF will eventually fall. And now the 3v3, but look how much damage Slowky does. He gets 2 kills, flashes away, but the Acadian Rain will be able to pick 1 kill back up. And in the end, Michigu will fall. It is X7 who win the fight. Viking picking up the shutdown. But that all came down to Slowky doing so much damage on the Azir.
Yeah, Slowky just untouched because all the dive was blown. We get to watch it back again. Like, Icy Gale has a great flank here. Crackle not tanky enough to be the zoning threat that he wants to there. Gets pretty much instantly tapped. And here, there's no way to dive further forward onto Slowky, so he's just throwing out damage on damage on damage on damage. Picks them both up with the Liandry's burn. Yes, Michigu will be able to take him down, but yeah, Michigu doesn't really have the damage to get through such a high health Viking at the end of the day. And he'll drop as well. So a bit keen of Eminem to start that Baron back up, having committed all of their engaged tools.
Witsend completed now for Michigu. He's looking towards that Rage Blade as well. And look at Slowky. Has the Rabadons completed. This is here is going to be doing a lot of damage, and I'm really looking towards Michigu and Slowky to be these standout carries for their team.
Yeah, we'll see if Michigu is able to fulfill that role. We've seen Slowky definitely can. He's already done it. And we do also have 2 items over on KT, so there's a little bit of backup there for X7. Meanwhile, over on Eminem's side, you know, Chimera not going to be able to put up the same kind of damage on the Seraphine, and also not such a damage-focused build. You know, yes, it's the Liandry's, but it's no death cap second item, right? So you have to worry what happens if Michigu goes down, but we do still have the Hecarim and the second item picked up for Caleb as well. So Caleb more than ready to absolutely one-tap Icy Gale in the side lane, or potentially in the team fight if he can find them.
We do still have the Baron up as well. Slowky now just sitting in the side lane, just looking to get some damage on it to this inner tower. Has a teleport available, so does Caleb. And that's one advantage in terms of macro that Eminem have over X7. The fact that they have 2 players with a teleport available, and X7 just have 1.
And there's the one-tap. Oh, that's not the one-tap! Oh, he's
survived.
smoothing it! I take it back!
Never mind. There's no way you can escape. This might as well. It was so unnecessary, but it is a shutdown for SOF.
Yeah, I mean, you can see what happens there once you get the Proudest School Blade Renex, and you just slide on in, dice him up. Wasn't able to body block the E out, and you know, it's like you, to his credit, and nearly managed to pull that one off. You saw a little bit of positioning around the Baron there, X7 thinking maybe they can sneak that one away, but you know, it's a Hecarim. He's going to be able to get back onto the top side pretty quickly. Caleb still has the teleport, and he will commit it as they move on in towards the Baron. No vision on the Baron, but it's a pretty good chance that they saw the teleport come on through. Icy Gale once again flanking.
Can he find and engage? Who does he go on? Chimera, Michigu. If he can get on top of Michigu, it stops the killer instinct. Make it rain comes through. Encore though, landing onto 2. KT already boiled to use the cleanse. Bullet time drop down. However, the Hecarim just cancels the ult almost instantly. Caracal, low hookshot will take Icy Gale out, but critically X7 have stopped the Baron attempt, and they've only had to sacrifice their jungler to do so.
Alright, I mean, admittedly, when it's a Baron attempt, that's kind of the guy you want to keep around. It's not
True.
only the jungle. Like, I mean, I know what you're saying, but come
Yeah.
on, man.
Okay, what I mean is...
Imagine
to
you're
be fair-
Viking, you're like, yeah, guys, I saved it, and then you're listening in the comms like, we only lost our jungler. You're like, okay, well, my bad.
Look, to be fair, if Eminem then went to Baron, I'd say, oh no, the jungle is dead. But they weren't going back to it. So I feel like the Sejuani dying is less impactful than the Azir or Misfortune dying in that scenario.
I think that junglers, and I know it's a hot take, I know it's controversial, I think junglers are brutal.
Right, okay. We're not going to go down this philosophical route, because things are going to get way too...
Unless they're on my team in solo queue. Then
Unless
there are some questions being raised, alright? And I'll
Okay, look,
happily
Baron's
admit-
being started, and now Viking is alive, the most important member of X7's team. Glacial Prison Lands, this is why the Sejuani is so important! Caracal will die, and going down is the Renata ultimate. SOF being forced out of this fight, but this is X7 who are leading the charge. Slow Q catches out the Camille. Icy Gale goes in. Chimera caught out, and X7 find an ace for nothing.
Once again, X7 able to clean up the fight without even losing a single member. They didn't even need the bullet time, didn't even need the Emperor's Divide. They just wipe on through that fight. Again, you start it off, you know, with the pick, and then you just carry that snowball on through once you've sort of broken the ranks of Eminem.
A really good job from X7. We've also got Drake in 1 minute's time, which for X7 would be Cloud Soul. So a bit of extra cooldown reduction on some of those key ultimates, and a bit of movement speed, which I think Harry is going to be super impactful, especially for KT's Misfortune.
Alright, well, we'll have a little look at the fight first before we get onto the greater impacts of a Cloud Drake. Because once again, Caracal, it's happened a couple of times now. He's walking up, he thinks he's going to be that big wall, gets engaged on and goes down pretty quickly. And you'll just see just the very edge of that latest product coming out from Renata just completely distracts the backline, which allows the rest of the kills to be picked up by X7 as, oh, another rock comes on through to Caracal. My man's not tanky here on the Maokai, and he's learning it the hard way.
Even if you've got a bit of armor, it does absolutely nothing against Azir. Big encore coming through into the beat drop. In goes Caleb, and they're looking for one. Slow Q goes for them. Bullet time will shred through Eminem. And it's X7 who find a 3 kills for nothing. Chimera being caught over the wall, out to safety. Viking on the chase. Chimera will survive, but the same cannot be said for Eminem's base.
Eminem, they think they've got the pick there, but you know, even without the Zhonya's, the W of Renata Glass keeps them alive. And the second the Zhonya's comes down, there's a bit of a stun lock. They say, oh, what do we do now? They get CC'd up. And then, of course, you just drop the bullet time on top. Boom, easy double kill and an easy inhibitor to boot. M&M, they're not out of the game yet, but they do need to start, you know, playing these fights out a little bit cleaner. Several times now, we go all in on one guy, just don't get him, or, you know, Caracal a little bit overextended, and the fight goes off to a great start for X7. They pick up the inhib, they pick up the 2 kills, they pick up that dragon as well, and they've still got time left on the Baron.
Absolutely, and I think we had a lot of hope as well for our analysts for Eminem. I think Eminem have played well. You know, they haven't gone down without a fight. But this has actually surprised me a little bit, because one of the interesting stats is that Eminem actually went 2-0 against X7 in NLC Div 1 this summer. And considering this isn't the X7 main roster, Viking being the only essentially returning player from the NLC Div 1 roster in Summoner to the roster that X7 are fielding in the Aurora Cup, this is a very good showing for X7.
Oh, Viking goes for another engage. Good dodge.
Very good dodge from Caracal. Nature's Grasp is dropped down. SOF looking for that potential engage, but Katie just going to force him away. So much damage from the Misfortune Auto. And Eminem once again on the back foot as X7 picks up another tower.
Yeah, and unfortunately now, you know, that's Caracal's ult commit. They didn't get anything. Soft did not want to dive on through into the 1v4, but that is now a massive, you know, both offensive and defensive tool blown again by M&M, which means that turret will be lost. They can't defend it, and they can't really look for another fight without that. And that's a bit worrying, you know, when you're getting such a big Maokai ult like that, you really want to hope that your 3-item Hecarim is feeling like he can jump in, follow it up. You get the Kai'Sa coming on through as well. If Chimera can line up an ult, you're absolutely laughing. But none of those things happen. M&M just look very scared.
Possibly just one more fight X7 need to win before they can take this game. They're looking for the final inner tower in the bottom lane, which will get secured by KT. But X7 don't need to rush. They can wait a little bit. They do have a Baron that they could secure, and then just look to push in from all 3 lanes with those Baron-empowered minions.
Yeah, well, we'll have to wait for the 2 more minutes to be able to get that one going. Caleb, he might be thinking about looking for this, but it is a 3-item, 3-level advantage for Icy Gale.
Well, Kalen wants to go in anyway. The Blade of the Rune King does get used. Killer Instinct from Mishigu to follow. Hextech Ultimatum on top of the ADC. Mishigu is solo, trying to run out to safety, and will just about survive the Ignite from Icy Gale. But in the end, M&M needed to throw 3 people to be able to kill that Camille. But now they do have a 40-second timer. Maybe they could even try to sneak a Baron.
Yeah, they had to throw 3 people, but it didn't cost them anything. No opportunity cost for that one. They do manage to pick up the kill. Gale doesn't have teleport either, but he will have the home guards when he spawns. So keep an eye on that one if they're able to go for the Baron. Looks like they don't want it. They want to say, no, lads, let's not choke this one. We'll just pick up the supers in our base. And honestly, that's a bit of a scary fight up there because, you know, Caleb not doing a lot of damage to the Camille through that Death Stance and the Tabbies. That was before the shield comes out. We saw there was a window. Icy Gale almost managed to turn it around, but courtesy of the stealth, Mishigu could kite them out even inside the ultimatum just long enough that Soft could arrive and secure the kill.
That Hectic Ultimatum doesn't give you a lot of space to move around, but it was just enough for Mishigu to be able to survive. Sadly though for M&M, despite being able to find that pick, they haven't been able to do anything with it. All it's done is just bought them another minute or so to be able to pick up a couple of items. So, Doctor, my question to you is, are there any big item breakpoints for M&M that could theoretically make this game a little bit closer than it is now feeling?
That's a good question, but I think maybe Chimera getting his death cap, like, because you look at this and you're like, okay, 3 items Hecarim, you're not going to get much stronger with that. A Death Stance is nice, but it's not going to do a lot. A GA is nice, but it won't do a lot. This you know, whole setup for the Renekton is predicated entirely on hitting that 2-item spike. We've done that. Soft is a bit extended.
M&M in general are a bit extended. Nature's Grasp comes through. Teleport as well. As Kalen will, Chimera will join the fight. Icy Gale takes so much damage. And Mishigu will be able to find the killer. Now it's X7 who are on the run all the while. Slowq has just been pushing in the top lane. And now will be forced to retreat as M&M are turning their attention towards the Baron Nashor.
Yeah, if you wonder why that fight went so well for M&M, it's because Slowq was not there. He picks up that inhib. Might even be able to go for 2 inhibs. Might just look for a little bit more. And now we have to decide what it is that we want to do. Chimera is just nowhere near this Baron, but he's not really near top lane either.
Oh, Caracal just gets absolutely obliterated. There are teleports coming through, but X7 have already won the fight. Chimera dies, and it's a pentakill for KT. A pentakill for X7 in their first game of Group E.
What a way to round out the game for KT. I don't really know how he got that pentakill. I swear there was only like 3 people there, but I guess he's... yeah. I didn't do my maths right on that one. I was taken a bit aback, but he picks it up, and they'll pick up the W and the Nexus alongside it as well. Yeah, it's a valiant effort there on the Baron for M&M. They're a little bit too split up. They get picked off. And with these 2 explosive compositions, we'll see X7 come out on top.
Well, I think that is probably the perfect way to start your NLC Aurora Cup campaign. A pentakill in your first game as well. Sadly for M&M, they weren't able to take the win, but it was looking close, especially in those first 15 minutes or so, where it was flipping from one side to another for a fair bit. However, that is all that we do have time for game 1. We're going to be throwing into a short break, and then we'll be having our analyst desk breaking down that. Oh, not quite yet, which means, Harry, we get to talk for a little bit more then.
I was like, I didn't hear production say anything. This guy just started going of his own accord. I was like, ooh,
Yeah.
Does he know something I don't?
I was trying to be brave. I was trying to get the timing perfect. But no.
Well, you didn't.
No.
Didn't pull that one off, did we?
Yeah. Try. I'll try again after game 2, right?
Yeah, you're not invited back for game 3 right now. This guy.
I wasn't invited back for game 3 anyway, right?
Well, I've been accidentally invited back for game 3, but just not here.
Wait, what?
I don't know. I got poached for another stream. I don't know who's playing. All I know is Don Jake's involved at some point in the process. Which
that's
is
going to be
equal
fun.
parts exciting and terrifying.
You can mention his lack of hair again with him there, of course.
I can and I will. You know, Don Jake got kicked out of a place for being bold once, and I thought he was joking, but it was true. We were at a casino.
Was it like the hair club or something then?
Oh, apparently, dude. He got kicked out of the casino, and we're like, dude, how does this happen? This is insomnia, right? How does he get? It's like, kick me out for being bold, man. I'm like, okay, he's not going to tell me. And it turns out it was because of his hat. They didn't want him to wear a hat there inside, and it was like, man, that's they did it because
that feels like a lie. That's for wearing a hat and not for being bald or a lack of hair.
But I tell you what, if he had a hairline he was trying to show, he wouldn't be wearing the hat. Like, it's...
Well, enough about that. We're going to be throwing over to our wonderful analyst desk to break down the game.
What kind of a story did we just walk into? I just know. So about the game. Yeah, definitely. Compositions. First of all, we were discussing this in the backstage, and we found both X7's and Eminem's composition a little bit interesting here. So, Dan, what's your first take when you saw this happening? When you saw the draft?
For me, I think Eminem, they kind of just looked up what was being played most at walls, and they kind of picked whatever was open. Overall, I think we saw at this game that there was a bit of a mismatch in what their comp was actually able to do compared to what the individual champions like, right? And the same thing kind of reflected in what the players were building as well. Like when you have Seraphine, you kind of want bruises that are able to survive and deal damage. Instead, both the Renekton and the Hecarim went full damage and just died instantly the second they went in. Kai'Sa as well, going this new on-hit build, which it's fine if you have a front line to hit, but when you kind of have to dive in the back line and one-shot people, that doesn't really work. So I think for Eminem, a bit of mismatch between their champions, and it made the game pretty hard to play, even though it might have looked good on paper.
Okay, and Pumpcake, what do you make out of it? Do you agree with them? Is there anything you will have to change?
Yeah, I totally agree with them. We talked a lot about it on the back room. I think one interesting thing that we also talked about was like the stylistic thing that X7 went for. I think it was kind of surprising that they put Viking on Sejuani and Slow Q on Azir. I would expect that to be the strong like 2v2. But then again, it comes back to what we talked about earlier. Maybe this is for X7 a more way for showcasing the other players on the team who aren't really that well known, so they are able to showcase what they can do. So I'd love to hear more from their team when we get an interview later to like get some more thoughts on why they draft as they do and what they feel like this tournament is for them.
We're gonna get into Viking in just a few minutes, but definitely this is a different approach than we were expecting to the game from what we've seen from all the teams yesterday, for example. And I think we're having Viking right here, right now, joining us for the interview. Hello, Viking. Welcome. Congratulations for that win, the first win of the day for you. So, first of all, we need to ask you how the game went for you. You had a few things that were a little bit shaky, but in general, you got the victory.
I mean, we're just playing for fun, right? We have 4 subs that are great, and I mean, it's a for fun tournament for me. So I mean, I'm just playing fun, and just told everyone just have fun, like lose or win, it's just for fun. And yeah, they're playing good for playing for fun. Top lane played a bit for fun in the end, and but it was pretty controlled after we got the firm grip in mid game, I would say. But yeah, I mean, I think enemy maybe was sweating, and then we're just like laughing, I guess. I have no idea, but yeah, I mean, it was fun.
Okay, Thumbkick, then take the stage. You have Viking here to ask you any questions you might want to know.
Yeah, I would love to know, like, do you have fun playing Sejuani? Is what you're saying? You're just enjoying playing those tanks? It's more of like you just want the other guys on the team to showcase themselves, or are you just like, I'm a Sejuani enjoyer,
I
actually?
mean, I was thinking about playing Blitzcrank today, like deeply, like like deeply, but I wanted them to have a bit of like being able to play the game. I was like, I didn't want to troll the draft too hard, you know. Like, I mean, I had fun like drifting and trying to ulti sometimes, you know. Like, no, it's not having that fun playing tanks, but I was having fun in game, just trolling in voice com and stuff like this a bit, you know, just teasing my teammates and stuff. But I said if enemy looks like they're trolling, they are trolling. Go at them and stuff like this, you know. And I said, yeah, just look, they're trolling, and just go. But yeah, I mean, it's just having fun, you know. And I think our team had fun, but I also think they play well, you know, for not playing really competitive, right? Yeah.
Okay, Dem, any questions you want to throw in Vikings way?
Yeah, I mean, I can respect the Sejuani enjoyment. Like, thanks.
It's not
But-
that I enjoy that much. I didn't want to troll the draft too hard, but I was gonna play Blitzcrank. But then I saw it was another patch, and then I got disappointed. But I think my team was relieved that it was not on this patch, sadly. But yeah, sadly.
Do you have anything else spicy drafted up for later today, then, other than the Blitzcrank? Or
I mean,
is it
sadly,
being saved for
Blitzcrank
later?
is not possible, sadly, because of this wrong patch. But otherwise, it would have been out this match maybe. But sadly, we had to try hard a bit in draft this this game. But I mean, I'm open for your suggestions if you have anything you guys want me to pick.
We did talk about the Silas jungle. Would you be
Yeah,
down?
please.
I mean, what's it clear on that? I mean, if you can show me fast, like, I mean, I can click here on YouTube. Silas clear speed. I mean, I think it's quite
It's not
slow,
looking too good.
sadly.
It's not looking too good.
Multitasking.
Just gank a lot, okay?
No.
Just gank a lot. Get
I
the
mean,
dark seal, gank a lot.
I can. What can I pick that is a bit fun? I could pick a Ramos if you want it. Like,
Yes,
it's not too
please.
troll. Yeah, I mean, I'll consider Ramos then.
Alright,
It's good.
okay, Viking. So before we let you go, to prepare for your next game, I want to know who do you think is your biggest rival here in this group?
Ourselves. Like, we're just gonna troll this tournament until we win or lose. Like, it's fine.
Okay, respectable opinion, I guess. Yeah. Okay, so any more questions coming from our amazing analysts? Tom, Demb?
I'm really happy as long as I get to
Yeah.
see some Ramos or Silas. It's gonna make my day.
Oh yeah,
that's
sure.
gonna be
I
good.
mean, I'll try to fit it in.
Okay. So Viking, thank you very much for joining us here and congratulations. Wish you the best of luck for the rest of the tournament. And we're gonna
Thank
let you go now. Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you too. Okay. Well, I mean, we might have him later on if they keep on winning. Since that's not a given, we can't just, say he's going to be here again. But what are your main takeaways from the interview? In short, just give me 2 lines. Dan, what do you think?
And they're just having fun, right? That's what we want to hear. And then gotta be even more demoralizing for Eminem, the fact that they're losing against people who say themselves that they're trolling. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they said Eminem were trolling themselves, so we'll see if they agree with this if we have an interview with them later. But for now, we're going to be taking a break until the next game, so see you later.
I feel it in my bones, a spark to lead us through the shadows. Can I fight the way before me? It coursing through my soul, a road to guide us through the sorrow. Can I calm this storm inside me? I feel it in my bones, a spark to lead us through the shadows. Can I fight the
Hi, hello, welcome back here for the second game here in this Aurora Cup. Group E is what we're covering today, which is so X7 versus MM. X7 won as we kind of expected in the beginning, but now it's time to move on to the next game. We've got Chaos versus Cabbage Family. So, we've talked a little bit about this game beforehand. We talked about Chaos, how Chaos is Tom Kick's one of his favorite teams. The Cabbage family has been kind of left in there, and thankfully for us, Dr. has provided a little bit of insight and knowledge about this apart leader and versus team that has actually competed in more tournaments, doing quite well for themselves. Poppy enjoyers. So I want to know what your thoughts are going into this game. What can we expect from these two teams? Demp, let's start with you.
I for sure hope we experience something a little more interesting than the meta draft we just saw. As you said, of course, Pop apparently a bit of a Poppy enjoyer at the moment, even though I'm also remember the Evelyn and the Carthus. At least I would hope we see AP junglers rather than Poppy. Other than that, I think Chaos players that are known for playing some funny picks as well. Might need to correct me on this, Tom, but I feel like Sandia plays Echo mid, which I would really love to see. So I'm hoping we don't see the same really boring basic draft like we would see at Worlds and basically just see it played way worse. Yeah, I hope that it's gonna be way more bloody this time. They're gonna be fighting from level 1. And I want to see chaos.
Wait, you want to say K? Oh, okay, that was a good joke. Okay, so Tom Kick. I mean, we know that you're siding with Chaos. You've said it multiple times. We support you in that one. But do you think they're at the best level right now? Do you think they're gonna be, like maybe experimenting a little bit with different picks? Are they gonna stick to the usual, like them things might happen, given that it's the Worlds patch right now, what's been played?
I feel like for Chaos's part, it's probably going to be more of like practice, since I would assume their like end goal is winning Teleligaen, which is the Norwegian competition going right now, which we stomped on 2-0. So like they're not the best, but they're really good. So I'm gonna support them here for the NLC Aurora Cup. But I would assume like when you see the spiciness, it's usually from the bot lane. It's like Certified Random and Eski, they play a lot of weird and crazy stuff. Sandia, he's the fist fighter. He can play Echo. It's the Kassadins, the Silas. So fighting will be happening for sure. How spicy it is, that can vary a lot. So I'm hoping for at least some bot lane matchups that can spice things up.
Okay, so from Chaos, we're expecting to be looking more into the bot lane happenings, and for Cabbage Family, we should be looking more a little bit look on the top side of the map. Is that what I'm getting from this, Demp?
I would expect so, or at least the jungle, right?
Okay.
Kind of depends what Pop ends up going for. When I was looking through their team, it seems like they're somewhat towards the meta, at least on the bot side of the map. The mid laner did have some champions like the Vega and the Cillian, some hyper scaling. So I hope that we see Pop on something that can farm and just carry it through and play into Zeta on the top side, because I think, as Tom knows as well, Coolberg is probably the person to punish, even if he's used to it.
Oh, but you can't punish him. It's the weak side king. Come on.
I've seen many weak side kings fall this year, so let's see. I'm hoping for something interesting at least.
I mean, in the middle of this previous game, we was discussing the importance of individual level of gameplay compared to the draft. And I want to know which one of these teams do you think is excelling when it comes to the first part of it, the individual level, and which team is usually more like highlighted due to the draft and the compositions they bring onto the Rift. So Tom Kick, do you think it's Chaos that has the best individual players, or do we think it is Cabbage Family?
I think like individually, I would say like Chaos is the strong part of them, is like the individual level of the players. Now when it comes together with the team fighting and how they play the drafts, that's where things get a little bit wonky. That's usually where you see the like creative parts. But like usually that falls very easily for them because of their laning phases bails them out, so they don't really have to be too careful with the team fighting because they're already ahead early.
Then what do we think? What is Cabbage Family supporting themselves on?
I mean, I would hopes that it's gonna be the team fighting later on, right? From what I remember, at least of Pop and Heathen, they're more so mid to late game players, and I would expect, without having followed the UK scene too closely, that that's the style they're gonna look into. Um, I would imagine that the drafts are gonna be something like KS trying to win very hard in lane, and Cabbage Family looking to play the game after the first two drinks, right? So I would hope, considering what I've heard of Cabbage Family, that it's more so playing for the team fights and playing for the objectives later on. But I guess only time will tell.
Oh, well, I mean, time. In fact, just a few minutes until we go to the picks and bans, so we'll get to see what happens in this next game. But I definitely think, like these two teams perhaps are the most unknown, given that they come from the third division and they come from perhaps playing for under a different name in the case of Cabbage Family. So I think many eyes are going to be on them, right? Like we've seen how X7 and NMM were playing with substitutes, not with the full roster because it's the off season. People just, are doing all the things, or simply the teams are disbanding, finding new team members. But in the case of these two, it might be more to it than what we think is actually happening. So again, talking about the mentality, think they're gonna come in with like full try hard mentality? Do we think what they're gonna chill like Viking and X7? What do we think they're gonna be doing? Let's just start with you this time, Tom.
I think in general, it looks like a lot of the teams just have a chill vibe in general, as we talked about more showcasing themselves and having fun, being able to show like we can play different stuff. We have this start up the pocket picks and different in general. So Chaos, when you look at them, it's more of like practice for other tournaments, and Cabbage Family also maybe like showcasing themselves for future tournaments, maybe next year.
Oh, okay. What about you, Dan? Do you agree with this?
Yeah, I would say to some extent. I think if there's a team that's gonna maybe take it a bit more seriously, it would be Cabbage Family. Pop, of course, coming down from Division 1 all the way to Division 3, maybe wanted to still prove that he can put up a good fight. And even then, Division 3, of course, have the winter split alongside the Aurora Cup. So I think even though this might just be good practice, I think kind of getting good momentum going into that to potentially get that second spot in Division 2 that's up for grabs later on. I think, at least, would be a good way for them to go about this. So yeah, I hope for the sake of Cabbage Family that they maybe have put a bit more effort into it. Kind of as I mentioned at the start of the day, I think the gap, I guess, between Division 2 and Division 3 players is who probably should try and be a bit more serious about it, because who knows, maybe it can get them into Division 2 or even a substitute position for Division 1 for the next split, right? I at least feel like they have the most to gain from this tournament overall.
Okay, that's definitely a take that I think we can take into account with today's games. Because actually about Cabbage Family, we haven't really talked that much about them. I think we even talked about them more yesterday. But just to give people a little bit of an insight into what happened here. So, 4 spots in this tournament out of 32 in total. 4 of those spots are reserved for close qualifiers teams. Basically, they had to go through an open tournament, made it through the last stages. Cabbage Family defeated 0-3, if I'm not mistaken, what team was it? They defeated someone else in a 0-3, meaning they were the winners of the winners bracket, of the upper bracket, that they got seated quite high coming into these group stages. And now they're here. So the expectations were quite high because, one, we know the players, kinda. We know them from other things. And two, because the results have been quite good in comparison to all the teams that are also taking part in this event. So again, I think you can have a little bit of a picture of what it looks like for them, of how important this could be for them and their careers moving on to the 2023 season. And therefore, it's definitely something that we should be appreciating, like them is saying, like the opportunities that might spring from this. But there is also something else. Might be facing your next team in this tournament, whether during the group stage or the knockout stage. You never know, you're going to be sharing a team with these players. So, who knows? Maybe that happens, maybe it doesn't. An opportunity for them to showcase their skills. And again, we were talking about individual skill, we were talking about the drops, composition, maybe spice and picks. But I also want to know, in terms of level, Tom, you were talking about the gap between the first division, the second division, the third division. But what about these divisions compared to the close qualifiers? Like these divisions have been playing all year long against each other and amongst themselves in different groups. And now we'll come here and there's a close qualifier winners facing off a third division team. What, like coming from, let's say you're a casual viewer, how would you set up this game after them?
That's a very good question, actually. I think when you look at like close qualifiers, the level is like extremely spread. So you can have everything from top tier to bottom tier compared to like if organizations or someone want people into this tournament to be able to showcase themselves. So from a level perspective, since they did qualify and they did do very well, I would assume they are up on a level against where they can't beat Chaos and they can match up against M&M and X7. Also because we see X7 having a bit of fun, so it could be spicy. So I wouldn't underestimate Cabbage Family in any way, but I feel like it's going to be spicy anyway. I feel like maybe this is one of the closest groups overall compared to the level when you look at the different teams.
Okay, what about you, Deb? I also agree with Tom in terms of this group being quite close, and I'm looking forward to happens in it. I want to know if you share this opinion.
Yeah, I think this is for sure one of the closer groups in the tournament. I think when we were going into this, a lot of people kind of just put most of the Division 1 teams forward, right, to be expected to go into the group stage. Or not the group stage, sorry, the playoff stage. But I feel like this is one of the groups where both M&M and X7 are not their usual selves. Chaos are used to playing together in another tournament and just together in general. And Cabbage Family, a team that has been doing a lot of work in the UK scene during like LANs and other smaller tournaments. Yeah, I for sure think that there's room for upsets in this, but I still struggle to see if once we get further into the tournament, if it's something they're gonna be able to keep up. Because I still for sure think that there are teams that, in general, are just a cut above the rest. Excel, Dusty, Natives of course, Riddle, and Astralis, maybe even Bifrost, I guess. But let's see, they kind of got dumpstered a bit by Rust Ruddy on the social medias. So who knows? But I for sure think there's room for a lot of upsets here in Group B.
Okay, so we'll see if this ends up being an upset too, because we're going to be sending it over to the picks and bands. So I'll see you later to discuss the game. Thank you very much and have fun. Bye.
Thank you, Carmeline. I'm Milky Cereal. This is Doctor. We're jumping on in for game 2 between Cabbage Family and Chaos. And straight away, we're getting a couple of bands coming through. But Doctor, these aren't the big meta pick band so far. We're not seeing the likes of that hack group. We are seeing that Poppy, which we were scared of on behalf of Purple, on behalf of Chaos. I'm not quite sure how that one works, but it is taken away from the Cabbage Family.
He used to build Gale Force on Poppy, so a bit of both.
Wait, really?
Yeah, he was like, I want the dash. I was like, I don't think that's how it works, but I've seen him do it in competitive games, like not in solo queue. He has built first item Gale Force Poppy, and this was before people were playing Poppy Jungle. Yeah, he's been playing Poppy Jungle since like Season 5.
I thought you were going to say this was before Gale Force was released as an item. I was thinking, how on earth has he managed that? But there we go.
Yeah, tech. But in either case, he won't be playing that one. We're getting the Kindred either. And what's important to note here, all right, I was going to say what's important to note here is the bot lane. What we do very often see from Spark is things like the Vayne, the Varus, and the Zeri, and then he even wants to play something engage if he can. He really likes the Leona. With the instant Seraphine pick, that opens up a couple of options, but QQR, the artist formerly known as Sean, is very comfortable on control mages. His Orianna is his most staple pick, so that very easily could be a Seraphine mid lane as well.
I was getting very excited for that Akali pick, but blind picking on Akali that early is always very risky. Instead, Chaos are going to pick up themselves a Sylas, and now they're looking towards this Caitlyn, which I personally would love to see, especially if it gets paired up with something aggressive like a Lux even.
Yeah, they'll definitely have a couple of options with what they want to line up with that one. Could go for Lux. I think again the problem is you go Caitlyn Lux, and we bust out like Kaiser Nautilus. Ooh, it gets a bit spooky.
Yeah.
So we'll keep an eye on that down there. Meanwhile, the Silas coming out through. Is it going to be the Silas jungle that was spoken about on the desk? It's hard to say. Probably not. But we'll see what the rest of the
Hey!
lock in. Ooh, okay. So that's
I like
actually
this.
not something I've seen Spark and Heathen play before. And the thing is that you do usually want Heathen on Gish. She's definitely a very comfortable things like Lulu. He's very comfortable on. But the best performances by far that I ever see from Cabbage Family or Grey Cabbage, which is the little like hybrid switch up team they did at Last Insomnia, is when you have Heathen on Leona, Pawp on Poppy, or Engage equivalent, and you can just absolutely send it. They have incredibly well coordinated synergy, and they're great at setting up dives and all sorts down the bottom half of the map. And they're not really going to have that kind of option open to them if this is going to be that Seraphine bot lane, which it almost definitely is. And that is taking a bit of a heavy strength away from Cabbage.
Yeah, now the Nocturne being picked up as well for Chaos, that kind of suggests to me that it's going to be the side of Chaos who might be looking to make those aggressive dives towards, well, any side of the map, really. I do want to get more of your opinions, though, on the Cabbages, because as you mentioned, you've seen them at Insomnia. You were actually casting on them at Insomnia, so give me, the down and dirty for Cabbage. What can we expect from them?
Well, I was going to say we expect a bit of mid-bot synergy, but not mid, sorry, jungle support synergy, even. That one ain't happening.
Right.
Having not got that this time around, I will say, if I had to point out a weak link, it would be Zeta. He didn't play last LAN. I forget who it was, but they had someone from Grey Warwick up in the top lane instead. And there's a bit of room, up there, though it must be said that, Grey Cabbage did still end up winning that event, but ultimately, I mean, QQR, he's way too safe on the mid lane. I don't think I've ever in my life seen QQR 1v9 a game. I have never seen him lose a game,
Well, I mean, when you only press 3 abilities, it's kind of hard to 1v9 a game, isn't it?
Yeah, you just sort of sit there, you sit back, you're chilling, dude. Like, it's, Oh, I get it. All right, it's fine.
It took a while. You're, like, trying to talk to, like, work out what's the joke, and then it eventually set
I was
in.
like, oh, which one's he not in range to use as Seraphine? It's like, oh, he's got them all. Wait, he's not Seraphine. Oh, it's because his name is Q. The other, when you're Sean F90 or whatever his name used to be before,
Sean F90. Okay.
It was either Sean F90 or Sean F40, something like that. In any case, he's absolutely chilling. So I would try and pick a very aggressive top lane if I know anything about Cabbage, if I'm Chaos, which, crazily enough, they might not. And it's very weird to me that a lot of people come in saying, like, who are these guys? Because, like, you will have seen this team play at some point. If you have watched UK League of Legends in the last 5 years, you will have seen this team or a team very similar to it play League. Like, these guys, they've just been together for the longest amount of time. They've been through tearing everything up. They've been playing through not only University League. Yeah, they played UKLC qualifiers. They played Forge of Champions. They played UKEL. They played NSC, they played Belong, they played Newell. Like, you should really know this team if you're in the UK scene. Bit of an edge coming through because we are now the Nordic scene, so a lot of people don't know about these guys.
Yeah. And a good opportunity for them to learn about these guys. The drafts are completed then for both sides. Cabbage family locking in themselves the Ornn and the Victor. This is a very solid teamfight composition, I want to say, from the Cabbage family. Whereas for Chaos, as the name would suggest, it's a little bit more chaotic.
Yeah, I mean, look, Zeta on Ornn, that is something we have seen before, and we will see again. His man is locking in Ornn every game today, all right? But, looking over on the Chaos side, I really want to call him KLG. It's crazy that you made an esports org called Chaos with a K and didn't just Google, did this already exist? Because it did. There was already a KAOS team. But that's something a little bit different. Obviously, you've got a huge amount of poke down the bot lane. With that Caitlyn now, it can be very oppressive, and you can use that to set up for some very nice, TP dives or get the Nocturne involved. You have a lot of options. You can also have, the Silas side laning up against the Ornn later on if you want. He can steal the Ornn ult. He can steal the Seraphine ult with a huge AP ratio on it. He can get the center. He's got a lot of great ultimate choices there, but ultimately, This is a great team fight composition for the side of Cabbage, and again, they've been playing for 5 years. Like, they have insane synergy together. Even when half the team wasn't at the event, and they played with a different half of the team, which was Last Insomnia, they still crushed it. Ruddy, unfortunately, did not stand a chance. And these guys know how to play a team fight together. You know, they could bust out any comp in the world, they're going to know how to play that one out. And, you know, something like Victor, Ornn, Seraphine, Trundle, and Senna, you do have to play the fight a certain way. This is not, you know, oh, Heathen engages, Spark gets a reset, Spark 1v9s it. This is going to be a little bit different, but I have full confidence that they can play it out correctly.
So for the side of Chaos, then, is it coming down to the fact that they need to get a lead in the early stages of the game, get this Nocturne or Caitlyn snowballing in the first 10-15 minutes?
It would definitely help, right? Not gonna say no if we're trying to get a bit of a early pressure coming on out. Oh, never mind.
We've been blessed. We've been blessed by a poor straight away. Go on, shimmy yourself back over
Back into frame.
Back into frame and drag your mic with you. This actually gives me a perfect opportunity because usually after a draft, I ask you, who do you think is going to win, or ask you for win conditions, all of that kind of stuff. But this time, I figured it out, Doctor. I know who's going to win this game. Now, I didn't want to do this in game itself, but do you know what the logo of Cabbage Family is?
Is it a cabbage?
It's a cabbage. Right, but that's not the issue here, Doctor. It's one cabbage. Just one. Now, I wouldn't call a singular cabbage a family. I would call that a cabbage singularity. And we all know how Singularity did in NLC Div 1. They got relegated. So because of that, I think Chaos are going to win this game. Can't argue with that logic.
Giga gapped on cooldown in NLC, didn't he? Not great. Wasn't a great look for the UK university scene, has to be said. Porp did not. Yeah, but look, he's smuffed Insomnia, right, guys? He's smuffed Insomnia, right, guys? Right? It was fun talking. He was like, hey, man, what happened over at NLC? He's just like, yeah. It's just like, all right, well, okay.
We strike it. It
right.
doesn't exist. A little bit like the Avatar Last Airbender movie, right?
I was actually fuming. I think I was talking to my brother-in-law, and my nephew allegedly loves Avatar.
Right.
He watched the whole thing through YouTube Shorts. Like he's never actually seen the show. He just knows every single plot point from watching YouTube clips of it. I'm like, that's cringe.
It's doable.
Best of all time. You did not appreciate the art in its purest form. And I was talking to my brother-in-law, who, you know, gets pretty involved with the kid, right? You know, and tries to take an interest in his interests. And my brother-in-law really likes The Dragon Prince, right? He's like, yeah, this is a great like family show, which if you don't know, it's like Netflix's like sort of spin-off of Avatar, but it's made by some of the same people, and it's a similar kind of show. And he really likes Dragon Prince.
Yeah.
And so we were like talking about Dragon Prince and Avatar and stuff, and he's like, it's a great show to watch with the boy, and you know, it's got good lessons and so on and so forth. I'm like, okay, cool. I'm like, well, you know, can't be worse than the Avatar movie, right? And he's like, actually, not that bad. And I'm like, you could not have worked in theater for, you know, 10 years or whatever it was that he did, and look at the Avatar film and be like, you know, it could be worse. Like, that's... First, your son has terrible takes because he's, you know...
Well, now we know why.
Also does the YouTube, and now we know why! Like, like, guys out here telling him it's acceptable to like that movie. He's not sending the right message to the kids. It's messed up.
Here we go. Okay, enough about Avatar The Last Airbender, and more about Summoner's Rift. Because we are on to Summoner's Rift, the pause has come to a close, and this time, just like last time, no early game shenanigans, just a standard 5-point start from everyone.
Alrighty. Nice and chill. Let's kick off the game. Top lane, there's a world where Zeta does get a little bit gapped up here and just solo killed on cooldown in the on Sejuani matchup. Like, that can happen sometimes. When you do have that Sejuani. The thing is that, you know, as we have the sides on the wrong side, we'll see that Cabbage are on the blue side, Chaos on the red. But if you are Chaos, if you've done a little bit of research, you may well know this. If you've gone, what's Cabbage Family Googled? Actually, wait, no, you get gaps because you Google Cabbage Family and then the latest land doesn't come up because it's Grey Cabbage, not Cabbage Family. It was the Grey Warwick comp. I
Okay,
think.
what is
the
a
only
grey
difference-
cabbage? Isn't that just like a bad cabbage?
Yeah,
cabbage
but,
is like
but on the day they were pretty good cabbage because they did win the event.
Right.
That was the Grey Warwick cabbage family hybrid, which I think the only difference was I think Sean didn't go.
I think,
Oh,
I was gonna
God,
say, I think
didn't play.
Cabbage Warwick would have been a better name.
They had the logo and everything.
Yeah.
But they did win that and they gapped Ruddy. And I think that it was only the mid lane that changed. But if you're Chaos, you don't know that. You know, you didn't get to see that. You didn't know that. If I did have to point out a weak spot of this team, other than the fact that, you know, they're all like 400 LP peakers. If I had to point out a different weak point of the team, it would be up in that top side.
And I know we were hearing from our analysts, particularly Tom Kick, you know, expressing just how much of a weak side king Coolberg is. And I'm looking at these top laners. These look like weak side top laners. So Coolberg should, if he is truly the weak side king, should have the advantage.
Ooh. Ah, yes, the fabled Blue Grump Wolves level 3 Trundle gank. Okay, what you need to know about... He will stay there for 3 minutes waiting to make this gank happen.
Oh, Zandia going in under tower. Chain Lash won't land. Flashing over the tower, over the wall. But the tower shot will follow, and it is first blood for QQR.
You're just not expecting that gank, and I can't stress this enough. The amount of times that I've seen Pork, he will not leave that bush, and it's crazy because he somehow doesn't fall behind doing it. He knows exactly how long he can sit in the bush. Lan, he sat in a bush top lane for about 40 seconds straight, waiting to make a play happen. Sharp now trying to make something happen on bot. They are level 2.
Flashing forward, lands tethers onto Ethan, who will flash away himself. So it's just an exchange of summoners with Cabbage using their flash and heal, and the side of Chaos just burning a single
Pork
flash.
is on a ward, doesn't have his smite up, used it on the chickens. Ooh, good pillar. But this red not going to be going over to Pork, it has to be said. He doesn't have vision, Sharp has smite, that one will be picked up nice and easy.
Yeah, and a good start. Well, I want to say good start to the game then for... Actually, I've just realised we've got the nameplate at the top the wrong way around. It says KSR on blue side, and that threw me off for a second. What's going on? Ah, that's what's going on.
Be a little bit careful for Heathen here, getting nice and low, but he does have to teleport. So he can pretty safely recall and TP back, but with Spark recalling at the same time, you think he probably won't. They'll probably just walk it back together. But at the same time, expect XP. Spark not recalling. Means that Heathen probably is going to TP. We'll see how he wants to pan that one out. Sharp makes his way over onto the top side of the map. Pick out that crab. Probably not going to dive Zeta here, has to be said. Especially with that kind of mana coming out from Coolberg. But what we'll see is the Pork comes on down to the bot lane, grabs himself a couple of creeps. He even TPs on in. And Pork goes ahead and recalls.
Now, something that I am looking out for here, Doctor, is I'm looking towards Sharp on this Nocturne, because as some of our viewers may know, as you may know, I cast on VCS English. And VCS English, or VCS I should say, has this little player that people might have heard of called Levi. And Levi is a bit of a Nocturne aficionado. So I always like to see my Nocturnes getting...
There was a
level
Season
leads
7
and rushing level
incident.
6. Yes, there was that one small incident. Also, keep your eyes out for Gamut World, because there's going to be a Season 12 incident coming up.
That still worked. I feel like you're not getting away with that a second time. The second that you see that the Nocturne is farming a lane level 3, you're like, oh, lads. You just start sweating.
No, he's going to do it on Karthus this time. And he's going to, like, Karthus ult when the rest of the map is level 2.
Actually, okay.
Wait, what did he say?
No, he got away with it, but he dropped a laser. A lot of minions went very low and didn't die. It looked like he was going to miss a lot. But he got away with it. He picked him up.
So, I do have a question for you. If your name is QQR, what mid laners have, like, good combos that involve a QQR? So I'm feeling like Syndra, maybe you get away with that being
I
the
had in my head
combo?
for Syndra.
Yeah.
All I can think of. Oh, I got nothing else.
Nothing else. You're supposed to be the color caster. You're supposed to know this kind of stuff.
Not a Skarner player, man. That's a good QQR combo. This Pork
Are you
comes
actually a
onto
Skarner
the
player?
Yeah,
I feel like I should have
fact.
known that.
Little known fact. Somebody doesn't see my tweets.
I'm sorry, but when people think of Skarner, they think of cactus and flowers. So it's not
Say
my
I did
fault.
it first, but I definitely didn't.
No. See, that's why you've got to pick like a one trick that
Oh, it's Skarner
none of
top.
the other casters have taken.
He doesn't play Skarner top. I've got that one going for me.
Okay, fair enough. ZT and Kohlberg, though, duking it out. Kohlberg jumping forward. Very nice. Searing or Bellows breath to stop the CC from coming through.
Yeah, but the grasp gap on that one. Woo! Cool poke with the procs. What's
Did you
QQR?
get two?
Over the course of the whole time the camera was up top, yes.
Okay.
That 8-second period. But QQR, even though getting the kill, you know, blowing the flash early, hasn't been able to do too much about it. We'll see. Is, you know, even in CS, even though, you know, both sums were deployed by the Silas, you know, a bit of a shame for QQR, he doesn't have the TP himself, so he can't try and force some crazy, you know, keep Sandys under the tower forever with a lost chap to teleport angle. And instead, he's got that ghost. He's going to be a menace in the later game team fights. And, you know, as I said before the game, he is incredibly comfortable on those control mages. Just means that right now, he's not going to be able to force too much out onto Zandy. As we see, he drops the wave clear ultimate and tries to take his recall. Oh, no, he tries to take blue buff. And then, I'm not sure what we do. Do we play for Drake? Do we play for Herald? You know, Pork's over on the top side of the map, but he will be pathing down. But at the same time, I feel like QQR kind of wants to recall, so let's see how it goes. Level 6 hit for the Nocturne. Bot lane swapping up to top. Zeta probably not in that much danger. He's in the one at the end of the day.
Actually, I don't even think blue buff got picked up by QQR. I think Porp ended up taking it because QQR went back to lane before Porp got to his blue.
Yeah, but he had the... Ooh. I feel like you don't wave clear ult there and then like not do anything with it. The Herald has been started up. Sharp securing that one, and it's something that, you know, you have to assume Cabbage family know what's up. They're going to be like, yeah, well, we're not having this one. Yeah, the blue not actually picked up by QQR there, so now it's just a man without an ult. But the Herald does go on over. We'll see how many plates can be secured down on bot, because, you know, this isn't Ornn. He's very good in the 1v2 because he has a lot of wave clear and he's pretty tanky. So he can sort of do his best to stop the Caitlyn now from getting these plates on their own. Yeah, they'll get one. Maybe the Herald comes down as well, but... yeah, that Herald is only really responsible for 2 plates at the end of the day, so if more than that is picked up by Spark and Heathen, they can be pretty happy. The wave already gone. Zeta probably doesn't even need, you know, any jungle assists. He can be pretty happy to give over that mountain. This turret is going to go down, but a lot is being traded on the bottom side of the map.
Ooh. God tries to clear the wave away, instead actually focus onto Eski, who's tanking up tower shots as well. Zeta is going to successfully fend off the dive very effectively. Rift Herald, though, still available for Sharp and the Chaos Lads, but while all that goes on, Cabbage family able to pick up the first race of the game.
Now, it took a while for Porp to get it, but a very strong defense coming out from Zeta there. Even not going for the wave clear. Oh, you know, he did try to find that kill out onto Eskil, and it couldn't happen. He made a pretty good trade. Bought a lot of time, and ultimately across that the whole time that Sharp has been top. You know, he's now starting to lose camps on this bot side. They managed to get 3 plates. Good for them. That turret should well be traded back, and that Mountain Dragon, that's something that money cannot buy. I mean, it can, because you can literally just buy armor and matter resist, but you know what I mean.
Yeah,
Porp,
eventually
Porp.
you can't buy it.
Oh, the Trundle!
Gets a nice little shield. The Porp going to be able to find the first kill of the fight, and now Zandy in a 1v3 flashes over the wall. Spark and Porp will not be able to follow, so it will just be the side of Cabbage family picking up a single kill.
That's the absolute classic Trundle versus Sejuani interaction. You drop that ult into a passive. She does... I think she doesn't go negative armor and magic resist if you don't have Aftershock, but it's pretty close.
And now Porp looking towards Zandy, and Zandy says, sure, baby, you want to fight me? I'll fight you, and then jumps back under his tower after he gets a rather healthy trade off against the Trundle.
Very happy with that one. We'll be recording. I didn't see quite how many plates we got on bot. If we could have a little look-see down there just to see what the trade was. If we can cut the camera down to Caitlyn and Nami just to see how much health is on the turret. Are we going to get it? Ooh,
Oh,
there we are. Okay. So, probably 3 plates? I mean, that's fine, right? Like, what the Herald, it got the whole turret on top. It got 5 plates. So if we can trade back 1 or 2 more plates, it was the first blood turret as well. I think you could be pretty okay with how that trade went. If you are a Cabbage family. I think it's still slightly chaos favored, but yeah, not terrible.
So my question is, are you happy then with the kind of CS, let's say, gold lead, if there is any lead that the random has on this Caitlyn against Heathen Seraphine?
I mean, not really, right? Like, you're playing the Caitlyn Nami, you're trying to gap, you're trying to poke, you're trying to take plates. We had to have our jungler sit top for a minute straight and use the Herald to get any plates. They didn't get anything on bot. You know, they can't get through the wave clear of the Seraphine. And you have to feel like that's something that they maybe just didn't know going into the draft, because they obviously picked the Caitlyn very early. But then they got Nami as well, which is kind of all in on the poke angle. And you've got a lot of sustain in this lane and a lot of wave clear to help you defend the turret, instead of comboing it with something that might look for pickers. Oh, speaking of picks!
Oh, bang goes the mid lane, and the CC layered beautifully by the side of Chaos, and QQR did not stand a chance. Encore comes through in the bottom lane. Good cleanse. The random takes so much damage, but Spark takes even more. And it's 2 kills across the board for Chaos.
Almost picking up random there. Heathen does have a flash Q option. Doesn't land it though. The beat drop being echoed. Neither hit connecting, and now a bit too much healing has come on through, and random is no longer in that lethal range. Heathen low on the mana as well. Gonna struggle to defend this turret. Doesn't even have the board.
Got no mana.
Trying to get some wave clear. Oh,
Big shield comes through, but the Pilt over Peacemaker secures the kill. Full of the Forge God from Zeta, and Sharp will flash over the wall and out to safety. So Chaos pick up their 3rd kill of the game.
Alright, we'll see if Porp can find anything though. He sneaks on into a jungle. Is Sharp go for camps? No, he's not. He's not going to greedy. He is going to recall. Porp will not find the extra kill. Just going to get himself some CS instead. But yeah, a lot of kills picked up there on the bottom side of the map for Chaos. Didn't quite manage to get the turret. Did manage to get the teleport out from Zeta though. You know, Porp, he's going to try to trade it back as best he can. 2 plates being picked up. Maybe the whole turret. So we've got about 30 more seconds on that one. It's going down pretty slowly. It's an Ornn and a Senna, but yeah, if Porp does come down and get involved as well, they will be able to pick that up. So all that Herald exchange did at the end of the day was pick up the first blood turret, which got traded for the Drake. If you want to start stacking up Drakes, that's not too shabby. QQR, nice bit of movement there, should be able to get himself out alive.
Sidesteps the Abduct, however, Zandia will hijack the Chaos Storm, try to get a bit of return trade damage down onto the Victor. When we get a chance, I would like to check how many stacks of the Mist Spark has on the center, because I think at about 14 minutes you should be at around 60, I want to say.
I couldn't tell you. I would not know the answer to that one. The Sharp doesn't know where he is. A little bit overextended on this one.
Uses Paranoia and then goes in. Zandy will follow with the Abductor over the wall. Sharp getting taken down. Solo, but will survive. QQR shows up, and it is an easy up to pick up the kill. And now they turn their attention towards Zandia, who's locked down in place. Tries to heal with a Kingslayer, but is unsuccessful. The random over the wall and out to safety. So Chaos will be able to find 2 kills for 2, but the turnaround from Kulba. QQR falls out of by Zeta, taken down low as well. The random takes so much damage from Spark, who can't aggress any further, so it will just remain as a 2-for-2.
Alright, a bit of a scary fight there. You think Porp almost manages to take out Sharp, but there's too much damage with the lethal tempo coming out from Sharp. On top of his Q, he's able to pick up that kill on Porp. QQR finishes it off in a nice CC chain alongside. Zeta will secure the kill on to Zandia as well, and they managed to put up enough of a defense that their dragon will not be taken either. So at the end of the day, it's just a bit of turret damage that was lost, and I think it was a 1 kill advantage over to Chaos, but that's not too important in the grand scheme of things. So again, the slight issue for Cabbage Family right now does seem to be that they're losing everything by like 5%, right? So it's not really important, but they are technically losing these exchanges, as we'll see in this fight here. You know, it's a nice little CC chain up onto Zandia, sure, but they haven't really got anything left to try and continue to follow this one on through. And a great bubble makes QQR just get absolutely popped, forced to use his flash to get out of that one. Drake was picked up and the Herald was secured, it looks like by Sharp.
Yeah, so I think Chaos are picking up the Herald, Cabbage Family able to take Drake, their 2nd Drake of the game. And this mid lane out tower is going to fall. We've got a teleport coming through from the side of Chaos. Cabbage Family going to be forced to retreat, but Zandia wants to find the engage. Throws down the abscond, but doesn't have anyone to abduct onto. and Tidal Wave will not find any upside.
Bit of a commitment of the wave there, and you can see more than enough wave clear here to go ahead. Oh, nice little pillar. Gets the chain through.
Fair amount of damage, random chunk down relatively low. However, the Paranoia will stop any further engage from the side of Cabbage Family. And Cabbage Family still have their mid lane out of power stand.
And if Random got hit by that, that chain, that lockup inside the gravity well, that's a man who's losing some summoners at the very least. But he knows he's not in the chain. He knows he's going to be able to walk that one out, holds onto both sums, and even manages to get the ultimates from their bottom lane as well. Turret secured on the bot side by Zandia, although the mid lane tower was defended. So again, Cabbage Family, they're losing ever so slightly. And the thing about Cabbage Family is, as we said, they've got that jungle support synergy. They were really good at both lands. It's setting up dives, setting up the plays, and putting a lot of early pressure on in the game. And, we saw from Porp in this game, he got that level 3 gank off, very good. But now they are slowing down a fair bit, and whilst that is fine for Cabbage Family, their great strength is not individual skill, it's the fact that they've got so many years of synergy as a team playing together. That makes them very good at team fighting, makes them very good at late game macro and lane allocations as well. It's just weird that one of their great strengths hasn't really been used this game, and so they're sort of limiting their options now, having to rely on their ability to team fight later on, which is what this comp is built for. It just feels like, if we're the early game snowball guys, we kind of want an early game snowball,
Yeah, absolutely. And it was something that I posed as well during Kicks and Bans about how Cabbage Family are a very good team in terms of literally being a team, having that synergy, and how well does Chaos have to do in the early stages of the game. They've got a 1k goal lead, but it's maybe not as high as we would have wanted, as in goes Chaos with the Paranoia into the bot lane. They get the kill onto Q2R. Porp, though, showing up. Sharp forced to flash away. Does Porp want more? The Subjugate has done so much work. Sharp and Zandia are low. 2 teleports coming through. 1 from Cabbage Family and 1 from Coolberg. Sharp, though, on the run, will be able to land the tethers. Finds the fear. Runs out to safety. Corner to Torchcross. Finds the knockup onto Sharp. But look at Zandia on the other side of the fight, looking towards Spark. And he's going to make this a 1-for-1 trade. Now, Eski making his way over as well. Everfrost onto 2 members. Coolberg just buying time. Now the focus turns onto Porp, who will burn down. Now Zeta, the focus, the Yawn, under pressure. Coolberg goes in, although landing onto 2, and Chaos turn their attention towards Heathen. Zandia is looking one way, looking another. Heathen will fall, and Chaos will find the fight.
Yeah, a very clean fight coming out there. It's an overchase from Cabbage, and with Spark arriving late on his own, he's taken out nice and easy. You see Porp, he drops a very early ultimate that really just does a little bit of damage onto Zandia, which doesn't matter at all. He then doesn't have that to get through Sejuani. He doesn't have that for the healing when he needs it. And he loses so much of his damage. And you see, they have to overchase so hard just to try and pick up a Nocturne. He even then, does the same as Spark, turns up to the fight on his own and a little bit late, gets picked off, and that ends up being, I believe, a 5-for-1 in favor of Chaos.
I can't quite remember how many kills it was, but it was something like a 5-for-1 or a 4-for-1. Something that I do love watching in team fights are good Silas movements, because it's something that we saw, I think, in particular in that fight, where you see Zandia focusing on one tower, and then you've got so much maneuverability with a Silas, you can very quickly change a focus from one target to the next, and Heathen felt like they were safe, and then all of a sudden they weren't. A little bit like Spark thought that he was safe, and then takes an ace in the hole, and he's down to 50% life.
Well, they might be able to build back up in a team fight here. Good to see Coolberg caught a little bit out. If you're Porp, you kind of don't want people to poke for Sejuani. You're like, guys, it's not going to do any damage anyway, and I need her to have that passive available. As we can see, 86 is the number of stacks that Spark has, just so anyone's keeping an eye on that one. The Warn ult stolen away.
All of the Forge have got a hijack. We'll find a 2-man knockup in the backline. Tidal Wave coming through. It is destructive. Vandius now just looking to clean up in the backline. Will be able to find one on top of Spark. Gets the kill before the railgun comes through. And now goes Golden. The Aqua Prison lands. Zeta will fall. And Chaos will find 4 kills for 1.
Again, it's the Nocturne going down in exchange for everyone else on the side of Cabbage Family, and now the Baron is being started up. Porpian does not have the flash available to try and steal that one away, and he is going to have to back off. He won't even be able to trade it for the Ocean Drake that he wants. And once again, we're a little bit far up there, not respecting the power of that Silas Ornn ult. And, you know, maybe if he even gets the ult up a little bit early. You see, QQR lived an insanely long amount of time in the middle of 4 people. Maybe if the railgun comes on through, gets that shield out, he lives a little bit extra. Then we get the, you know, the Seraphine combo in as well. But chest wasn't there. Couldn't make it happen.
We almost saw with that Baron play, a couple of members dying, Eski and Gulberg very low, but are able to survive. So that is all 5 members of Chaos with the Baron buff. And now Chaos are looking to pick up a Drake, which would be their first Drake of this game, and will deny Cabbage Family their 3rd Drake, which would have taken them to 12 point. Here's a replay of that fight.
So we'll see how it starts off. You know, they think they have the pick, but the Ornn ult puts in so much work, and it's not even coming out from the Ornn. You see, QQR gets locked up. He lived for a pretty long time, but Zandia is doing so much damage to that backline, keeping them absolutely locked up. They cannot get involved in the fight. They can't try and protect QQR. He's ultimately just left on his own to die, and then they can clean through the fight afterwards. That's not what you want when you're playing, you know, the Sen of a Seraphine, the Ornn of a Trundle. You want a very clear front to back. You want people hitting your tanks, and you want your bot lane nice and safe far behind them. If that doesn't happen, you can see how quickly the composition can fall apart.
And the issue is Zandia on this Silas can go onto the backline very effectively. Same for Sharp on this Nocturne, and we know how much range Caitlyn can bring to a team fight. So the question is, how do Cabbage Family orchestrate a team fight that works in their favor?
Front to back it, baby. I don't know how you make that happen. Bit of mind control. You need a bit of vision control. You need to make sure you're not being hit on your sides. Make sure you're not getting flanked. I mean, preferably try to be the one starting the fight. You know, Sharp, he can dive in on the front line and sustain off them if he's not taking too much damage. If he tries to assassinate the backline, he probably ends up just going down. So you don't have to be too worried about counter engages in that department. And in fact, your best opportunity really is going to be now, whilst Zandia cannot steal away the Ornn ult again.
That's going to be a lot of damage from the 8 in the hole. Oh, you are almost dying from the combo. And Chaos will just utilize this pressure now to be able to pick up the mid lane inner tower. Just the top lane inner tower remaining. And then after that, it is the base.
What?
The Cabbage Family that will be next under attack, as the random just maybe playing a little bit too aggressive.
A bit keen with the Gale Force there. Not going to have that cooldown for a while. Pulp, though, again, did use the Subjugate. Won't have that one to take down the Sejuani. I see Random really out of position here, but can't really be punished for it. So, arguably, not out of position at all. As Zeta taking a little bit of damage up here. He does lose the Lock Exchange versus a Sejuani. Although, to be fair, he does have the Sunfire, whereas Sejuani has the Frozen Fist. So, maybe he can get away with it, but he's not going to try and find out. Instead, back off and maybe look for a fight in the jungle with the rest of the team.
Looking for potential engage on to a Sharp. In comes Gulberg to the players. Well, the Tidal Wave's just going to find everyone in this choke point. Full of the Forge God does not land on to anyone. Gulberg being caught out in is the Paranoia. Zandia though jumping onto the backline and will delete Heather from the game. And in comes the Nocturne onto QQR. Doesn't have enough damage, and Sharp will end up falling. But it is a 1-for-1 jungler for support. Chaos will be able to find the tower, and Chaos will continue to siege.
You can see, yeah, if Sharp tries to go for the backline, he does sort of get tapped. The thing about that fight is, if you take that fight 10 seconds later, if you're Cabbage Family, you have a much better chance. You know, Pork didn't have the Subjugate up, and it's, even when you're not dropping up to the Sejuani passive, it's such a massive source of damage for the team. I think, obviously not directly, but you'll see, maybe Sharp just goes down if he's ulted there. Maybe Gulberg just goes down if they're ulted here, but instead everyone's forced to back away, and that means that once again, Zandia is allowed to do you know, everything that he wants to the backline here. He can play insanely crazy in the 1v3 and pick up the kill as well. Now, some of the heal coming through from Spark to make sure the TPR stays alive, and that time Pork does have the Subjugate available to guarantee that Sharp does go down, but I mean, ultimately, once again, it's a fight taken not on the perfect ground for Cabbage Family. And again, when you're getting separated like that, when your backline is left exposed, that's when it's going to get a little bit scary.
And now, all of a sudden, it's a 10k goal lead for the side of Chaos. We've got a Baron coming up in 1.5 minutes time. Ocean Drake in just over 1 minute as well. But it's looking very difficult for Cabbage if they want to defend. Look how much damage that Ace in the Hole from Random does on QQR.
Yeah, it's not great. It will be healed on up. Obviously, we have the Seraphine Senna. That's two people with a lot of healing, and with QQR as well being able to put his own shield on himself, he's, I think, going to get extra healing from Seraphine. I think that's how that works. Who's to say? It's Porp. Doesn't get the ult out to Coolbug. I think Coolbug should just die there, right? Like, he hasn't got flash. Porp, I'm pretty sure Porp could just pop the ult on him there and just run, right? And
This is why Tom Kick said that he's the king of weak side, right?
I don't think that's king of weak side. I think that's just Gap.
King of luck. Gap?
I think that's just Porp. I think they could have gone for something there. Like, that's a guy hasn't got his flash. I mean, obviously, you know, maybe it's because we know that there's not 7 people lurking on the corner trying to collapse on it. But I don't know.
I mean, how would there be 7 people lurking around the corner? 5-man teams.
Hey, trust nobody, not even yourself.
Trust it. It's just when there's a Renata ulted.
Yeah, that gets involved.
3 members of the enemy. Yeah, actually, that's a good point. However, Drake now are going to get started by the side of Chaos, and while the start of this game was relatively close, it has started for the way of Chaos. That being said, I do think if Cabbage Family can get this game to last a bit longer, more ornaments come through, the Senna and the Victor get stronger, maybe they can find a way back into the game. The issue is, they're 10k gold down. If they were 4 or 5k gold down, maybe it's doable.
We do be kind of scaling. It is, yeah, worth noting that even though you're down gold, you're not, because souls exist, right? The average value of a soul is like 50 gold or something. If he has 100 souls,
Wait,
then
50 gold?
Yeah,
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about Great Souls. You said Great Souls worth 50 gold. Pork's getting caught up, and now they're going to turn on to Zandia in a 1v4. He goes gold and tries to find time, tries to heal up, but that is 1,000 gold going the way of QQR's Victor.
that guy lived a pretty long time, but the shutdown going over to the best player to get it, you have to think. QQR picking up that 1k in the bag. Although a lot of cooldowns were committed to try and find that kill, so not too much in the way of defense of that top side. Again, Coolbug will just be able to queue on out of that one. But, you know, no victor on the table. 30 seconds till we can teleport back on in. But again, there's no subjugate, there's no encore as well. Pork has to be careful here.
Sharp kind of caught out as well by the pillar. However, no further engage does come through. QQR getting forced out by Random. Has so much damage on the Caitlyn with the Infinity Edge. A Pork once more stepping forward, takes a lot of damage. Bezetta is now leading the charge, and the Random will get sniped down by the Railgun. Cabbage one more. They want Sharp, and it's a double kill for Spark. Never say never, because Cabbage Family are turning this game around and maybe finding a way back in. What was a 10k gold deficit now down to a 9k gold deficit, and a lot of items can be purchased as well.
You see there, we get the fight, you know, without Zandia flanking the backline. Suddenly it goes a lot better for Cabbage Family. You know, they managed to walk up, have their tanks be tanks. You know, you can get Zeta engaging. What can Coolbug do to stop Heathen? Not a lot there at all. And they time it perfectly. You do that engage 5 seconds later, Zandia's respawned and he's teleporting on in. They get it just in time, but he cannot come to join that fight. 1k bounty picked up for Spark as well.
And before QQR picked up that 1k shutdown gold, he was actually an entire item behind Zandia. Zandia had his 3 items completed, and QQR just had the Rabadons and the Liandries. Now QQR has a Void Staff as well, has the upgraded Liandry's ornament. Don't ask me for the name, Harry, because I have no idea whatsoever. Wait, you know it? You know it?
I think the word anguish is involved.
No, that's his normal name. Leandry's Anguish.
It's not Leandry's Torment anymore?
Leandry's Torment? No, it is Leandry's Torment.
It is Leandry's.
It used to be Leandry's Anguish.
Oh god. Syzygy. That's the Eclipse one. I know that one's been picked up by Spark. Yeah. Something to do with moons. It's like an Eclipse similar. Oh, Sharp taking a lot of damage.
Sharp
though.
taking a lot of damage. The Encore's gonna land onto 2, but no follow-up. The beat dropper comes through. Glacial Prism won't land onto anyone. Focus turned onto Zandia, who goes golden. Fall of the Forge God won't find a knocker, but it doesn't matter. It's another shutdown for QQR, and Cabbage Family are not letting Chaos advance any further through their base. Coolberg, I don't care how cool you are, there is no survival for you. He's trying to run all the way out, but the pillow will lock him in a place. He goes under the fountain, a most noble of deaths, but it will still be a shutdown for QQR, who is getting so much gold in these last few minutes of the game.
Coolberg deciding that he doesn't want to drag it out, wants to make sure he can respawn nice and quick. I have to say, a defensive ult from Sharp. I think the point of this ult was just so that he didn't get sniped by a center ult. To guarantee there was no vision. I don't think they had wards that far back, but he didn't know that one. But all that happens is he gets chunks out, falls back, and Zandia is once again left alone in the front line. And as I said, once again, QQR the beneficiary of the big shutdown.
15 kills to 12. Remember how I said if it wasn't a 10k goal lead and a 5k goal lead, I'd believe it? Well, it's a 6k goal lead now for Chaos, and I'm starting to believe in the Cabbage Family turnaround.
We'll see what else we can do. That trap not placed in the right spot, but he tried to E into it. I was like, what is that animation? Is that comes on through, building out items. TP flank though from Zandia. Oh no, Coolberg. In fact, Zandia holds onto his TP. Coolberg will be able to jump on out, but he does have a good angle now for an ultimate onto the backline. Zandia lining up over that wall as well. Could be looking to find Spark and Heathen. They need to respect the fog a little bit more if we don't want to have a repeat of that last handful of fights.
And Harry, you said the strength of Cabbage Family is they are so good as a 5-man. They've been playing together for so long. They have the teamfight composition. This is where they get to prove themselves. The hijack Fall of the Forge, but will find 2 members. Even a chunk down. Zeta will eat. He engages over the wall. Comes Port, but he's unable to steal the Drake away. Zandia will be able to find a kill onto the Trundle, and Cabbage Family will be forced to retreat out of the river.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately for Port, it doesn't matter if you get that Drake Brella, it's a single ocean. Maybe we're worried about the soul, which, hang about. I mean, they don't really have the damage for this one.
Onto Fullberg. They don't have the damage. I think they might very well do. The Chaos Storm is doing work. QQR will be able to find the kill. And now both the Sejuani and the Trundle are down. It's a 4v4, but Chaos are looking for the mid lane inhibitor tower. They will be able to find it. Random now on the run. Zeta stepping forward, looking towards their Sharp, but he's just forcing Chaos away as Cabbage Family regroup in their base.
Yeah, well, let's see how worth it that was. I mean, they do manage to defend. Yeah, I was a bit worried that, committing the Encore just to take down the Sejuani could be a bit of a big deal, but they managed to pick them up and don't lose too much. More Orn items coming on through as I try to remember what Sunder is called. I looked it up the other day. I found it by accident. It's similar to the word Sunder, or I don't know what it is. But the point is that I feel like it's a bit keen from Port here to flash on through. Like, getting this one Drake doesn't matter. I get that Ocean Soul is pretty nice for both teams here, but ultimately he is just stuck 1v5, which is not really the point of the comp. Unfortunately, they don't get ran down a bit, and they can actually now move on over towards the Baron. It's just, that's uncharacteristic for Port. He's got to be careful.
Baron started then by Cabbage Family. There's a flank from Zandia. He's looking to come in from behind. The Baron might already be secured. Paranoia used. Sharp going into the backline. Zandia trying to follow. Encore's going to only land on a 2-1, but he's out of this fight. And QQR has already fallen. B-Dog will lock Zandia in place, but he's still going to be able to find 1 kill. Cabbage Family looking to turn this back around, but it's going to be so difficult. Zeta trying to take in all of the damage, but doesn't have the tankiness. Porp left alone in the Baron pit and will fall. It's a double kill for the random, and only Spark is left standing, and this might very well be at the end. Spark is not being allowed to back, and there are 3 members of Chaos barreling forward in the mid lane.
Pushing on up. Do they have a wave with them? I think that they do, and even if they don't, there's a wave up in top. So how much time have we got? Just about 20 seconds on both of the wave clear. It's going to be the Victor. It's going to be the 7. I don't think they spawn in time. Spark manages to get out, but what can he really do to stop this push? Not a lot.
locked down by the glacial prison, and Chaos will pick up an ace before Chaos will pick up the Nexus, and Chaos will take the win against Cabbage Family in Group E of the NLC Aurora Cup.
It starts off as a relatively close game, things being traded back and forth, the advantage always going slightly in Chaos's favor. But the build-up of that wasn't going to be too much. It wasn't that much of an issue. It's being counteracted by the scaling, but too many team fights in a row. The bot lane and the back line are left exposed. They are vulnerable to Zandy. We see that flank come on through at the end. It's like, yeah, if both of the tanks are in the pit, like not just like at the edge of the pit, but just physically inside the pit, there's nobody stopping, Zandia coming from the back, and we saw, Kubo coming in from the side. It's a completely exposed set of carries. They get tapped immediately, and that's just not how you want to be playing out the fights with that kind of composition. And that happens, 3 or 4 fights across the course of the game, and that's where all the gold really started to pick up for Chaos.
Now, while we do wait for our analyst desk to get ready so we can throw to them, I want to get your thoughts, Doctor. MVP of that game.
Bit of Zandia gap every time. He's smurfed. Yeah, every team fight, he's picking up the people he needs to.
Not the weak side King Coolberg?
My man was ulting frontline on cooldown there. It's not.
True.
It was not
True.
getting a lot going.
All right. On that, though, that is it from myself and Doctor. We're going to be heading back to the analyst desk to break down that game and have our winners interview.
Hello. Thank you for passing it on to the analyst desk. I'm back here with Tom Cake and Demb. And I'm going to follow up with a question that Milky Zero was posing, which was, who was your MVP for this game? Dem, who was it?
I think it has to be Coolberg. My man on the Sejuani doing big things.
Okay, who is it for you, Tom?
I gotta agree. I'm really happy to see Kuhlberg on the Rift. I was a little bit worried that Feedberg might appear, but he kept it on for the remainder of the game there.
Hey, Jay, I mean, you should be happy, right? KO won. It's exactly what you wanted, what you expected. You're the main number one supporter of this team. I mean, I'm disappointed for the Cabbage family. The fans like Doctor, but it is what it is. Eventually they might come back from this one. Let's remind people that there are still quite a few games to go. But for now, we're going to be welcoming Sharp, actually, your MVP here, for the game. Welcome, Sharp.
Hey,
Hello.
thanks for having me.
Thank you for joining us. First of all, congratulations for that victory. And I mean, the first question should be, how did you went through that game? Was it like exciting? Were you like chilling, like X7 and Viking told us before? How were you feeling?
I think we were feeling pretty good in the early game, but then later on in the game, we gave, I think, like 3 or 4 1K shutdowns to Victor. We were starting to shake a bit, but when they had to fight into us, it was a lot easier instead of us trying to siege. So it worked out in the end.
Okay, we hope to see more of those last moments in future games where you were more consistent. But I want to leave it up to Tom Cake and Demb to pose a question. So let's start with you, Demb.
Listen, I'm gonna be honest. Backstage, I said that I have no clue how you're gonna win with that draft. So can you maybe try and explain to me a little bit about the logic behind picking a Caitlyn that's not gonna be able to push, a Nocturne that's not gonna be able to kill anyone?
Well, I think we early picked a Caitlyn because we think it's strong, I guess. And I thought we would do better in the bot lane early, but they neutralized that quite well. And also, I think my AD should have gone Kraken against their front line. Would probably have been a bit easier then. But yeah, they had a pretty strong comp against our all-in. So when we had to fight into them, it was really hard to fight into Victor, Ornn, Trundle, Seraphine.
Okay. Tom, do you want to get more insight and knowledge about something in particular?
Well, to get more knowledge, it was pretty standard chaos overall, but what I would love to know is like how you're feeling about the rest of the games. I was like confident seeing when you play the usual strong early, throwing a bit in the late game, having a bit of shits and giggles, but how are you feeling about Eminem and X7 when meeting up against them later?
As far as I know, at least X7 is not playing the same roster than the new Masters. Is that correct? Or
That's correct.
Yeah.
yeah, okay. So yeah. So after seeing their first game, we're not that worried. We know that like this is their, especially X7 is at a higher level than we're used to. So we might have to mix it up then. But I think Eminem is definitely doable. Just from knowing their players and seeing them play earlier today.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so we're gonna tell them that you call them doable. Um, that's gonna be there on the records. Last question, Sharp. I want to know if you've got any spicy picks in there that you can, tell us about.
Well, let's see here. My support plays a really good Yumi, so we'll have to see if he's gonna pull that
Ah.
out.
No, please. I think we will be grateful if that did not play during today's games. But in any case, we will be looking forward to see what more you can bring us today from Chaos. But I think it's time to let you go to prepare for the next game. So thank you very much for joining us, and maybe we'll see you later.
I thank you.
Pleasure.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, so Yumi is not what I would call a particularly spicy pick in comparison to all the things that we've seen. But what are your main takeaways from this interview, Demb?
Well, firstly, I will say I hope whoever picks Yumi lose. But other than that, I think Cabbage Family, the draft was fine.
Okay.
Maybe you just want to take it a bit slow with the team fighting later on. Make sure you don't give up too much gold during mid game. Just clean it up a little bit, and I think they'll still be fine because I am not sure how KS was supposed to win this, but they somehow did.
It's just laner diffs.
We'll see if that keeps on being the main topic for today as we head on to a break until the next game. So thank you very much for joining us at the analyst desk, and see you soon. Bye.
痛いても足を止めないのは愛しい笑顔がいつもこの背中を押す
welcome back for the third game of the day for this Group E. And I'm here, as you can see, with some new analyst desk members. We've got Demb back. I'm introducing here the fake one. Hello, how are you doing today? Have you been watching the games?
Hello guys. Yes, I have been watching the games, and I'm not gonna lie, the level of play is surprising at times, both positively and negatively. But I think the cool factor here is that we get a lot of new picks in terms of how EU Masters look like and how NLC Summer looked like, and that is probably the most important part to our viewers anyway.
Okay, so a little bit of consistency will be nice. I think that's what I'm getting from this comment. But I mean, we're heading on to the next game, and it's between two undefeated teams. Chaos, who just played, and X7, who played the first game. I mean, I think they come in with quite different mentalities, play styles, like game plans. We've got X7, who Viking said in the interview that they were trolling and stealing kind of for this game. And then we have Chaos, who just talking to Shab, he was saying, well, we might be bringing some spicy picks, but generally speaking, it's been going quite standard. So I want to know, first of all, expectations for this game. Let's start with you, the fake one.
So I think Viking said it best himself. They are in this tournament for fun. They're not looking to try as hard as usually. So I don't think X7 is going to approach this match any differently. I think Chaos is probably a stronger opponent than any other team. Oh, maybe M&M was a strong opponent, right? But they're definitely a stronger opponent than Cabbage Family. So I doubt there's going to be any reason to try hard here for X7, and I believe Viking promised us a interesting jungle pick, right, Dem?
Hopefully. He better be a man of his words, otherwise we're gonna have some trouble. That's for sure.
Yeah, if it's not, we're gonna slander him on Twitter.
Yeah.
That's just how it works.
Cool. I mean, we had Silas in the last game, but it was mid lane, so maybe not like that spicy out of the box, you know. But if he brings it to the jungle, we'd be quite happy with it. But for now, we're going to be seeing if that actually happens and if Viking kept his promise or not as we head on to the picks and bans. Bye!
Hello everyone, good morning, good evening, or whatever time it is to you. My name is Lithi and I am here with someone I'm super excited to cast with. Solari, how are you doing on this lovely day?
Hello, I am also super excited because it's going to be our first time together and I already have very high expectations and so far all of them have been fulfilled, but I have another list of things we need to go through. So let's get into it because we are at my favorite stage of the game, the picks and the bans, and we already have some bans pouring in. So let's see what Chaos versus X7 game is going to bring us.
Oh, it's gonna be exciting, and right on the list, of course, are a Kalista ban, a Nami ban, and which is gonna sound a little bit surprising, the 5th Rengar ban in 2 days for me. So, yeah. What's up with the cat?
What's up with the cat and you, apparently? Because this is my first Rengar ban in 2 days, so something is happening that I don't know about. But definitely, apart from Rengar, we are focusing heavily on the bot lane. In the last game, we just saw Caitlyn and Nami combination on the bot lane. Well, neither of them are going to be happening this time because Caitlyn just joined the bans, and a ban that I'm personally very happy to see, to be honest, Hecarim, who is very chaotic on the Rift after all the changes, but we are not going to see him this time too.
Yeah, quite honestly, also not really a horse person myself, so totally fine with the Hecarim as well. I'd love to see Yuumi ban just because I don't want to see Yuumi, but apart from that, this is more or less pretty on point with the current meta bans, really.
Yeah, I mean, okay. That surprises me a little bit.
Yeah, that's not a meta ban.
Yesterday I had probably my first Jana pick ever that I witnessed, and she used to be my main for a long time, so it felt a little bit personal. So, do X7 know something, or am I missing something? I wonder, but definitely that's not what I expected. I expected something like Maokai, for example, to be joining the bans, but here he is actually as the first pick from Chaos, which is honestly quite expected. It is such a flexible champion that you just want to be taking him as the first pick whenever you have an opportunity to do so.
Absolutely, and the other champion that's been high priority for a lot of people that I wanted to bring up that is actually just instantly locked in for X7 is the Misfortune, super strong on the bot lane currently.
Needs to be paired up with something that's gonna provide her with the possibility to shine, because Misfortune is definitely a good pick to start with, but you know immediately that you need to be building up your team around Misfortune because she will need a lot of things happening and to be set up for her. So something like a Momo support, for example, something we can be looking into. But I love this second pick from X7 because we just saw Kulberg in the previous game on Sejuani from the top lane. So it's not going to happen this time, say X7 and take it for themselves. And it's just a generally very good blind pick for the top lane if that Maokai is not going top.
Absolutely. Also, Sejuani, I mean, you can still flex her. You can flex her to support, which probably wouldn't be ideal with the Misfortune, but you can also flex her into the jungle. Same on the other side. Maokai also a little bit of a flex, but with the Trundle locked in, most likely going to go support the Silas. Yoinked as well for Zandia, so that's an exciting thing to see return for Chaos. And last but not least, one more pick for X7 coming up before the second round of bans. And Aatrox, I'll be very honest with you, this is the first Aatrox I've seen this Aurora Cup because he's been perma-banned. Every single time I've cast him.
Okay. I'm seeing him every game. Pretty often he's banned indeed, but sometimes he gets picked and you know that this is going to be a big trouble for the enemy team because you need to reapproach your whole approach to the game when you see that Aatrox on the top lane because you know you absolutely need to shut him down as soon as possible because otherwise, by the time he leaves the top lane, you are in big trouble.
Yeah, and we've seen all over the world, basically teams try different things. We've seen a Teemo attempted at Worlds, different angles.
Can we not talk about it?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to throw it in there because people go crazy about this Aatrox pick. And it still doesn't work. Aatrox keeps winning. So, yeah, definitely a power pick locked in for X7. But we do have Twitch on the list of bans and the Victor joining him for the moment. Anything you'd like to see here for the ban list?
Also Yumi, to be honest. I mean, after Aatrox was not banned and was picked, there is not much I want to see from the bans anymore. But Yumi is definitely something that might just appear here. We still don't have the bot lane for cows completely, so some other bot lane picks might, not the picks, the bans rather, might just appear there from X7, but actually they're going to ban a Momo themselves, which surprises me, to be honest, because it would have been a good addition to the cows pick, just adding a little bit, well, a lot more CC to their combination, but it also would have worked for X7, so they're just limiting their options all of a sudden.
Yeah, also they have first pick, so the Amumu. A little bit strange, but hey, you don't want to give a Curse of the Set Mummy over to a Silas as well, right? You end out the Azir on top of that, so kind of preventing a little bit more scaling mid lane power from X7. What are you expecting for the last 4 picks here, especially for X7? There needs to be something for the MF.
Here comes something for the MF. It has to be locked because this is Renata Glask, ladies and gentlemen, being locked in for the bot lane. It's a 50-50 pick because with Silas, whenever you pick something with a good ultimate, you always know that there is that risk of giving this ultimate to the enemy team. And right now, the hostile takeover definitely a big thing, especially if you're looking into things that it can hate on the side of X7. So Misfortune and Aatrox, definitely big things that absolutely they mean that basically the team fight can be changed if Silas is very good with that ultimate. But it also means pretty much the same for X7 because what?
Whoa! Is that a Yasuo top lane or
is it Yasuo bot lane?
Is that a bot lane? I mean, we get the last pick right away, so it really looks like it is gonna be a Yasuo bot lane. If this Renekton actually gets locked in, nope. Not the Croc, it's Camille coming in, and I like this pick.
I like it much more than the Croc, to be honest, especially since in this patch, Camille received a little buff to herself, giving her a little bit more sustainability on the top lane, so it's something that you want to see being locked, and something that will help cows quite a lot, because you will need some very reliable backlane access and something that can lock somebody down, something like Misfortune or Renata, that you want to immediately take out of the battle. You steal her ultimate, and then... No, don't tell me.
It's Kali for slow queue. Oh my goodness. We are off to an interesting draft here, Solari.
Okay, it's mid lane Akali. And we still have that Camille on the top lane for cows. So I would be a little bit worried for that Akali. If Kulberg is quick enough, he has the opportunity to completely remove Akali from the battlefield. But I am seeing a problem here, and I'm seeing a very good thing that's happening for X7 right now, because they have the pick that is just going to work if they don't throw the early game. Because they have things that are going to scale after the laning phase very nicely, regardless of how bad they were feeling, unless they were not completely stopped. So as cows right now, you have Aatrox on the top lane that you absolutely need to stop as early as possible. You need to throw a lot of resources there. But then you have the mid lane, and if you leave mid lane unattended, this Akali is going to get out of the laning phase, go into the mid game, and do pretty much the same. She's going to go in and destroy your whole team. So how do you split between these two lanes? What do you prioritize?
It's gonna be a tough call, and I mean, at the same time, you got the Yasuo Trundle on the bot lane trying to deal with the MF. There's a lot of things going on. You talked about the list. Chaos has a list as well. It's getting very, very long, and I'll be very honest, I'm low-key worried. I like this X7 draft a lot more.
I will have to agree with you. Again, just because they have this insurance coming into the mid game, if nothing goes too bad for them in the early, they will be able to win team fights if they're not too far behind. And it's going to be hard to get them behind as well because they don't necessarily have the losing laning phase either. Like, yeah, for Akali, it's not going to be way too easy, but she's standing with a Sylas, and it's a pretty manageable combination. It all depends on the individual level here, and I would say that's how the game will go. It will very much depend on the individual level of everybody.
Individual levels indeed, and with that we are on to the Rift, ladies and gentlemen, and of course everyone in between. It's Chaos versus X7, the top dogs battling it out for a #1 spot here in this group. And we get some early invade shenanigans. Zandia over the wall with the Sylas.
Having some cheesy tactics pretty early on. I love to see that. The Chaos really are not joking around. They know they need to try to get ahead as early as possible in this game and to keep this advantage in their hands. So they're starting even before the minions are spawned. That's interesting to see. Not going to result in anything, fortunately for X7, but at least they're getting some vision, because in this game, the vision battle in the early game is going to be super crucial for both of the teams, because as X7, you need to understand what is the movement of Chaos jungler to see what lane they will try to prioritize early on. And for Chaos, it's just what lane you know you can have some action going around.
And especially the jungle pathing, as you mentioned, is going to be super, super important. We talked about the Aatrox that needs to be shut down, so top lane focus from Sharp would be expected. And Akali, also something you don't want to get rolling. And, I mean, do we need to talk about Misfortune? So basically, Sharp could target any lane here and still do the right thing, quite honestly.
Viking, are you sure that's not exactly your jungle?
And here's a Maokai walking up to him slowly, menacingly. Last cone over the wall, and Sharp is gonna join in right in time. It's level 2 versus level 2, but quite honestly, this Aftershock Maokai seems to be in a little bit of a better position, gets stunned up, and Viking should be able to just walk this off, but there's still the potential for the rest of his team. Oh, flash forward, twisted advance, Viking locked down, and Zandia just trying to catch in. Oh, this stuff is beautiful. It's a first blood for Chaos.
Not even the 3rd minute in the game, and we already have action, and we already have the first blood happening. Might be some more. Look at these two mid laners. They're hungry for some more action.
Yeah, Zandia is not quite done. Sharp doesn't have the flash anymore, so can't really connect on Slowq, but Slowq also not quite through with this exchange. The Akali holding her head high at the moment. But overall, this is definitely the start Chaos would have been hoping for going out of this draft.
Oh, absolutely. They want to get ahead, as I said already, and they want to keep this position throughout the early stages of the game to make sure that they can secure the lead, especially on the top of the mid lane. And already we see that happening because, oh my god, and the bot lane too. So much action throughout the whole map. This is going to be hell of an interesting game. But quickly throwing that in, the first blood, the first kill for Chaos is sitting on their mid lane, and we were talking about shutting down these two lanes, and already we have the potential for Chaos to try to accelerate the action a little bit around the mid lane.
Absolutely. On top of that, Viking, quite honestly, that's a little bit of a setback for the early jungle of the Sejuani. Of course, a little bit of a delay for Sharp as well, but overall, you definitely have the opportunity to kind of get ahead in this jungle 1v1, while Sharp looking for an invade himself now, while Zandia is just trying to freeze this lane. Slowq pushed out, Viking just trying to crash this wave into the turret.
Yes, he decided to stay in the mid lane there a little bit, but look at the top lane. This is where things could get really interesting now.
Yep, I see Gale sitting a little bit in an unfortunate situation. Still, the damage is good, and the World Ender more than enough. Some solid damage coming in with that Ignite as well. Coolberg down on the floor, approaching those 7 deaths slowly but surely.
Again, another standoff in the jungle, but what just happened on the top lane is suddenly starting to look good for X7, because this is the kill that just went to Aatrox, and Aatrox can accelerate super quickly in the game, starting with the very early kills, and this is already happening for him, which means he has already been ahead of Kulberg on the top lane, and he's just going to jump from there to the heights that Kulberg will not be able to achieve as early as him, because for Camille, this is absolutely crucial to get to Divine Sunbreak before she can get into some real action, and I don't think she's going to do it on time. I don't think it's going to be the Mythic before Icy Gale gets one.
It does look like it, and an Aatrox that's running away with the lane usually has good potential to run away with the game as well, right? So I'm a little bit worried about this scoreline at the moment as Kulberg goes for a very interesting roam. Beautiful hook shot. The combo of the CC is on point, and it's another kill for Zandia. 2-0 on the Silas, 2 stacks on the Dark Seal. That's a good start for Chaos' mid lane.
That's an interesting angle on the game in general. They know that they're going to have troubles on the top lane, but not bot lane apparently. Oh, the flash!
Yep, Tubby has to burn that one to get out of this sticky situation. Beautifully placed pillar, and there you already can see the random and Eski. They're not messing around with this Yasuo Trundle bot lane.
Oh, absolutely not. And you know what's even more beautiful? This Yasuo Trundle bot lane, the moment it leaves bot lane and the moment we finally get to see the team fights, it's going to be so devastating. Even without getting the kills in the bot lane early on, they just get some advantage, and after that it's going to be all that they need, because we already have so many beautiful combinations available for Yasuo in this game, and just in general the setup for team fights is super interesting for Chaos. So much control on CC and so much immediate burst damage that they can throw on top of that. It looks rather explosive, I would say, but don't get too relaxed, because things are looking good for Chaos right now, but X7 still have a good angle they can try to play from, and apparently they're thinking exactly that, because look at the top lane, some action happening there again. Oh no,
Yeah,
Viking is just shadowing.
Viking just looking for a little bit of pressure. We do have Sharp in the bot lane. They might be eyeing up a dive, but enemy bot lane very healthy. Zandia in the mid lane. The perfect execution is in. Both ults traded. Who can get it? It is the solo kill for slowQ. What an exchange. The kill going over to X7's mid laner.
That looked like a very good mid lane for Chaos, but the moment that Akali hits level 6, you know this is already a major power spike for her, even before she gets the any mythic item, which she would very much like to have. Even before that, it's already such a big amount of burst damage that I don't think it's even possible for Silas to compete with it pre-items. It was a very close fight though, you have to admit. Both perfect executions were being thrown at each other at the same moment.
On top of that, slowQ is running Ignite TP, and that Ignite is absolutely crucial in this 1v1 as well.
Oh, absolutely. It's
He's a little bit chained down up there.
a little bit. I would say quite a lot. He is not finding himself on a good lane. Look at the difference in CS between the top laners, and look at the difference in experience as well. Icy Gale is just leading the lane. There is absolutely no way for Kulberg to hope for anything.
It's not just Icy Gale. Look down in the bot lane as well. There's constant pressure from the random Eski, but still, KT is basically the same number up, almost 40 CS ahead of this Yasuo at the moment. And overall, even if it seems like the pace has been going a little bit in favor of Chaos, X7 is just looking rock solid at the moment.
And if you look at the difference in the gold between the teams, you can see that actually it's X7 who are leading quite constantly. They already have secured themselves a 1,000 gold lead, which, considering that we're pre-10th minute in the game, is a pretty big one.
And pre-10th minute is actually a very important point to bring up, because now we got to talk about objectives, right? We got the first dragon on the Rift, we got the Herald up as well, slowQ getting ganged up on by Eski with the hijack. The ult can't be stolen at the moment, but it's more than enough to force the Akali out.
The pillar was a little bit too late to stop that Akali completely and get the kill, but it's better than nothing, because otherwise it could have been another solo kill for slowQ. Speaking of objectives, you were just talking about the Herald that's on the map. Look at Chaos already taking it in their hands.
Yeah, it's beautiful roam by the Trundle, pushing out the enemy mid laner, and, well, with that much priority on the Rift at the moment, you can easily go for this first Herald. Oh, that's a unfortunate position for Viking. The Maokai ult is in, the Herald is taken, but Icy Gale, he wants to fight, and he is massive, forcing them out just with sheer presence, but they can't really find a fight. The re-engage from Sharp, though, they are in on this Aatrox. The flashes need to be traded. Can Icy Gale get away? He does a hell of a lot of damage, but they can't really take them down. Kuhlberg is still alive, and it's a third kill for Zandia.
And it's a complete win for Chaos at this moment in the game because they managed to secure the objective and get a kill and get a rather important kill on Aatrox, shutting him down. Something we were talking about, that it should be one of the big objectives for the early game for Chaos. They managed to do it, so kudos to them. Right now they have something that they can try to use to accelerate their position on the map. Either on the mid lane or in the top lane would look rather nicely because that Herald would be such a good tool for them to push further. And they need to keep pushing because the moment they lose the grasp of the game, X7 are going to get back on top of them.
Absolutely, and you already mentioned the Camille. She needs this Divine Sundra, and I think
Yes.
the sooner Kuhlberg gets into the position of being able to contest Icy Gale in the side lane, the easier the game is going to get for Chaos. At the same time, hey, you could make an argument about this Yasuo needing more gold to fight this MF on the bot lane, and also the Sylas is so far ahead, you can just tear down mid lane turret and, well, kind of try to open up the map from there.
Honestly, I think Herald would be so good just everywhere on the map. Anybody, any lane could benefit from it. So whatever you pick and choose, you go and do it. But with the dragon right now on the map, maybe you could use the Herald to accelerate your position around the dragon. Oh, like that!
Yep, Sharp still wants to fight. The root is in on slow Q. Zandia does steal the perfect execution, tries to get in on the Akali with the stun, but doesn't quite connect. Now Viking, though, caught out in the open. Tabby is there with the hostile takeover, but it's not enough to keep Viking alive. That's a Sejuani down. The catch in onto KT as well. A little bit too far forward with the misfortune, and that's gonna be a dragon and a few kills for Chaos.
And we end this fight with a 5-2 between the teams, with Chaos pretty strongly in the lead. So you can say that when it comes to the early game, in this game, they are pretty much in control. So one of the objectives has been completed by them, even though, yeah, the mid lane looks a little bit very much spicy, I would say, because these two mid laners will keep fighting, and slow Q, he has the Ignite available. And this Ignite is going to be a very big thing, a very big tool in those negotiations on the mid lane.
Absolutely. Also, the Oblivion Orb already completed for the Akali as well, so the anti-heal definitely is on in there. But if we take a look around at the items, Maokai, Sharp, already completed his Mythic, the Everfrost now coming in for Zandia as well, so all aboard the team. It's Chaos picking up the first big purchases, and now that the objectives are down, well, it's a little bit of a glimmer of hope that X7 doesn't need to fight around objectives with this item difference.
And keep your eyes on Zondia and his itemization, because we already have one of the two paths that he needs to absolutely power spike on the Rift. Right now, looking into probably getting Zhonya's as the second item, and right after that, he could just become unstoppable. And all that damage coming from slow Q, both the burst damage and the damage from the Ignite, is not going to be that effective anymore, because he will have this survivability insurance available for him, which will open just so many possibilities for Chaos to teamfight. And I feel like the moment this is hit, they are going to start grouping up and going into team fighting. Oh, that was close! But no, it's gonna be a point.
If Viking had a smite there, that Herald would have done literally nothing. He was like 5-10 seconds off of that one, so little bit of luck here involved for Chaos, but still. Herald is down, we talked about it. Quite honestly, that's not the ideal Herald plate you want to go for, but it's still a bunch of gold.
Yeah, with the first Herald, you definitely are looking into something that's going to bring more gold to you, especially to someone that you want to be maybe looking into as a potential hyper carry for your team. And I'm looking at you, John Deere, right now, 4-1-1 with 150 gold bounty already on his head. That is a very big player for the team. Ooh.
Yeah, Slow Q doesn't have the Shroud, and he's pretty caught out in the middle of the lane. That's gonna be just a formality, taking the Akali to the cleaners once again. Viking now appearing in the mid lane to soak up the creeps and prevent this tower from being taken, but it's once again Zandia and Sharp just dominating the mid lane.
That is 5-1 already.
Oh, beautiful pillar. The engage with the last breath as well. KT exhausted up and will be taken down is what you think. The bullet time on the return after he dodges the tornado. Beautifully played by the X7 bot lane. The MF survives.
Yes, because there is just not enough damage for Yasuo just yet. Oh, you Viking. You don't recall there, my friend. You don't do that like that.
I mean, I heard that Vikings tend to be a little bit reckless, but that's...
I mean, you can justify him. It's his part of the jungle, so you would expect him to feel very safely. But the thing is, X7 cannot feel safely in the jungle anymore. Yes, they still have all the outer turrets standing, but they are rather weak, and Chaos already have the freedom to move around the map like if it's their own.
And in that regard, I want to bring something up that we haven't really had the time to talk about yet. And that is the vision, or rather, the lack of vision in their own jungle or the enemy jungle, depending on which team you talk about here.
This is surprising, especially from X7, to be honest, because you would expect more vision available from that team, especially considering that they are behind right now, and the difference between the teams is getting bigger and bigger. So you expect to see more vision. You expect them to at least try to understand where they might be caught out, what is the movement of the enemy team, but there is absolutely none of it, neither defensive nor offensive, and this is really surprising.
It is indeed. Also, the Herald is going to be started up, and, well...
Oy, Kulberg.
Yeah, Kulberg, a little bit of trouble here. Icy Gale still very much ahead, even though he got picked earlier. The CS lead definitely still a thing. But that second Herald would be massive for Chaos, so they'll keep the pressure up on that one. The big thing is, X7 rotating their bot lane over. They definitely want to fight for this. And to bring it back to the vision, well, quite honestly, Chaos doesn't really do much along the lines of sneaky plays at the moment, so... reading them like an open book, maybe that's what X7 is going with here.
That might be true, but I don't see it as a big justification, to be honest. Still, you want to be understanding how behind you are. Slow Q. Ooh, he's engaging.
Joey-Con flip, goes after Zandia. That's the first part of the perfect execution used, but just some damage that they get off of it. They picked up the Herald in the meantime, so this tier 1 mid lane turret is done for at the least.
And that's
third first, but don't. Oh, never mind. Icy Gale on the top side, under fire. Beautiful gank by Sharp. And Kulberg even gets away from it. Lots of stuff happening all across the map. In the meantime, on the bot lane, the random picked up turret first blood on that tier 1.
Oh, this is the second turret for the Herald, and this is perfect timing for X7 because they take 1.5 turrets down, and the Drake is up at that very second, so they have a massive priority to go and take it right now without big contest from Chaos. But Chaos disagree with me, and they want to try to do something because it's a rather good Drake to try to take.
Absolutely. Second Drake would be a starting point for Chaos, especially because it's an Ocean Drake. But that one is taken by X7, and they're still trying to go in. Double last breath here with the pillar, and Viking already chunked out like crazy. They're still trying to get on in. Zandia taken away with the hostile takeover, and X7 managed to disengage, only losing their jungler, but still, Chaos is far from done. And we have talked about individual difference at the start of the game here, and that is really shining through for Chaos at the moment, although X7 is striking back hard on the macro game level. And look at Icy Gale. Holy moly. This Aatrox is an absolute menace.
This is all going very well for Chaos as long as there is no Icy Gale around, apparently, because the moment he jumps in, exactly what you expect happens. Kulberg.
Yeah, perfectly executed.
Kulberg, unfortunately, is not finding himself in a good position. Finally, there is Divine Sunder available for him, but this is a very late mythic item, especially if you compare him to Icy Gale, who has been running around with his own mythic for quite a long time already. So, the difference in the top lane, unfortunately, is too big, and right now for Chaos, they need to allow Kulberg a little bit more time and try to give him more farm if they want to see him as a team player.
Yeah, Slowq once again running into his mid lane opponent on the bottom side, but to walk away. And since you bring up the items, we once again have to look at the gold. And we were earlier in the game talking about how X7 accumulated this 1k gold lead in the early. That one's gone. And still 18 minutes in, 600 gold difference. I don't call that a gold lead.
No, that's not that big anymore, which is not speaking good about Chaos and what they're doing on the map, because it's exactly what you were talking about. Very good individual level from Chaos, But when it comes to the macro, when it comes to decisions on the map, X7 are definitely leading. And look at them, they're taking everything slowly but surely. Yeah, the bot lane doesn't look very good for them, but the top lane and the mid lane are completely in the control of X7. And what does it mean? It means that if they find themselves a good lead, they will have such an easy rotation towards the early Baron.
Absolutely. Baron, the next big objective that's going to be on the map in a minute. But the big question for me would be the team fights. Chaos, well, they do like their dives, and this turret is not very healthy. Viking in the area as well. Chaos refuses to pull the trigger on it, and we got to start looking at these team fights, right? We got to start looking at the MF versus the Yasuo, if that can get rolling for Chaos, because there are a few factors on this blue side team that can literally turn the fight in half a second.
There are so many what-ifs when it comes to looking at a potential team fight that I really want to see it actually happening to understand what is going on. Because so many things can go wrong for either of the teams, especially looking at Chaos and oh my god, Icy Gale, don't do that.
Their TP pulled in as well. They are still trying to stay alive. Beautiful Glacier Prison, and that's going to be enough for Icy Gale to turn this 1v1 around. In the meantime, they're going to run down Eski, down the lane. Slow Q coming in as well. The Shuriken flip does connect. The perfect execution gets stopped by the stopwatch underneath the turret. These shots are dangerous, but here comes the bullet time! The Trundle taken down. Sharp not for too much longer. Zandia going in a little bit too hard. Almost gets taken down. And finally, Tabby arrives. X7 roll the fight. 3 kills, stolen Glacier Prison. For the moment, Zandia tries to re-engage. This fight is not quite over. Last breath available as well. But ultimately, X7 disengage, and Chaos, they suffer the consequences. 3 down as Zandia is still going in. The 2-man tornado. Last breath comes in. The stopwatch as well. And Slowq still dancing around everyone, staying alive, staying in the game. It's a 1-for-1 trade ultimately as Kuhlberg enters the fray. The Camille once again is going to be snipped up and killed off. The blue buff taken as the ultimate trophy out of this exchange in X7. Now they're looking happy.
9-11. We were talking about the lead. Oh wait, Viking. Oh my god.
Oh, Tabby. I mean, this is a straight up 1v1 support. Super fight. Whatever you want to call it. But it's a Trundle with an Imperial mandate. I don't know.
And Renata with no completed item and no mana. That's. I wonder how
Also
it would have.
speed boots.
Okay, yes, speed boots. Yeah, that definitely changes everything. Thank you. But can we talk about X7 in this fight? Because look at that, the perfect setup for Miss Fortune, something I've been mentioning. And here it comes. Everybody's busy with everybody. Nobody pays attention or can touch Miss Fortune, has time to turn around and touch her. And because of that, she can land the most perfect bullet time ever. And just in general, this looks so good for X7 because they have the champions that are already feeling like they're at their power spikes, and their power spikes just tend to be much heavier than those that are available for Chaos. And yes, Chaos still have a lot of tools for team fights with a lot of control, but for example, they didn't have Maokai's ultimate because he was used a little bit earlier and it just was not available to help them a little bit under their inner turret.
Absolutely. And now we're back to the vision game, we're back to the objective game. Cloud Drakes all over the rift. It's going to be a Cloud Soul. And Sharp once again finds Icy Gale. It's a 1v3 and they're having trouble to close in on this Aatrox. Close the deal. The World Ender comes in and there is so much healing. The random finally comes in. Oh, the bullet time is absolutely massive. The wind wall nowhere to be seen. Finally the Aatrox dies. Tabby still has the hostile takeover. The dragon is picked up, and here comes the Renata ult. Is not going to find anyone. Slowq still trying to catch up. The perfect execution, and the Shuriken flip connects as well. Slowq with a quick double, and right onto the tree, etching his name into his bark. And Zandia falls on the mid lane. X7 once again. The ideas from Chaos are good, but the macro rotations, the collapses, the backup is just so much better from X7. Never mind, this Maokai is not yet done. He's pretty tanky.
Who is not done? Wait a second. I think it was Slowq who was absolutely not done and still not done. Look at him, he still wants the kill.
Sharp movements here from the Chaos jungler. Good damage on the Maokai, but there is no way in hell he can get anything done here. The jungler down, but it's a very, very delayed pickup, and this is going to prevent X7 from taking up the Baron.
and this allowed Chaos a little time to do something on the map finally, something that they desperately needed to take down that outer turret on the mid lane, and they have full break. If you have the top laner who is so behind and cannot really be a big team fighter, send him to do some split pushing while everybody else is busy with whatever that fiesta of giving more kills was. Look at Sokyu, he's just not stopping. He takes one, he takes two. He's like, ooh, I smell triple, and I want triple.
Oh, yeah, more gold for me. But we also got to talk about the Aatrox again, right?
Yes.
We spoke about it in draft at the start of the game. You brought it up that once this Aatrox actually gets going, Icy Gale is going to be an absolute raid boss and will basically be an impact on wherever he goes on the map. And we see 4 people of Chaos trying to collapse in on this Aatrox, and they still lose the fight afterwards.
Because he has the gold ring already. The survivability and the healing of Aatrox is absolutely insane. How many Grievous wounds do you see on Chaos, and who do you see them on?
Yes.
It's Kulberg, who is not a big team fighter right now. Ooh,
Yep, there's the wind wall, bullet time gets blocked off, Eski still gets out, the last breath comes in, but that is the random a little bit too far, a little bit too deep. Taken down, X7 get another kill.
Having some lead in the early game is a good thing, definitely, but it's all about how you transfer that into the mid game and what you do on the map. It's not just about having good fights and having good kills here and there, it's what you do around the lanes and around the big objectives. And speaking of them, look at the Baron, look at X7.
It's gonna be a tough call for Sharp to get past Icy Gale onto this Baron. Purple Worm at half HP, but the rest of Chaos suddenly appearing from the top side. The fight is starting off and Sharp using that ultimate to mainly disengage, but Renata, Tabby in the back line is getting quite chunked out. There's a hostile takeover, hijacked by Zandia, trying to find any entry into the fight, but it's not really working out. The Baron got cancelled, and X7 is just gonna lick their wounds for the moment and recall.
It was a little bit too much for them. Fighting in such a small enclosure as the Brand Beat when Chaos have all their ultimates available is a little bit too much, even for X7, even when they're leading so massively right now. They don't want to take that much of a risk because Baron flips are... I don't want to see them anymore because, yes, exactly, it's very tough. So as X7, it's a wise idea to just back off and wait for a little bit longer. Maybe focus on the Drake. You have a minute and a half before the next one, and it's going to be a soul point for you. And it's not the worst soul for them, you have to admit. That movement speed boost after the ultimate is going to work fine for everybody, except for Misfortune, maybe.
Absolutely. This Cloud Soul, something you don't want to give to X7 for free, or if you can take it for yourself, definitely a good boon for Chaos. But in the same trail of thought, we got to talk about the items once again, right? Because you mentioned the lead that X7 has at the moment. It looks massive. It looks massive, but mostly because their map pressure is so much higher. They do have most of the tier 1 turrets taken down. They do have the agency and the playmaking potential on the map. But gold-wise, it's barely 3,000 gold lead that they have at the moment. If we're looking at the inventory of the important carries, especially if we look at the Yasuo, the random sitting on 2 items while X7's KT 2 items and a BF sword. It's not that much of a difference. The biggest difference really being this Aatrox and the Akali, I'd say, almost.
Again, it's about how big of a power spike the champions can be hitting. Because yes, the item difference is really not that big. You look at the Sylas, he's already at the power spike with Everfrost and the Zonius. But you look at Akali, who also has that same Zonius and has the Hex, the Crooked Belt. And for her, it just works better because her burst damage output is much higher than the one that Sylas can give in a moment. And we gotta talk again about the Grievous wounds, because there is some healing available for both of the teams. But I'm still not seeing any more Grievous wounds being completed on the Chaos, and they desperately need it if they want to do anything about Aatrox, anything being not throwing everybody at him. Don't do that, Chaos. No, thank you.
Oh, I like this a lot, though. The moment X7 went for this dragon, the entire Chaos crew just jumped on that Baron.
Yeah.
I love the call, but also the call from X7 to just rotate over and try to prevent it from happening. Excellent.
Yes, it's not about taking the Baron, of course, for Chaos. It's just about trying to prevent that soul point from happening, but it was completely unsuccessful. But at least it's good that Chaos decided not to continue applying the pressure on the Baron, because it could have ended very badly for them. Because look at both of the teams. Right now, everybody is ready for a fight, except maybe for Sylas, because he is putting force a fight on him.
Yep, the perfect execution misses, but still Viking comes in over the wall. The Glacier Prison is gonna lock down and jail up Silas once again. Slow Q still staying alive in another 1v1 with Sharp, and once again the Maokai is not gonna find anything. X7, another pick attempt by Chaos, and another beautiful collapse and a revenge pickup by X7. Chaos just can't win these at the moment.
Unfortunately, yes. And you're doing Maokai.
Oh,
You're not getting out of that.
Bye-bye! And he's done.
Took some time,
Godlike.
yes. But, yeah, unfortunately, the difference between the teams is looking just way too big right now in favor of X7. And you can see the idea behind what Chaos are trying to do with the picks, with trying to just have those individual picks on the map versus X7, but it's not going to work because X7 are so quick to react to whatever's happening on the map. And because they have so much pressure and advantage around it, they can just move around it and react super quickly. They're taking the Baron. Chaos really trying to do it.
Oh, Kuberg is trying to get in. The Baron goes over to X7, but this fight is going to be an absolutely devastating one. The bullet time over the wall is absolutely beautiful. Into the backline, the stun lands. DMF taken down. It's a 1-for-1. Viking still alive and kicking, but it's Icy Gale in the front line, and Slow Q cleaning up the back line of the Chaos crew. It's an absolute a lot of that X7 is pulling off here at the moment. This tier 2 turret is gonna fall. Eski will not get away from this menace of a top laner. And X7 find a beautiful fight, a Baron, and probably a good chunk of the base.
They have Baron buff available on 3 members of them if it doesn't get changed now, with Viking going so low, but no, he's fine. He still has Aatrox with him. And this is still problematic, very problematic for Chaos, because Baron buff on 3 members that can split between the lanes and split push there quite nicely, quite successfully. And Chaos still cannot throw anything against X7 because they cannot kill their 2 main carries.
It's a really tough situation here for Chaos at the moment. We talked about kind of the angles and the win conditions they have coming into this game, and we mainly talked about the individual difference, right? And in comes X7 with the macro calls, with the decision making, really. And if we look at this fight once again, it's just a good idea by Chaos, but better executed by X7.
Exactly, you can see the idea behind it. You know that you need to get either Trundle or Silas as close to Misfortune as possible, because you need to either throw the whole Silas or the pillar from the Trundle to stop the bullet time. And you can see them trying to execute it, but Misfortune is not alone there. And she is not the main problem for you right now. She only has 2 kills. Because yes, there is a lot of damage coming from the bullet time, but she's not something that you absolutely need to prioritize killing in the team fight. You don't pay enough attention to Aatrox or Akali, and they run around the team fight, run around the battlefield absolutely unpunished.
On top of that, Slow Q now has a Mage Eyes. Yes, we do have the Rabadons in Zandia's pockets, but you bring up Icy Gale, you bring up the Aatrox. That's a 4-item Aatrox. That's a Black Cleaver, Death Stance, and a Maw of Malmortius. This guy is a literal raid boss, will be 1v5ing the entire enemy team. And I don't really see an opportunity for Chaos to do anything about it. Now they jump him once again, but X7 is gonna collapse in. And Icy Gale still is alive. He's back to full. And here comes the Misfortune. Bringing the bullet time, bringing the pain, but take out the Aatrox. Beautiful. It's hostile takeover. It catches out Sharp, and Chaos needs to start running because Slow Q. Look at this man dashing all over the rift, left, right, and center. Perfect executions, shuriken flips, you name it. He has it, and he has some kills for his team. X7 find the next collapse, and the slaughter on Chaos once again. This game looks to be more or less done at this point. 2 tier 3s down, the inhibitors are bound to fall, and there is not much left for Chaos to do here.
Just look at their base shuttering and maybe trying to hunt for a little bit more kills, but you get 1 kill, but did it really help you in the last team fight? Not really, because did you see how much time it takes for them to try to kill Aatrox? Look at the health bar of that man. Look at that! Look at that! The moment the gold drinker gets propped, you just know that the whole idea was completely wrong. And then the beautiful hostile takeover. Finally, a good hostile takeover landing exactly where it needs to, and Slowq just... Slowq Airlines! He's just flying around the reef taking the kills, and he doesn't need anything else.
This Akali is absolutely amazing. 10, 2, and 5. 16 stacks on his Mage Eyes by now. Man, X7 is putting on a pretty good game, even though the early game didn't look particularly insane for them. In the meantime, they also picked up a Cloud Soul. We probably should mention that along the way.
Yes.
And once again, Chaos looking to fight Icy Gale, and Icy Gale looking to fight Chaos, and they collapse on in. Maokai locked it down. The ult for disengage is going to be good enough, though. They make it out alive, but Kuhlberg sitting all by himself in the back of the map. Now this is going to be a Camille running a little bit of a marathon. How far can Kuhlberg get, and how willing is Viking to risk his life in the process? Looks like he's going to get out.
Yeah, it's very far and not really.
Oh. Now there's the next marathon. The Shroud is in. No. Slowq is literally just waiting. Perfect execute the Sheriff. Oh my god, this is just Akali at her best. It's a beautiful thing to watch. It's a double kill already. The rest of X7 is just gonna rush on in. And with the patience of a ninja, once again, Slowq facilitates the knockout that is ultimately going to lead to the end of this game. Chaos put on a valiant struggle, but it was not to be. Kuhlberg, the last one to fall with his Nexus turrets. The Nexus to boot. X7, they look absolutely dominant, even with this rebuild roster.
13-29. Look at this final kill score between the teams. Yes, definitely the beginning looked a little bit shaky for X7, the very beginning of the game. But looking at their draft, you know that they're not looking into winning the lanes. You know that they can actually sacrifice some lanes in the very beginning of the game to make sure that they get to the mid game. And the moment they do it, this top lane and this mid lane are just going to completely explode. And if you don't stop them before this explosion happens, the collateral damage is going to be too much for you to deal with.
Absolutely. And bring in all the resources, not just invested in the early game, but also in the mid and late game. Every time they tried to catch Icy Gale on this Aatrox, X7 found a fight with 3 to 4 kills afterwards.
Exactly. They sometimes were just using Icy Gale as a bait because they know how long it will take for Chaos to try to take him down. And even if they do it in the end, there is going to be so much more benefit for X7 by the end of it all. It's just a beautiful macro decision and a very beautiful team coordination that we saw from X7 in this game.
Absolutely. I mean, we heard the interview with Viking earlier already. They're just having some fun. They're a little bit trolling, to quote him, but quite honestly, they still look incredibly strong. And with this win, they're going to lock in first place for the moment in this group. How are you feeling about Chaos, though? They put on a pretty good fight against X7. Do you think they have the potential to maybe snap up second place in this group?
I think they do. I cannot say it yet for sure, but I definitely see the potential in them. And if they just approach the macro and maybe the vision as well a little bit differently, definitely they can do so much more as a team because they also have that synergy. Not maybe on that level as X7, but you can understand where it's coming from. But it is there. And it's something that can be built into something beautiful.
I am really, really excited to see what the Chaos crew can do for the rest of the day or the rest of this whole Aurora Cup in general. But for the moment, we're going to toss it over to the analyst desk. They can break it down a little bit more and maybe tell us, hey, how good is Chaos actually, even though they lost this game?
Welcome back here. Thank you very much, both Lydia and Solari. I'm here again with the Fake One and Demb. And what a game! We were kind of holding on to our seats because Chaos really seemed like they could take this win away from X7, which didn't happen in the end. But in just a short sentence, what do you take away from this one game, Demb?
It was fun. It was all it was.
Okay. What about you, the Fake One?
I think overall I think Chaos just lost their mojo in the mid game. They made so many bad decisions, and in the end, it cost them the game. Although I think X7 draft was just pure better.
Okay,
Yeah.
we should be discussing that game by case because, again, as I said, many mistakes are kind of shaky versus X7. I mean, is there a way that they can come back from this? Do you think there's something to be improved? Well, to answer that question, we have Viking hit from X7 to answer to that and more questions. Hello, Viking. Congratulations
Hello.
again. Okay, I'm gonna start off by telling what was the game? Okay, because I know you're playing for fun and just chilling, but what was going down in there?
I mean, we're just trash talking each other in the game a bit, me and top lane, just for fun, and we tried 2 versus 4 at Herald. In a real official game, I would never say fight, but I'm telling my top lane to fight, just having fun with him. But yeah, I mean, I think our draft was very good. We have Aatrox and Renata versus full melee champions, and think it was good flex that we had and stuff, but we put it up in the end, and I just think we had a good draft. It was pretty hard to lose even if we were trolling many stuff.
By the way, you disappointed us but not picking. I mean, Silas, you couldn't pick it, but something else. Go on. Maybe for
The Silas, sadly, they picked it before I could pick it. Sadly.
It was a good takeaway from them.
Yeah, we would win with Silas Young.
For sure.
Yeah, of course.
The fake one. It's your turn now.
Yeah, so Viking, you've already mentioned this tournament is purely for fun, and you're looking for just trying to be as much of a menace on the Rift. So I'm gonna ask the question that all the viewers need to be asked: why no Rek'Sai? Dude, we know you play Rek'Sai for fun all day, every day. Why no Rek'Sai?
I mean, I can pick it, but it's not fun for me. To pick it in this tournament, I think. I can stomp with this champion, but it's also I think we might play a bit slow game as well when we're 4 people. So like 4 new people together. Rek'Sai requires a bit of synergy, I think, in competitive play a bit, you know. I mean, this is not high level we're playing in right now, but
yeah, for sure.
And I could pick it because I'm extremely good on it, obviously, but I think Sejuani just makes sense a lot in draft too, and fits with our mid and top champion pool, like melee champions. And think in a slow game like this, it's just best, you know. And I can face check, we can have bad tempo, we can tank, you know. If I play Rek'Sai and one thing goes bad, I want to open, you know, and I don't want to sit and play Rek'Sai, which I've done millions of times, you know, in these games, you know. I might pick. I mean, I would pick Blitzcrank if it was open. That would be fun, but it's not on this patch, sadly.
Yeah, it's not the patch. It
I
would
mean,
be
if we can change
very
it for
OP
next year,
otherwise.
next week, is it changed? Then I can pick Blitzcrank.
I believe it isn't, but yeah, it would be very
so-
OP on the next patch. Its
Yeah.
jungle clear is just so incredibly fast.
Yeah. I mean, I might consider Master Yi in next game versus Cab or something.
Cabbage family, dude.
Cabbage
Cabbage family.
Legends. It
Put
sounds
some
like.
respect. Put some respect
Yeah,
on the name.
dude, I'm respecting them. It's no problem. No problem.
Damn, I just think you're making some funny faces. I want to tell us what you want to ask Viking. What are you thinking?
Listen, first of all, I'm just gonna say I think this was a good Rammus angle. They had Camilla and Yasuo. I think it was
Aw.
free.
I mean,
Other
it
than
is
that,
true, but my top don't play Sejuani, my friend. Sadly.
Other than that, I think if I'm not mistaken, I think in playoffs it is actually 12-19.
Okay, maybe in the
so
playoffs.
maybe we get
then.
to see some Blitzcrank in playoffs then.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, high chance actually. High chance. Yeah.
I think the fake one was so excited about it that he's actually. Okay, there we go again. So thank you very much, Viking, for joining us for this interview. Once again, congratulations and good luck for the next games. We're gonna let you go prepare for the next ones. So
Thank you.
goodbye for now. Bye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Okay, so that was interesting. It's fine, you know, maybe not Rek'Sai just for now. Who knows? Maybe Silent, one of But yeah, I think it's been fun.
Thank you, guys.
It's good having players keep coming here and giving us their insight. And I think we're gonna go to a break. Indeed, we're gonna go to a break right now. So thank you very much. Thank you for being here with us once again. And we'll see you for the next game. Goodbye.
everyone, we are back with the fourth game of the day. We're gonna have this Cabbage versus Eminem, and the fake one was just saying that he was expecting this game to be a bit more tight, a bit more competitive, because the last ones were just Toms.
Yeah, let's be real. X7, even though they're having fun, even though they're kind of like playing, they are playing well. And maybe not as well as we would expect with the original roster, but good enough to probably sweep away the group. But now, Eminem, they definitely do have something to prove against Cabbage Family. I'm going to say that every single time that I can. Cabbage Family, the name absolutely rolls.
And the logo as well.
Yeah, the logo is even better.
I have to highlight the tiny cabbage with the happy face is the best logo I've ever seen in esports. Them, what are you expecting out of this game while we are checking on the schedule today?
I think that Eminem has to win now. If they don't, honestly, I would say it's a bit embarrassing. Going into today, my expectation was that Eminem was going to be on top of the group.
Yeah.
I think they didn't have the best showing against X7. They kind of misunderstood what their draft was supposed to do. So I hope that for this game, they kind of bring it back a bit, slow it down as they used to, and bring home at least one win to still keep themselves in contention to
It
get
always
up.
happens in this kind of tournaments where you have teams from second, third division, closer qualifiers, and that kind of stuff. We also have in Spain as well. That what it happens is that metagame just disappears, dissolves into the air, and you get into your comfort zone. You try to get into the things that you know that work, or at least used to work for you. And Tom, what do you think that is more important right now for the Cabbage family? Because I really want these guys to pick a victory.
I don't know. Couch Family, from what I've seen, the previous game they played, it seemed like they had a bit of a lack of understanding what their draft needs to do and what they want to do with the champions they have. And overall, I think some of the players were just not up to par with some of the other ones that are in the tournament. So this is a big issue, a glaring issue that is going to be hard to fix. But I think overall their drafting wasn't as bad. It just seemed to lack damage, but they held long enough that maybe with a slightly different composition, they could do well. So I don't want to completely disregard Cabbage Family right now, but I think M&M are gonna be a huge favorite coming into this one.
Is that, I mean, they are of course going to be the favorite, considering they are a team playing in NLC in the first division. But the fact is that with Chaos already having a victory and one defeat, them. This is all about this game, and it's gonna be a game that is gonna set up who has options to go through the next stage of the tournament, a second at least, because we are expecting X7 to sweep this out. And who's gonna fall behind? Honestly, this is a game where you have to put everything on the Rift.
Yeah,
Sure.
definitely, 100% agreed. And I think in terms of the players to watch, it's definitely gonna be on QQR on Cabbage Family side, especially considering what we've seen so far. But I think Chimera has a big champion pool, and this is gonna be a strong point in coming into this one.
Definitely. Guys, we're gonna head towards our casters for this game. We're gonna watch very intensely. So guys, it's up to you.
Thank you so much, Noah, and of course the desk. Solari, we are back for another really hot matchup with the best team name in this group. It's Cabbage Family versus M&M, and we have Lulu, Swain, Wukong, Seraphine, and Fiddlesticks banned out. Karthus to boot. That's a lot of AP'lers. No. Oh, sorry. We don't talk about others.
I am muted. I am so sorry. I was just talking about how much I love the bans coming in because they're so personal against Chimera, especially that Swain, that makes me very upset. But the rest of them are also just things that M&M really love to play. And again, we have the same situation as in the previous game because we have Maokai as the first pick, immediately answered by Aatrox, because if you have Aatrox available, you know what's gonna happen.
Oh boy. Yeah, Hecarim on top of that. So 3 out of 3 power picks so far, and the bans, quite honestly, they drifted around the complete power pick ban list for the moment. So I think this draft is gonna get crazy.
I have such a feeling too. I mean, look at the teams that we have here. What else do you expect from them?
And then they pick an R.
I have questions. Cabbage Family.
same.
I love your name and I love your logo, but I have questions about your priorities because Gna throwing him into the lane with Aatrox is rude, man. Poor Gnar. It's going
rough,
to be a really
rough at
tough
best.
lane. Yeah.
It's rough at best. They have one more pick to go here. Oh, is it? Do we get 2 Akalis back to back? Hell yeah. Okay, I love that. It's an Akali for the mid lane, but of course, fairly quote-unquote early pick here, so lots of time for M&M to kind of draft around this Akali if they want to.
You can throw so many things against Akali that are going to work, but I really want to see what's going to be the mid lane pick for M&M because Chimera is not something that plays the main damage or the main HP carry for the team quite often, and I would say most of the times he goes more into the being facilitator of the team. So yes, if it's going to be Galio for Chimera, this is exactly what I've been talking about. He wants to be there for the team, and honestly, this is just a good pick into Akali because you know that she's not going to be able to kill him during the laning phase.
Absolutely. On top of that, you get a Kindred ban in to kind of take that away from Pop, but also kind of to prevent this high DPS jungler coming in, right? On the other hand, with the Galio locked in, honestly, I am expecting to see a little bit more of a hyper carry focused draft around the bot side from M&M.
Yes, and that's usually what happens for them. They usually throw something that just will help the team onto the mid lane, and then Michiko and Caracal Jr. get all the fun on the bot lane. I expect some power spiking peak happening on the bot lane. Maybe something like Caitlyn, for example, that we said earlier could happen here. Or I'm also thinking Aphelios is another thing that is still open after this misfortune ban. Actually, that's something that pretty much could happen for M&M.
This is the first game in a while that an MF not only doesn't get banned or picked in the first rotation, but then gets banned out in the second rotation. Trundle on the list as well. Solid character, quite honestly. We just saw him on support, usually very, very strong in the jungle as well. Maybe we can see an Aphelios ban here, as you mentioned. Maybe the Caitlyn ban to kind of focus that bot lane from M&M. Cabbage has some options here. 6.
Something that could happen. I'm not sure, but it could have happened for the bot lane. But still, this leaves so many great options available for M&M to pick for the bot lane. Kai'Sa being covered, and that is something that Michigo has been playing, and he is going to be playing it again. I love it too, honestly. She just... Even with the changes introduced to her AP builds recently, she still can kill you with whatever she decides to go into.
On top of that, I mean, this is basically a dive comp M&M is building here, right? And Kai'Sa, she can ult in. It's really, really solid just to follow up on that one. And on the other side, you get a Vayne sat on the bot lane for Cabbage. That's an interesting pick.
I haven't seen Vayne in ages, I'll be honest with you. And whenever I see her...
I got to cast a Vayne top lane yesterday.
Okay, that's even more interesting. But we have the Vayne Brom combination on the bot. That's something that wants to be scaling. Especially looking at Vayne, you are looking into late game for Cabbage right now. You know that if she's not completely destroyed in the early mid game, the moment she gets to the late game, she's going to be the killing machine. And in the end, that is Lissandra for Chimera, and Galio is being thrown at the bot lane to go there with Michigo.
That is such an interesting twist from M&M. I love this.
I love that they're having very interesting composition right now. Because as you said, you know that you expect the dive happening from Cabbage, with Maokai helping Akali just to clear the space for her, with Brom probably being the fire starter for the team fight. But for M&M, they're not afraid. They have the things that want the enemies to be jumping at them. They want to be fighting at a close range right now, because this is where they most excel at. And if things go well for them, most of them will be unkillable in the close range. Still a little bit worried for Michigo, but Michigo is a slightly different thing because he will have some different priorities. He's going to be probably prioritized by QQR quite a lot, because Akali, she'll have most chances to one-shot Kai'Sa on the spot, and this is what she will try to do in the team fights. But if Michigo survives this, his job will be to try either to deal with Akali or to deal with that Vayne, which is not going to be easy, but if something can be thrown in there to try to do it, this has to be Kai'Sa.
Yeah, the Kai'Sa is going to be the big focus in general. I like both drafts, but M&M, quite honestly, it's a really, really cool comp. On the other hand, though, I think the biggest downside is if they fall behind early, they have an incredibly tough time coming back, especially if a Vayne that wants to scale into the Cypher late game, as you already brought up, is going to get ahead early.
For Cabbage Family, it's all about not losing the game early. And after that, they have the chance to come back at any moment in the game. Just keep giving Vayne farm. Keep giving her gold. Keep itemizing her up. And you should be fine at some moment.
Yeah, give me some 1v5 Vayne outplays. Quite honestly, I don't think I've ever gotten to cast a Vayne 1v5 just turn around stomp. That would be pretty hype. But then again, hey, M&M, quite honestly, clear favorites going in. Cabbage, on the other hand, the potential probably is there. I love me some upsets.
Who doesn't love a good upset story?
Oh yeah, absolutely. So, we're just waiting to jump into game. Overall, Solari, quick statement. Who's going to win this one?
I would have my votes with M&M if they manage to close this one early, because they also have some quite nice scaling, but it's not going to be compared to the scaling that Cabbage have managed to take themselves. And they have some very strong laning angles in this game, and they have Aatrox. I mean, I usually just bet on whoever has Aatrox, and I'm usually correct.
I mean, you have a point there, right? It's a bit of a tough one. Aatrox is pretty good. So yeah. Honestly, I think Cabbage is going to take it.
Okay, why?
I think Cabbage is going to take it because they're the underdog. It's the underdog buff. No one expects them. And on top of that, I mean, they just got this amazing logo.
Yeah.
Love me some Cabbage.
I love their logo so much. It might be just my favorite esports logo ever, honestly.
Yeah, it's pretty up there. I'm trying to think of teams that have some other interesting logos. But I don't
Warp
think
has a rather interesting one. But I don't think it's as cute as Cabbage Family. Not even close.
Okay. I mean, I just found it. Okay, yeah. Yeah, it's pretty adorable, but Cabbage, no. Cabbage
But
takes
the
it.
smiling cabbage, yes, it's the clear winner. But honestly, I have an expectation, a very high expectation from the Cabbage family in this game. I want to see them understanding the lane that they need to be working around. Something we wanted to see in the previous game and we didn't see is playing around that Aatrox, because there is no clear thing that can just stand against Aatrox on the lane and win that matchup. But it takes team effort, or at least a top lane plus jungle effort, to go and shut him down. Because in any other scenario, this Aatrox is going to be the raid boss that we just witnessed in the previous game.
I mean, we can talk a little bit about this matchup, right? Because we have Aatrox versus Gnar. The Gnar picked up very, very early, and we do have the Maokai in the jungle for Cabbage. So, not the deadliest jungle top duo, I'd say. But how the whole thing goes, well, we'll observe that in just a second as we jump onto the Rift for Cabbage versus M&M. Let's see if one of these teams can get the closing points towards the top of the table in this group.
But look at that. They already have the top laner and the jungler matching. I think they want to be working together. And if they don't work together after matching their skins, I will be so disappointed. Look at them.
They're so cute and green. I hate it.
What do you mean? I love it.
I'm not a big Gnar fan. No.
Really?
They're really adorable. No, I'm a top lane main. I don't play Gnar, so you can imagine that playing against the Gnar is not the most enjoyable experience.
Why are all my PvPs top lane mainers? This is some curse that I'm having, apparently.
Yeah, well, we're used to yelling. That's all we do on top lane.
Okay. Okay, that makes sense now. Oh, yeah, Chimera. Oh.
Yep, that's a flash
Wow.
force. QQR can definitely follow that up with a little bit of damage. Yeah, that's an early summoner gone, and with the Maokai in the jungle, quite honestly, that's a lot of pressure you can put on this Lissandra.
Yes. Have a look at QQR for a second, because he's not running with an Ignite on this lane. Because he's not going to be applying... He has the spellbook, but he's not going to be applying that much... Oh, sorry. I got it completely wrong. He's not going to be applying that much kill pressure on Lissandra. Lissandra, on the other hand, she knows that she's going to most probably survive whatever Kali will try to throw at her in the early game.
Oh, no, I got confused. Kekera is the Akali, that way around.
Yes.
Never mind me. Sorry for that one. Oh, you are definitely right. No incredible kill pressure, but then again, you're not really expecting to have high kill pressure on a Lissandra. And Soph, yeah, he's looking for a little bit of a revenge fight after his blue buff just got yoinked. He is gonna pick up the Raptor camp, actually, and Chimera, as well as the bot lane, who have hit level 2 already, are just gonna swoop on in, steal the enemy red with their jungler.
This is the M&M for you working together, and I absolutely love to see it, because we were lacking a little bit this cooperation from them when we were in the relegations for Div 1, but here, look at them. Yes.
Yeah, Winter Spike connects the Winds of War as well, and M&M, they are here to play. Heathen and Spark both taken down low and forced out of the fight. Soph still here, QQR is there with Chimera in tow, but the Braum is gonna flash away, and Hecarim, the first one to fall. Soph down, first blood for Cabbage.
And this is the first blood for Akali, so not a bad beginning for Cabbages at all. Now, how about everybody goes back and starts farming, for example, because that would be very beneficial for everybody. So far, we just have seen everybody walking around the jungle, which is, I'm not complaining, to be honest. I love seeing what Cabbages tried to do there. They tried also to answer the call that was happening in the jungle, in their own jungle. So clearly they were supposed to be the first ones actually to appear there because it's their part of the map. But MNM were the first ones. They took the advantage there.
Whoa!
Oh my god, Ethan!
I'm gonna need a replay of the things
Yes.
after the replay, after Spark has been killed off by Soft, because that's just the format. No, he flashes in, gets the auto attack. Oh, Mishigu survives with 10 HP. That's absolutely illegal. Great attempt by Spark.
It is illegal, but he doesn't care about it, apparently. Ooh, how? Oh, at least he's going to stop the recall.
Caracal Jr. looking for the taunt, gets the
Caracal?
smite in, the twisting advance, but Mishigu can be traded to that one back. My god, what is going on in the spot lane? Heathen, with the spite? Anything? Oh, he hits it, the cleanse comes
Ignite!
in. Captain Jack sends his regards.
Wait, he threw an ignite. But there was the cleanse from Mishigu.
Yep.
Damn it, Mishigu survived everything and got 3 kills in his pocket. Forget whatever I was saying about the Vayne late game insurance, because it doesn't look like MNM want this game to go towards the late game. They will be able to finish this one very early if they continue like that.
That's a very bold thing to say. We're drafting for, well, mid-game and just stomping you in the early lane. It's an interesting way for sure, but the fights continue. And Kekar is gonna be eyed up in the mid lane, gonna be pushed out, and, well, that's a support roam in the bags as well. So overall, after this initial skirmish, it's almost 1,000 gold lead in 5 minutes for MNM. Of course, they are a kill ahead, and most of this gold actually is sitting on the Kai'Sa, Mishigu, 3 kills, and a Noon Quiver on the bot lane.
Already feeling rather good there, which means that there is a very high priority for MNM on the bot lane right now, which means look at what's happening at the Dragon Pit, because the first Drake of the game is already there. The Cloud Drake, not usually the highest priority as the first Drake of the game, but still something you can just go on and take, because you have that massive prio on the bot lane, and your mid lane is also feeling rather fine, because there is that unkillable Lissandra. So go on, you have all the opportunities to take it now.
And opportunities to take it include objectives as well, right? Because we have a Cloud Drake on the Rift. It's gonna be another 1.5 to 2 minutes until the Herald is a potential next target. And with the current state of the game, quite honestly, MNM in a prime position to just pick those up for themselves.
Exactly, they can just do it one right after another. You pick the dragon right now, because look at Soft, he's actually apparently raiding my thoughts and he's already there. And after that, you can very quickly start rotating your bot lane towards the top side, because top lane is feeling maybe a little bit shakier than the other lanes right now. So you might want to rotate your bot lane, or at least your support there, to secure the Herald safely.
Yeah, we do see Serrated Dirk and the inventory of Kalem already. 10 CS ahead onto Zeta. Quite honestly, I think this is going to be a little bit more of a damage-oriented Aatrox with an Eclipse, rather than the usual Gore Drinker. So less of a frontline, because we do have a Hecarim and the Galio in there. He doesn't need to be the one and soul tank.
Yeah. First of all, that. Second of all, we are not having a front to back in either of the teams right now. We're not going to have those clear team fights where you can rate them like a book. We're going to have a much more chaotic fights where everybody's trying to get immediately to the back lane of the enemy. So it's not that important to have a clear front laner who's going to just be standing there, absorbing the damage and healing up. You can afford to sacrifice that role and go into more damage to just end team fights quicker.
The big damage. Definitely always fun to watch, though, so we will not be complaining. In the meantime, we got Pop on the bot lane, looking for some action, and definitely the right call to make, since Mishigu is so far up ahead. They even considering a dive here, which, quite honestly, would be incredibly risky, but I think they spotted Pop.
I think they did. I think he was out of the bush just for a second, and even before that, they were feeling that he might be around. You could see them just going back to the safety of the turret. So finally, Pop is absolutely spotted. Will they still try to dive?
Yeah, PQR is coming in as well, and there is the Twisted Advance coming in. Mishigu is down and out. It's only the Galio left. It's a formality to clean this one up. It's a double kill for Spark. Beautifully executed by Cabbage.
In the meantime, by the way, there was a solo bolo kill on the top lane for Kalem. Can we talk about that for a second? Poor little Gnar is there. All dead, 0-1, he goes. But what happened on the bot lane is also rather important, because that those kills were distributed rather nicely. They both went into the Spark Fund, into that Vayne that needs to be getting the gold and the kills. And she also got the 300 gold champion bounty from Michigan. So this is a very good action happening from Cabbage. Even though their top laner was sacrificed in the meantime, they still managed to gain a lot on the bot lane.
Yeah. Spark with a beautiful cleanse on the taunt of Caracal. And ultimately, well, as mentioned, just a formality for the Vayne to pick up these kills. And this is exactly what they need. Get the Vayne back in the game, and also another collapse for M&M. The Glacier Fisher comes in, and here comes Spark. The Vayne on the back line might be able to pick up the first kill, doesn't quite get it. Now, finally done. The final hour is still Pop, but Caleb in the middle of the whole fight. Pop on the back line is taken out. Chimera has the damage to go for it. The Blast Cone is gonna catapult Spark to safety, at least for the moment. He is trying desperately to make it back to the turret, but here comes the Claw, and Soph tramples her down.
And here comes the shutdown for Chimera, and here comes the unofficial triple kill for him as well. This is 3 kills picked up by the mid laner, so now we have 2 members of M&M right now who are running with 3 kills in their hands. That is a lot, and this is already 2 champions that you need to be looking at, you need to be prioritizing in the fights.
And in the meantime, there was a Herald picked up, and this is going to be turret first blood for Caleb as well. Oh, this Aatrox is going to be so disgusting.
Oh yes, and he's going to get disgusting rather quickly. Poor little Gnar is trying to do something on the bot lane. He's doing a rather great job because you need to be replying somewhere on the map to what's happening, to what M&M are throwing at you, because look at the state of the top lane. You just lost it completely. You need to at least try to hold your mid lane and your bot lane especially, because bot lane means dragons.
Bot lane indeed means dragons. That's why the M&M mid lane... Bot lane is now the M&M mid lane. We do have a lot of map control going around at the moment. Vision-wise, though, at the moment, that's rather dark on the map.
There are some deep walls happening for M&M rather often. There is one standing right now in the top part of the enemy jungle, and this is something that they tend to be prioritizing when it comes to their vision, just trying to have it as deep as possible. But also can have your attention at the Aatrox for a second, because you were absolutely correct. In fact, both of us were, because Caleb is indeed going into Eclipse and full damage, full come at me, I'm gonna kill you all Aatrox build.
Love to see it. But he's also heading back to top lane to answer with the Akali push. Don't want to lose more platings. We're still sub 14 minutes, so there's a lot of gold potentially to be picked up here for both teams, actually.
And someone desperately needs some additional gold, because I'm looking at Cabbage, I'm looking at their Akali and Vayne, and especially at Akali, to be honest. She really needs a lot of fun right now, because look at her itemization. She's really behind everybody right now. She needs to get back on the track as soon as possible, because for Akali, items mean so much.
It does indeed. I mean, she's building up for her librarian side job, you know?
Well, Kali got a job. Kali go to work.
Oh, nice. Nice. Okay, good one. Good one. Very good one. Also good is the second dragon for M&M. That's a mountain drake. So we actually get an exciting soul this time around. Watch it be Ocean and me be completely wrong.
Can it be the Hex Soul, please? I'm really having my fingers crossed for the Hex Soul. It's absolutely my favorite one, and it's going to benefit M&M so massively. And yes!
It is the Hex Soul. Let's go.
Imagine Michigan with the Hex Soul. This is going to be so big if they continue like that.
Well, the Kaiser will definitely have a field day with it. On the other side, of course, if Cabbage actually managed to stack these dragons after they've murdered Caleb underneath his own turret, that's going to be the big question. Spark is the one tanking this one up. The turret shots actually do an insane amount of damage, but he gets executed. The kill goes over to the Akali, and Cabbage really happy, even though they lost the Vayne.
That's not the perfect outcome, considering they had to move 4 members of their team on the top lane, but you can see the reasoning of raid bossing. Oy, 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 oy.
That is some solid wombo combo and chaining of CCs. You could almost think we're playing WoW Arena here.
But we're not. We're just playing fully the Little Gnar. Well, he's still Little Gnar, apparently. This is the favorite game of quite many top laners and junglers, apparently. But we have MNM feeling so strong on the map. We're still pre-14th minute, which is crazy. We still have the turret plates available on the map, yet MNM are managing to secure so much around the map. 2 dragons in their hands, the outer turret in the top lane, and the top lane in general completely in their hands, looking to taking down the mid lane outer turret as soon as possible.
So, remember how we were talking about Cabbage needs to stay in the game in the early game during draft?
Mm-hmm.
How are we feeling about that at the moment?
Not great, not terrible. I mean, they managed to pick up 3 beautiful kills for Vayne and 3 very important kills that are going to grow with her as the game progresses, and we still have a Kali who is just working towards, rather, I believe, the rocket build as well. Oh no!
That's dirty. Kalem stops the recall. The chains come in, but the shuriken flip is more than good enough for him to get away, ultimately. Funnily enough, since you bring it up, it's almost a 3.6k gold lead for MNM, so it's not great, but also not terrible for Cabbage.
But very much not great, I'm afraid, because it's 14th minute in the game still, and the difference is quite big, and it's going to be hard for the Cabbages to try to find their footing, unless, again, they drag the game onto the very, very late game and don't let Mishigu get any more kills, which is going to be rather hard. And not let Kalem get the kills too. I mean, if you combine these 2 tasks together, it's a hard one.
Especially now that we have all the Mythics items come in, right? Only 2 on the side of Cabbage. It's the Night Harvester for the Akali, and of course Spark with the Immortal Shield Bow, but on the other side is literally everything ready for MNM. And they are eyeing up the second Herald here, trying to make this work. The Maokai ult goes in, and Pop is gonna go hard. Spark has to flash out over the wall. Mishigu goes diving deep after him. Here comes the Onslaught of Shadows. 3 men feared. But QQR on the back line is just gonna soar through the enemy team. Picks up 1. It's a double kill for Caracal Jr. And both of the MNM carries fall as the fight is an even exchange.
Not the best double kill to happen in terms of the kill distribution in the team, but what's important is that we get out of the fight as 8-11 between the teams, and this is the absolute clear Herald uncontested for MNM. They take it, the outer turret in the mid lane is not going to live for much longer, and after that it's just 1 outer turret left, and MNM, you can say they have control over the whole map.
Map control, gold lead, the team that had it all is MNM. But let's look at this fight again and how this whole engage came to be.
The Cabbages are not having a very nice angle to start the fight from, because there is Chimera that they absolutely don't see where he's coming from, and you know he's gonna go in and wreak a lot of havoc, and then they're just completely separated from each other, because there is Akali trying to do her business and actually getting the kill in her pockets, but she's separated from the team and there is absolutely no follow-up available and possible for her, because the rest of the teammates are just getting destroyed.
Yeah. Spark played that fight incredibly well, actually. Very, very nice condemn and trying his best to just stay alive and kite it out. But quite honestly, with a Hecarim on top of you, it is very, very hard to get away at all.
Yes. And Soph was very big in the team fight, as you mentioned during it. This ultimate, that Onslaught of the Shadows, was just on point. It's just, there is so much utility available for MNM in those team fights. Not necessarily controlled, but just utility that they can play around. And it's beautiful to see them actually popping it off in the team fights. And it's beautiful to look at Chimera, because look at that. The outer turret in the top lane, he wants it, he gets it.
Yep. Continuing the map dominance, one turret after the other, and with that the gold lead is gonna keep growing for MNM as well. Herald down the mid lane, this turret is surely gonna fall, probably a second charge going on as well, because Cabbage, they are eyeing up this dragon, they want to deny the soul point, but the engage is on in, and Spark is the one to fall first. The Kaiser is massive in the backline, but gets eyed up soft, both low, 3 kills going over for Cabbage, and the Akali just cleaning house. Kalem, the only one left standing, and what looked like a fantastic engage for MNM just went to absolute garbage.
Yeah, honestly, it looked to me like MNM were just clearly winning this one, just because there is no vision for Cabbage. They don't know what angle MNM are taking to go onto them, and they're just starting so strongly, but in the end, all the ultimates were available for Cabbage family, and they were actually in a pretty good spot when the fight started. Plus Chimera, look at that. Chimera is teleporting in, having a very nice flank maneuver available for him. But Cabbages are here. They are losing one immediately in the fight. Yes, Spark goes down immediately, so there is a big damage output not available anymore. The rest of the team leaves and allows Akali to do the Akali thing. She just jumps around and nobody from M&M is paying any attention to her and stopping her, which in the end results as a big mistake for them.
At the same time, Zeta just laying down the pain onto both Soph and Chimera. So the Gnar definitely becoming a massive, massive danger in these team fights if you can't focus him down. And once again, Spark, being the key focus, just managed to stay alive incredibly long and drawing the fight out.
That is true. He was the first one to go down. Oh, the turret is so low. But yes, Spark was the first one to go down, but the fact that he was staying alive for so long, considering the damage output from M&M, is a good thing that's happening for the Cabbages right now. But what's bad is that the map control is still absolutely not in their hands. Yes, you got the Drake, but M&M got everything else.
Oh, we got a cross-map trade here, though, because Cabbage is just straight up running it down mid, and this time around I'm actually talking about a good sense of the phrase. Still, they can't really pick up that tier 1, need to disengage because M&M is collapsing on in, but the split push going on in the top lane still, as Zeta is looking for a tier 2. And M&M just gonna wave clear for the moment. They want to recall and shop and eye up the next objectives.
Yes, it's rather interesting that they decided not to answer the split push on the top lane immediately, allowing Zeta to progress quite a lot through the lane, which puts Cabbage in a slightly better position because they have been losing majorly and the bot side of the map right now is completely not in their hands, but at least they have some negotiating power on the top lane right now and on the top side of the map, where the Baron is going to spawn in just a couple of seconds.
Yeah, and on top of that, because M&M just took a little bit of a reset for the whole team at the same time, this would have given Cabbage a massive opportunity to get down some vision, because the vision, quite honestly, it's looking like a very, very red map at the moment.
Yes, all the vision is on the side of M&M, and I love that they're going with a lot of offensive vision, but also we see quite a lot of defensive one around the Baron pit, because they want to be protecting and securing this area quite a lot against Cabbage, because again, Cabbage have such good ultimates on their hands that you don't want to be stuck in a pit not knowing where they're coming from.
Absolutely. Those Baron fights or contests, honestly, at this point, we probably still need to talk about flips as well, are gonna be a very, very instrumental piece in the story of this game. But for the moment, it's gonna be 2 minutes on the next dragon. I think that's a little bit more likely to be the next hotspot for fights.
Probably yes. Neither of the teams are in a position right now to go and contest the early Baron, especially if all the members of the enemy team are alive. And come on, we have the gold advantage in the M&M hands, but I wouldn't say that the difference right now is that big, because Cabbage family managed to take a little win here, a little win there on the map, and finally they're feeling much more confident just surrounded. And that turret is still standing! Can we just give kudos to that turret?
Yeah, someone kill that turret, please. Just give it a little whack, a little love tab, you know? What I wanted to bring up, though, is the fact that, yes, M&M is ahead in gold, you're very correct on that, but look at the gold on the carries of Cabbage, and look at the items. Akali on 2, Vayne on 2. That is a massive difference compared to Michigo on the Kai'Sa, who started out so strong in the lane, only with a Kraken Slayer and a half finished. Whatever that's gonna be, probably a Phantom Dancer.
Yes, so with the Phantom Dancer. Yeah, so finally we're going onto items on the AD carries, but definitely you can see that Michigo had a very good momentum but didn't manage to keep it, so now he's finding himself falling a little bit behind compared to Spark, which is a very good thing for Cabbage family. They need to keep that farm going for Spark, and so far he has been rather successful at it. Already that Vayne is a big problem for them to deal with, and M&M don't have something like Kali that could jump at Vayne and kill her immediately.
The focus on the Vayne is going to be so important. We talked about it in the last few fights already, right? Because Spark does a fantastic job at staying alive on this character. But M&M, they burn so much just to get through this Vayne, and then the rest of the team can just clean it up. Would you say that's a little bit of a draft issue for M&M, or rather a great pick of the Vayne from Cabbage?
I would say it's both. For M&M right now, they have so much setup, but they don't have... So all of a sudden, we find them not having enough damage outburst from them. They have pretty much everybody's playing on setup, but then there is hypercarry that they were hoping for, and he's just not delivering.
Oh, but we're looking for a fight. Pop going in, the Glacier Fissure, and into the backline goes Chimera. But still, the lockdown comes in, the hero's entrance, and Spark once again kiting. He's on 10 HP in the backline. Still kiting, still fighting. Mishigu goes hard, goes massive. Triple kill for the Kaiser. It's a Quadra as MNM mop the floor with Cabbage.
Mishigu, the Cabbage Shredder, comes in with a Quadra, and that is the clear Baron angle for MNM. A little bit risky because the health bars were actually quite low, but still you go on and you take it with no hesitation. This was a beautiful fight from them. And I was just talking about the damage output from Mishigu literally a moment before the fight started. I was wrong, and I'm rather happy to see it because finally the whole thing is starting to work together for MNM.
They're even delaying the Baron pickup, so Soph, who's respawning in 2 seconds, can take this one as well. No! Oh no! Well, sometimes you can get the Baron on 4, sometimes you can get the Baron on 5. Everything else, there's Mastercard.
Well, maybe you just want to prioritize your jungler having the Baron instead of your mid laner having the Baron.
Oh no. I mean, hey, it works, right? It works,
Yeah.
but quite honestly, based on the pause coming in right after this happened, maybe there was a little bit of a disconnect issue or something going on Chimera's side, so that would definitely explain the Lissandra just dying off there. But hey, anyway, that's a Baron picked up. It's a massive fight for MNM. After we were just talking about how well Cabbage was doing in these fights recently.
Mm-hmm. And Cabbage were doing rather great. Yeah, sorry, getting messages from the production. But
Cabbage were rather doing great,
Yeah.
indeed.
Yeah, they were having the fights in their control. Like when it was coming to whatever was happening on the map, they were just trying to find answers to the MNM because MNM were still there dictating the pace of the game. But when it was coming to the fights, you could see the itemization, the very big focus on the farm just playing off so nicely for the Cabbage family because their Vayne and their Akali were on spot. That assassin power was there to go in and boost damage down immediately the enemies. But what comes next is that finally we get the MNM also itemizing up and also getting their own scaling going in. And finally, they're in the position where if they start the fight on their own terms, they actually can win this one because all it takes for them is survive through some burst damage, take down Akali while they're all grouped up. It was rather interesting because you would expect them to spread up a little bit more in the fight like we saw before. This time, MNM decided to stay grouped up to make sure that Akali, while jumping into the backline of the enemy, is going to find herself in a very uncomfortable situation where she's just stuck with everybody, and everybody is there to kill her. And from there on, you accelerate to kill everything else, and you're finally a victor.
That would be the ideal scenario, right? But it ended up being a very, very messy, just massive AoE fight, and you got to talk about Michiro about on the Kaiser as well, right? Because Mishigu, sorry, because he just picked up that Phantom Dancer just before the team fight, so he has the evolved hypercharge now, gets to be invisible in this whole exchange, and that's a lot of fighting power suddenly coming in from the Kaiser, a lot of safety added onto the Wombo combo that MNM just used wonderfully. That's why we saw the Quadra come in as well.
Yeah, finally, the attack speed is there. The damage has also been there all the time. So this additional burst is just helping Kaiser so much. And again, finally, we can see the whole team just being there, being the facilitator for one big hyper carry that is doing all the job for them once they have cleared the path.
Indeed. And we are back on to the Rift. The issues are resolved and we can once again hope for some more fights. And we gotta watch the items here for a second, because Mishigu just picked up a whole Infinity Edge after that exchange. Quadra kill, rewarding him handsomely. And this is gonna set back Cabbage quite a lot, because we need these items on the Vayne.
Yes, we need the third item on the Vayne to be on the same page with Mishigu, and all that farm is not helping anymore, because Mishigu is on the same page for farming as well.
Dead.
Finally! Finally, they took it out of its misery. Poor turret, we will remember you.
Big salute and an F in chat, please, for that brave and heroic tier 2 mid lane turret of Cabbage family. But of course, we got to talk about the Baron buff. We got to talk about the siege going on in the bot lane at the moment. And there's a distinct lack of range on the side of Eminem to chop down this turret at the moment.
The range is on the mid lane right now, trying to have something happening there, but Spark is heroically stopping them from trying to accelerate towards the base turret. But M&M have the Baron buff on everybody against Chimera, which means that if they want, they can split through the lanes quite nicely, making Cabbage answer that immediately. But I love what Cabbage are trying to do, by the way. They're still having the Gna on the top lane. I don't think it's going to be compared in benefits to what M&M are doing on the bot lane, but at least it's going to make them try to go and answer him, because if they lead the top lane unanswered, it might not be the best scenario for them. But they are staying here. They have one inhibitor open already. They really want to open the second one, because that will mean that even if right now they don't win the fight, they don't win the game, they will have the path open for the next Baron.
Absolutely. Now the recall comes in, and it's going to be a Gnar with Mega ready, joining in just a second. Caleb is the first one to be focused up. Chimera into his Zhonya's, but still the group AoE damage is already in. Eminem trying to disengage. Hero's entrance is used, but QQR in the back line. The Akali all by herself. The Maokai falls. The second one comes in for Eminem, and this looks to be all but over. That's a one fight for the Div 1 NLC team, and they are looking to push this one through. The inhibitor falls. Heathen loses half his HP as Eminem once again pull the trigger, trying to go hard underneath those Nexus turrets, or at least what remains of them, as the first one falls. The minions slowly but steadily rolling in. Spark on half HP can't really find an angle to this fight either. Zeta, no Mega Gnar. It's desperation hour for Cabbage at the moment, and Eminem, they just need to be patient. They need to wait for their minions.
Oh. It was a stun in the middle of the flight, but still Kalen finishes his flight through the gates, and they disengage right now. They have some other lanes to take care of. Right now the bot lane is completely open and naked for them. Only one Nexus turret is standing, so good time to go through the other two lanes that you still have left to answer the push that was happening on the top lane a little bit earlier, to go through the mid lane where the base turret is feeling rather low, and after that you could look into finishing the game.
Absolutely. There's not much left to be killed off in the base. Eminem, they're already grouping up for the next round of objectives, for the next round of picks. QQR all by himself in the top lane. That's a three-man collapse onto this Akali, but still, oh, the Glacial 2 comes in, perfect execution out, and it's Kalem with the lockdown, a knockout, and Zeta falls as well in a vain attempt of helping his mid laner get away. Once again, we're down to the 3v5, and Eminem just eyeing up the base.
Yes, they're going through the top lane right now, going to take the turret down.
Oh, Glacier Fisher for the disengage. This taunt lands on the Spark. Michigu goes hard into the back line, and MNM, they are not messing around. That was a quick execute onto the last remaining members of Cabbage. It's chopped up, it's all salad for dinner, as the Maokai is gonna fall momentarily. It's a Nexus turret is left, standing in between Eminem and victory. Catching up to the top of the standings here in this group, and so far they look like they are a force to be reckoned with still in this Aurora Cup. Eminem take the fourth game of the day.
M&M just recently have proven that they are worthy of their Division 1 spot, and now they are here to prove it again, apparently. That was a rather interesting game to watch and cast. I absolutely loved it, and I love how M&M very quickly recognized what was the main idea in the team fights and what was allowing Cabbage family to take the team fights for quite a long time. That Akali, you make sure that she doesn't have any follow-up with her, and we could see in the very last team fight, Maokai was removed as the first thing. No prior on Vayne anymore. You know, if you throw all your resources at Vayne, she's going to drag you too far into her own backlane. You throw your resources at Maokai, and after that, you stick together because you're there working as a bait for Akali. You know she's going to jump into your backlane. You're going to make sure she's stuck there. She has no way out. She's dead. And after that, you just finish everybody else one by one.
Exactly, because Spark was lacking those items to just steamroll these teamfights. Yes, the Vayne was dangerous, but she was not as dangerous as the Akali. And we saw this big shift, kind of the light bulb glowing up above Eminem's head somewhere around the 20-minute mark. That massive, massive teamfight in mid lane, right? Where, yeah, exactly what you were just breaking down happened. They played it out perfectly and just snowballed the game very, very quickly off of that.
So very good for M&M that they managed to have this light bulb lighting up, because otherwise, if the game was being dragged for longer, I don't know how it could have ended, because come on, Cabbage Family were still scaling up, and for quite a long time, they were keeping up with M&M quite nicely. So this little good
Yeah.
idea was the thing that turned the table.
So there is not just the logo that's good about Cabbage Family. They are looking quite solid after all, even if they didn't manage to take a game off of M&M. But of course, that makes me wonder if they could get an upset over the course of the group phase here. One way or another, that's going to be at okay. Well, we're heading off the cast, and it's that exact point where my language breaks down. Anyway, Solari, it was an absolute pleasure casting with you today. Guys, thank you so much for watching us. We'll toss it back to the desk, and then we'll have 2 more amazing games for the rest of the day. So don't go anywhere. This is going to be one hell of a day.
Thank you very much, Luffy. Thank you very much, Solari. Guys, that was a League of Legends game. Are you agree with me or not? Tom, what do you think?
Yeah, definitely a League of Legends game. A lot of blood being spilled left and right, but let's be real, M&M looked like the better team all along.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we can start, Adam, if you want, talking about the draft, because we got some spies up there. The Vayne into the Kai'Sa, for example, it was quite. It could possibly be a difficult game to navigate for Vayne, but he kind of managed it decently.
Yeah, I think the thing we were discussing backstage, right, is the Vayne here actually looks pretty good. She does well into all of the champions on M&M's roster, and I think pairing it with the Braum as well to give her some extra safety, as well as, of course, Maokai, who can help with some disengage as well, actually was a really good option. I think where it kind of was a bit of a misstep in the draft, maybe, was the Akali, which it doesn't really fit into what they were trying to do, right? They were kind of trying to peel it back and just let the Vayne shine. And kind of going from that, I think the initial plan that they played out at level 1 was actually pretty good. Burning the flash of the Lissandra, going in and actually looking to split the map to make the Vayne even safer in lane was a great option. I just think that Paul should maybe have backed out after the blue buff and saved his smite as well. He was under no threat really. And I think if he just grabs that, puts down a ward so that his bot lane is safe and goes back to doing his own stuff, this game would have looked a lot different for Cabbage. Because the thing is, the Vayne really just needs to scale up, right? They don't really want a lot to happen, but it's like they're just overforcing, even though the pick scaling comes, and it doesn't really make a lot of sense to me.
I'm gonna take this. They really don't want anything to happen, but a lot of things actually happened. And the fact is that Cabbage seemed to have some chances, Tom, because we got to see the battle over the third Drake, Cabbage taking almost an ace, and Vayne catching several kills as well as Akali, so they had some options on the game.
Yeah, so up until that point, it was mostly M&M's doing. Everything that happened in the game was under their supervision and under their ruling, and it felt like M&M just naturally has a team comp that wants to do stuff and wants to force opponent into a bad situation, and this is sort of what happened around the third Drake. But I think M&M played the fight poorly, and this is the fight where we see what the Vayne and Akali can do into the enemy comp whenever they have some freedom in the team fight. But unfortunately for them, the gold gap was so big that the next fight that comes around, M&M just plays well. The Caracal ult was very, very good. Chimera just plays the fight perfectly, and it allows Michigan to get a quadra kill, I believe, and this leads to a Baron. And I think if you want to go for a composition that is built around a hyper carry that needs 2 or even maybe 3 items to carry versus the enemy team core or the enemy champs, you definitely need wave clear. You need more agency in the early game. That you pretty much had none, right? Your lanes are better. Your lanes are worse than your opponents. And in this scenario, it just feels like Cabbage Family didn't really think the whole game through.
For today, the Cabbage is only for the Sala as it looks. They are gonna have another chance, but it's gonna be versus the favorite of the group. So right now, we have like some highlights from the side of Cabbage Family, but what do you think they need to work on to get some victories for them? I don't know if in this round or in the next round.
Yeah, I honestly think drafting-wise, they only need to make small adjustments. For example, this game, they didn't really have anyone to wave clear. Otherwise, I think they actually have a pretty good take on what they need to do. It's just a case of, make sure that you're on the same page about how do you need to execute your win condition. Because they seem to kind of know what they wanted to do once they got later into the game, but at that point it was too late, right? Because they messed up too much early. So yeah, I think try to clean it up early. Play it slow, play your own game. Don't just run in and force as much as you can, unless of course the comp fits it. But yeah, I think they have shown some good strides, but they just need to bring it home and end on a high note. Of course, they're not out yet because they could be a free-way tie, but it's a bit out of their hands for now.
Yeah, definitely. And guys, we're gonna speak with one of the protagonists out of this game. We have the one and only Caracal Jr. with us. Caracal, I'm just so happy to have you here. How are you? It's been a while.
Hola amigos y amigas. Hello everyone. Here we are. LVP, right? Oh no,
Yeah.
it's wrong stream. Okay.
Wrong stream. Yeah, how are you? Because this victory was a bit shaky. It feels odd, honestly, to make an interview with you in English, but here we are. It's wrong stream, as to say. But let's put it that way. That was a shaky victory. I know that was a League of Legends game, so how it felt for you guys?
I think it was a bit shaky. I mean, we are always under control this game. But yeah, a lot of mistakes, silly mistakes. Our mid laner had an incident in the national that he died, right? When we try to optimize a lot of things. But yeah, we are just starting again, and a bit of a new meta with engaged supports. I play the Galio. I didn't play Galio in, I don't know since when, since maybe Superliga. So we just flexed it and I pick it. So yeah, it's a bit shaky right now, but we are confident that we are going to make it through groups. So we are also warming a bit up, right?
Yeah, that's important. Tom, you have a question?
Yes, I do. So, Caracal, I want to ask you about the Galio pick itself. You mentioned the meta is shifting towards the engaged supports, supposedly, and it definitely seems so. But very interesting in the pick. Is it a flex that you precisely wanted in bot lane due to the bot lane matchup, or was there a different reasoning behind that? Because once we see Vayne, Brom, you probably know this is not a very strong 2v2 lane versus most of the stuff you can pull out with Kai'Sa.
Yeah, it's just a flex pick that we said, okay, it's good against Akali. My mid laner wanted Lissandra, so I just take the bullet like a good alt support player, and that's it. I don't think the matchup is even good in bot lane. It was a bit of running down from enemy team, I think, in bot lane.
For
we had
sure.
some weird action there. So we got some kills for Kai'Sa, which should never happen. But anything for the team, I think I can always follow up with the Lissandra and Hecarim going in with the ultimate. So it works fine. I think it does a bit the same than Maokai, right? The Leona set that we are seeing, or any engaged supports. Like just put CC, have the aftershock on, and just play like that.
Dem, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I guess. If we go back to promotions first, a strategy that you showed a lot was that you really like to play these like sustainable team fights, and you kind of showed a bit of the same today. However, like a critique I personally had at least was that it seemed that you at times struggle to, know when to pull the trigger, or you don't pull the trigger together. Is this something you're like actively looking at yourselves, or what are you like actually looking at improving on for this tournament?
I think the X7 series, we didn't play that loose or confident, not confident, but we just maybe we respected too much X7 going in. I think that happens a lot in the official games when you confront scrims. So we just said, we are just going to play like scrims because at the end of the day, we prefer go out fighting. And I think throughout the tournament, we will get more comfortable in playing the game together, also the new meta together, and we will see more coordinated team fights for sure, because right now it's a bit messy.
Caracal, thank you very much for being here with us. Congratulations on the victory y bueno, que te vaya muy bien. Ahí apoyándote a muerte. Poquito a poquito, estamos aquí haciéndonos con la NLC. Un abrazo.
Un abrazo, muchas gracias. Bye bye, guys.
Ciao.
We got invaded by the Spanish.
Yeah. No one
Unexpected.
expected the Spanish Inquisition. It happens all the
No
time.
one ever
I mean,
does.
no one ever does. But here we are. It feels odd. Yeah, honestly, because I mean, Caracol used to play a lot in Spanish. He used to be a coach in Spain as well. So it's a bit odd for me to interview him in English. But yeah, definitely they identified that the game was shaky. Definitely, as you put it in some way, Tom.
Yeah, and I think M&M during both of the games they've played today, they haven't felt like a well-structured team, but they felt like they are a team good enough to get out of this group and kind of like get a little more time to figure out what they want to play. I think definitely the talent is there. I liked how their mid laner played. I liked how their AD carry played, and Michigo also is pretty high in solo queue as well. So I think they have good carries to fall back on in this meta, which I think is definitely needed.
So guys, the fake one, Dem, it's been a pleasure to have you here with me in the analyst desk. We're gonna head towards a brief pause before the next and last 2 games of the day. So see you guys. See you later. Everyone, we are back for the 5th game of the day, and now I'm joined by amazing Temporal and Anifar. Guys, how are you, Temporal? How do you feel?
I'm all right. It's been a little while. It's nice to see you again. Nice to see the Aurora Open, sort of the continuation of winter splits of the past. Yeah, I'm doing good.
How are you, Annie? It's been a while.
Oh, yeah, it's been a while. I'm great. I haven't been in an English broadcast in a while, and I'm very excited about the Aurora Cup, Winter Cups. Yay!
Yeah!
The Winter Cup! Yay!
Yay!
But let's be honest. Winter Cups is where magic happens.
Yep.
we just get to see from today and yesterday's games. We're gonna head towards the X7 versus Cabbage family game, and Timbrel, from what we've got to see, X7 is of course a favorite. And Cabbage family, in my opinion, they should be working more on the second half of the group, because X7 seems a bit hard to beat right now.
Maybe they do need to eat some more of their vegetables. Cabbage family, sort of UK university scene alumnus of many years. We see ex NLC Singularity jungler Porp leading his band of merry men around the European scene once again. They did pick up a win at a recent LAN event in the UK, the I Series. So congratulations. They just need to now convert this to the rest of Europe.
Definitely. Guys, we're gonna head towards the game. So let's toss it to our casters, to wonderful Dr. Brilliant and the fake one. All for you.
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen, and now I welcome myself here, along with the fake one. You've been here already, so you know everything that is going on, and welcome to the Aurora Cup. So let's see what the draft holds for us.
Yeah, so I'm very interested what Cabbage family has in store for us, because I feel like both the drafts they've had so far in this tournament were fairly good, but both of them lacked something or weren't planned out in full. And I want to see them finally pick up a solid composition from start to finish, and not just praying that it gets too late. And even if it does, their comp in the first game was fairly lackluster in terms of damage, and it was essentially why they lost the game.
And what do you imagine by this solid composition, is the way you put it? Because I'm very interested to see what right now the teams are going to come up with in order to actually fit this vision of something that can execute in a way that you want the game to go. Let's put it this way.
I think the Hecarim, that is their first pick, is a very good idea of what you can do on this current patch. Obviously, the Aurora Cup plays on 12.18, I believe, in contrast to Worlds. But the Hecarim is still very, very powerful in terms of jungling. It could go top lane, but I don't think it's good into most of the matchups. But it is a pick you can build a whole composition on. It is a pick that, especially if you get it ahead, it can set up your game. And they've showed us Seraphine as well in some of the prior games. So I think this is an important factor here to consider. The Hecarim Seraphine duo could be good.
I'm very interested to see what they're going to come up with. Right now, Elise and Aatrox pouring in. Aatrox, of course, have regained a little bit of his popularity. Same goes... Actually, not same goes to Elise. I think it's one of the first times that I actually see her, because most of the time what I saw was the handshake of Hecarim and Maokai.
I think, well, considering what Viking has told us in both of the interviews, X7 just wants to have fun. He just wants to have fun, and I think the Elise here is... an embodiment of that. I think when you see Aatrox Elise first rotation here, I think it just says Icy Gale feels confident in his Aatrox and Viking just wants to play around. And maybe another AD solo lane, we'll see about that, but definitely X7 taking their fun out of the tournament as much as it can. And I think Cabbage family is probably the worst team in this group, so if you want to play Elise this tournament, this is your best occasion to do so.
That's definitely true, but I'm looking at the Cabbage now, and I am... quite interested. So what we see right now is Ornn, Hecarim, and Maokai. So I presume this is Maokai's support, as this is probably
most
the
likely,
only...
yeah.
That's I mean, if they want to rotate Ornn into support, I am all pro for it, since Ornn is the best champion in the game, and we both know that.
True. Facts have been spilled. But with the Samira pickup now, X7 has a very all-in composition. Aatrox wants to go into the team fight, so does Samira. And I think this kind of plays into the hands of Cabbage family with the Ornn and the Maokai. They definitely will want to brawl out in team fights and go front to back. But we need to see a solid backline for that, and they have not picked anything yet. So I'm very curious to see what they have in store. Well, to be fair, Cabbage's family AD carry is probably their strongest member in terms of how they've been playing so far, and especially their drafting has been sort of around him. So I kind of want to see Spark on a hyper carry that will take this home, because otherwise, I think you're starting with a very strong front line, but nothing to back it up with.
We still need to see the mid laner and the mid lane and the AD carry pick for
I mean,
team.
Ornn could go mid lane. So I guess that's...
Yeah.
But I doubt it will. I really think Ornn goes top lane here.
it feels like the most logical decision, right? Because yeah, you can rotate Maokai into the top lane, but I believe with recent changes as well, he has his strongest side in the jungle. At the very least, it feels so based on these changes. So yeah, probably Maokai support. Now you have to back it up with something. In the meantime, the bans are pouring in. Heavily mid lane orientated. There's Silas, there's Yone, there's Vex, there's Akali. It seems like everybody's just going, nope, mid lane just doesn't get to play this time around.
I really like Cabbage's family bans. I think both the Sylas and Yone would have been good here. I think X7 needs to go for a skirmish-heavy composition with the Samira and Aatrox paired with the Elise. So this makes sense, and the AD mid lane makes sense for Elise as well. So this is definitely a well-thought ban phase from them. I think X7 just bans characters that they think could be annoying to them, and Akali definitely fits the role here. So this is a good ban on their side. I think it's interesting to see Rel being picked up here, but it means that X7 really wants to go in on the early to mid game skirmishing and 2v2 and 3v3 and trying to maybe force a dive with the Elise.
I'm getting very both like confused and in the same time not confused, because it feels like we're having 3 flex picks at the same second. But now, okay, no, it's not going to be Vladimir. It's going to be maybe Lissandra in the end of the day.
You see, this is another low damage draft from Cabbage family, and I don't like the blind pick draft. I'm not a fan of blind pick Lissandra either. I think X7 could just go Azir here, and I think this is a very annoying pick for the whole Cabbage draft. I mean, yeah, Hecarim could go full AD. You have the Xayah kiting Aatrox, kiting Samira. I think this is kind of cool, but on the other hand, overall, I think this draft is another example of them getting a composition that sort of lacks damage. And look at that. This is going to be an Aatrox mid with Fiora top, I presume.
Ooh.
And this is very, very hardcore for Zeta. He has not looked good in this tournament, and now he's going Ornn into Fiora Elise. This is going to be a nightmare.
So what we see right now, at the very least, the way I see it, is 2 very different compositions, right? We've got one that is extremely chunky. They're just going to walk around and make sure that they're not dying, because most of these champions are either very tanky or they can heal up. And on the other hand, on the side of X7, what we have is just damage, 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 a little bit spice of damage, and let me pour a bit more damage on top of it, so just to make it more interesting, right? Because every single thing, maybe only with the outside of the Rel, hits like a truck. Fiora is going to hit like a truck. Aatrox is going to hit like a truck. Elise is going to hit. You get the idea here. So the only thing that I am worried, I guess, on the side of Cabbage here, what if X7 just tried to roll over the Cabbage team?
I think this is what their draft is built for, right? This is a draft that wants to go 2v2, 3v3. They want to pull out a mid lane fight. They want to pull out a river fight for sure with the LAs. They want to look for dives. This is a draft that also says, we're better than you. We have better hands than you. We have better game knowledge and understanding of how to play the game than you. And we're going to roll you no matter what champions we have. Because this is certainly a comp that will fall off, right? You have a lot of physical damage. You have a Fiora that kind of doesn't fit the comp in a way because she wants to play side lane, but the rest of the comp isn't that strong enough in a 4v4. But overall, I think this is just what they wanted. They wanted fun. I think there's a lot of fun champions there, and they wanted to showcase their individual prowess. I think this draft allows for that.
And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Summoner's Rift. As Cabbage are going to take on X7. Can they make it 3 wins? And can Cabbage break the lose streak that they have currently? Big question, especially looking at X7's draft. And as just you say, I feel like it's a very strong statement on the side of X7, right? Because you say, okay, we are going to fight you. We're going to fight you head on in loads of different ways when putting our money on our hands. Now, do you think it's a safe bet, or do you think it's a little bit of a dangerous one?
I think all of X7 games today were playing with fire, at least on the side of execution. I don't want to mention all of the drafts because I think, especially in Game 2, X7 draft was perfect to counter the enemy. But overall, I feel like they've been looking for really crazy plays. And Viking even said it himself during the interview that the Herald fight 2v4 they took was just trying to get a little bit more fun of a fun game in design. So definitely this one falls into the same category, and I think they could lose it if they make mistakes. But from what we've seen so far, even if X7 mess up a play or two, their structure, the way they approach mid games is just so much better than almost all of the other teams. And you can be in a worse situation that your draft assumes you will be in the mid game, but if your opponent is running it down, you will win, right? So this is something I'm very worried for Cabbage Family, because obviously they have a very teamfight heavy draft, but in order to get a good teamfight, you need to set yourself up for the fight. And this is where I think Cabbage Family had some issues before.
And now let's see how it's going to turn out, because both of the junglers are starting on the top side of the map. Looking to
Makes sense with the bot lane.
Exactly. And let's see if we're going to have early fights over there, or maybe the mid lane is going to be another point of attention, since it's now being pushed in by QR.
Although, from what it seems, Slowq is doing fairly well on the CSing side. He bounced away with only 4 down. Sorry, 3 down if he gets all of them. So that's fairly alright, I think, for the Aatrox in the early game. Lissandra is definitely much better when it comes to wave clear. On the top side, we see Icy Gale pushing hard. This is the counter pick the team wanted. This is the counter pick for Icy Gale. He plays a lot of Fiora in solo queue as well, but look at that, Viking with the invade.
Viking. Does he have a smite to try to yoink it? Not even going to use it. Going to do that just with a Q, as Bob takes quite a bit of damage. Still getting shaper there at least. Even pops the ghost, tries to go for something. Is getting stunned. Another smite is being used. 2 of them, in fact, as Viking is now running for his life. Hecarim is there. And everyone actually, a Viking will not go down first. It's an exchange of kills. But the first blood goes to the red team as they're fighting further and further. Heathen is not going to make it out. 2 kills for X7.
And what did I say, Brulman? X7 is gonna look for skirmishes, they're gonna look for brawly fights, and this is what happens in the early game. Viking goes for the invade, and even though it doesn't go as well as he planned, the support is there, his bot lane was pushing, Slowq was in a position that allowed him to roam. I'm kinda disappointed in the fact that QQR didn't rotate as fast, but overall X7 was better prepared for the play.
But it seems like they were playing a little bit on edge there, right? Because Viking was quite low, as QQR makes it out of this unfavorable fight, but Viking was quite low, did overstep a little bit, almost got punished. Well, in the end, he got killed, but it was a better trade for his team rather for Cabbage's, right? So it feels like maybe if they're going to keep overstepping, maybe that's the way how to punish them, how to try to exploit them.
Definitely, but if those kind of fights are going to happen again, I think X7 is just going to extend their gold lead with how their draft is just so much better on the early game skirmishes. And I don't like what Pop is doing.
Heathen is now going to get attacked. Here comes Tabby, but he's going to be instantly rooted. A lot of damage coming onto him, but he's still alive because he's quite incredibly tanky. Viking is here, but he's not going to help anyone as the junglers
look at
are now
Samira
going down. And Tamira, yes, she's popping. Heathen trying to save his AD carry, at least do something. As Spark now stepping forward, tries to go for Viking. Doesn't find him, as that's a double kill for the Samira.
And KT plays this fight to perfection. He uses the melee attacks on Samira, he uses the melee Q, he uses the Samira mobile wind wall so well, and even goes for the second kill. I think X7 was just prepared for the play, and I don't like what Hecarim is trying to do here. I know that he's behind and he's trying to do something to sort of like make his team feel better, but you really want to farm with the Hecarim. Elise loves to fight early, and even though she's kind of late to the playing, considering the fact that this is a counter gank from Viking, he ends up doing so much better. The level advantage, and also the champion itself is just so much better in this kind of scenario. And look at that, Viking's doing it again!
Exactly, he is! Spark is level 5, doesn't have his ultimate. Heathen is here to protect him from the spiders, so it seems like X7 do need to retreat, and only now are they going to reset. SKT actually still staying in the lane.
But look at the gold lead. It's over 1k, and we're only 5 minutes in, and the waves as well, all looking good for X7. Icy Gale, we didn't have the camera centered on our top lane for long, but you saw he pushed out first 3-4 waves. He built a slow push, then he allows the lane to reset, he allows the lane to slow push towards him, he gets the CS, he denies the CS from Zeta, and now he builds another slow push, he gets another free recall. The lane is going perfectly for Fiora. She doesn't want to go for solo kills early, she just wants to build and accrue advantages through wave manipulation, as Ornn cannot really trade with her. And thanks to the kill that happened earlier and thanks to the red buff and the good trading from Slowq, he has control over mid lane. We just saw KT and Tabby having control over bot lane, and suddenly you end up with a Hecarim with 3 losing lanes, and lanes with, yeah, sure, you have setup, but low damage. How do you get out from this laning phase scot-free? I don't think you can, and this is probably X7's biggest advantage right now.
And the thing is that I see here, you've been mentioning that Fiora, and it also feels like a very solid investment into the future, right? Because Fiora will be in the side lanes, and as I speak, Spark is now getting attacked. Featherstorm is going to be used to try to get out of it. Root coming through on that. Well, a lot of damage, but yes, here is Slowq trying to go at least for something going on to Heathen. He's level 4, and he's going to fall as KT is dashing around and taking everything he wants and everything he can.
And I'm very, very pleasantly surprised by KT. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't know this player before this tournament. I did my prep. He's basically a Kalista one-trick. He pretty much only plays Kalista and solo queue on both of his accounts. He's very high in Challenger, but his misfortune was solid. His Samira right now is mechanically very good. I think he definitely wants to go for this kind of character to try to dominate the laning phase. And X7 looks pretty solid, even though they're evidently having fun. They wanna showcase their skill, but this looks like a bunch of players that are fairly fairly skilled, and they know what they're doing. This is something that really impresses me. Yeah, sure.
In the meantime, Spark is going to get one absolutely dove upon. KT takes the 4th kill of this game. The man is just on the rampage. He's on fire.
But he's also Viking. Look at that, 6 assists. 4 to 6 kills X7 has. Definitely a lot of work on Viking. What is he doing here?
He's overstepping, trying to get over the wall, trying to go for Viking. Will not have it. Has the flash though. He's not going to use it. Slowq will take the kill. That was a very huge overstep from Cabbages.
This is definitely not a season for sightseeing, brother. It's too cold. You're in an enemy jungle. It's not warm enough. There was not a warm welcome as well. I don't know, dude. Like,
wait, but you're saying it's not cold in it's cold in there. She's Lysandra. She's basically like frozen, no?
All right, Grip. Everyone needs a bit of warmth in their life, right?
Okay, that's true. That's definitely true.
Yeah. But yeah, QQR, I think he kind of got lost in the sauce there. I really don't understand the decision, because I didn't see the whole play, right? We've been observing some of the other lanes, but it feels like he just wanted to go for a wildcard play to get Viking somehow in his jungle, but it is a losing play in a losing situation, I feel like.
Right now, it seems like X7 do have their sight set upon that Herald. Pop is going to be caught in here, uses his blast gun too, but the stun connects. Viking flashes in, Slowq takes the kill. It is just an annihilation of Cabbages.
Yep, and I don't think anyone told them that they're very behind, because they're playing like they're not. QQR going for the solo play in the enemy jungle, Pop going for the river control. I'm not even sure what he wanted to achieve there, and they just give out kills for free, and X7, they're gonna take the handout even though they don't need to.
They are already 4,000 gold in a 4,000 gold lead, and they're looking to extend it. As now, Rel flashes go in. Spark has the Feather Storms, uses the root. That's a lot of damage. He can try to take out KT as he flashes away, but it's not enough. Now Tabby's the next one because the cavalry is here, and finally the Cabbage strikes back.
Absolutely, the cracks starting to show. KT and Tabby making a 2v2 mistake in the lane. And well played to Spark. I think Zaya really played this to perfection. But we get another one of those standoffs between Pop, a neutral objective, and a very fed enemy team.
Who's going to win? Who is going to lose? Slowq.
I mean, Slowq is 1v3. I'm not sure if he has men's advantage or not.
I'm not sure. Spark is now coming here as well. The dragon is slowly ticking as Rosen coming World's End are propped. Here comes the Frozen Tube. They're rooting him. They're trying to kill him. And they will even do it as Heathen takes the shot down. Now it's probably the best distribution, but it's at least something. KT's now here. Dragon has been resetting. Oh no, that is a disaster. Can they try to take it? Don't have the smite, but now he's getting used. And here comes KT looking to annihilate him with the ultimate. Looking for a Quadra. Will be stolen of a Quadra because Elite takes the kill. But that's an annihilation.
Absolutely brilliant. KT, he just knows in this situation Samira is just too powerful and this fight is too good to pass up on Tabby with the perfect engage to allow Samira to go in, and I'm not even sure if he was exhausted or not, but he just absolutely demolishes them in this fight.
7-1-3. The man goes on that Samira. Already has the Immortal Shield Bow, already looking to make himself an unstoppable machine. And I am very worried for the Cabbage family right now because I don't know if they have the means.
Are you really?
Yeah, I am a little, you know, just a tiny bit because I'm not sure if they have anything right now to try and stop that Samira.
They're 6k behind in 12 minutes, which gives us... Wait, it gives us half a k a minute of gold that is accrued on the X7.
Are you doing the quick math here?
I'm doing the absolutely tragic math, but overall, what I want to say is that X7 is dominating this game really, really hard. And Cabbage Family, let's be real, they are a team that got here through a close qualifier. They are not a team that we expected to do well, especially versus a team of X7's caliber, even with the 4 subs. And, well, the skill diff is really showing here, right? And we have to be honest with it. We didn't expect Cabbage Family to win this game. They're trying their best, and we have to.
Do you see that movement? Heathen now going on to Tabby. Pop is here as well, but I think they're going to get just caught out. Pop has no way to go, as he's going to dash onto KT, has the Onslaught of the Shadows to try to go over the wall. Won't even do that because he knows he's going to be met there. That was an overstep, and a very large one, as the bot lane tower is now not existing. The coconut is going to hit Heathen as he's trying to run for his life. Spark firing away. Actually, a lot of damage. Doesn't get the root. Here comes Tabby going on team. Heathen dead. Spark trying to save himself with a Gale Force. But it's not going to be enough at all. Featherstorm now carrying 3. And E will grant him 1 kill. Almost went for the double. Have to say, Spark was fighting.
What is happening?
Oh, he's alive. He's still alive. So Q is in a very dangerous spot here.
But how does it happen that Aatrox dives
another
30 minutes in after tier 2? What is happening in this game, bro?
I see it. I have no idea. Zeta now trying to dance around. The Grand Challenge has been propped. Here comes the Gold Drinker. I think Icygo's not going there. Also, the Shadows. What is going on there? Hecarim is just inside. Pop looking for a kill. Doesn't get one. That's a shutdown.
This is absolutely crazy what we're witnessing. Pop is going for every single possible play, but it finally works out.
The roots! And now KT might be even dead, but he's still alive as Slow Q. He now steps forward. I think the cabbages are getting thrown over the place.
No, what is happening in this game?
Zeta, flash forward, gets it! Can we get a breather? Come on, guys!
Oh my lord! All of those plays, look... X7 just thrives in the moment. They're looking for the mechanical outplays, and they are getting them. The solo bowler from Icy Gale, the plays from KT and Vikings as well. Dude, this is just cool to spectate. I don't care if Cabbage Family loses this game hard, because they are definitely losing hard right now. But this is just cool to witness. X7 really putting on a show right now.
Absolutely do, and Cabbage Family, they're trying to find at least somewhat of an answer. Got themselves a few good shutdowns, but
Spark.
it's still 7,000, and Spark doesn't have this Featherstorm, has the flash, and here comes reinforcements actually, so maybe we'll be able to get out, and Viking recognizes this, immediately retreats.
Yeah, good on Heathen and QQR to rotate towards the bot lane to try to save their AD carry, but Viking is not done with it yet. Not the best cocoon I've seen in my life, but I think it was thrown blind to try and find Heathen. But overall, X7, look at this death squad duo of Tabby and Viking. If ever Darrell finds the engage onto the enemy team, Viking is just gonna melt them. He has the Sork Shoes, he has Night Harvester for additional bursts, and especially I think in this game, movement speed is gonna be fairly useful to try to dodge the feathers, try to maybe chase around some of the tricky champions to chase, as Hecarim and Zayaf certainly are some of those. But overall, X7, they're just so ahead in gold in the items. Look at that, top lane heading towards second item. KT is on 2 items already, and he's gonna be looking forward to the third one. Yeah, and Spark at the same time, he's the most fed member on Cabbage Family, and he's barely scraping bottom line and with the Gale Force. Dude, this is just not happening.
That's not looking good at all. But you gotta hand it to Spark, especially because he's fighting like a lion and fighting even further. Here comes the Roots. Heathen now rushing towards that Aatrox, trying to catch that Dark, and Featherstorm is gonna go. But Slowq's actually outplaying them. Flash away. Spark gets the kill in a very nice mechanical outplay, and it looks like he will be able to get out.
Oh,
That's what I told you
wait.
before.
Orb looking for a gank here as they dash him into it, but the parry
perfect riposte
from Icy Gale. They're going to knock him up in the air, and the kill comes through on both teams. It's a massacre all across the map.
Yeah, both teams really want to fight it out. Icy Gale with the nice outplay to the post, but he still gets killed by Popus. Actually doing fairly well considering how far behind he was even a couple of minutes ago. But on the bottom side of the map, Spark with another outplay. And let's be real here, I think X7 is definitely trying too hard to go for the individual outplays. But on the other hand, Spark has been responding very, very well. And this is something I've been mentioning before. Cabbage Family definitely playing a lot around their AD carry. This is something we've seen for the whole day, and this map is just another example of that.
And it feels like Sire might be one of these champions that may allow Spark to give us a few more flashy moments, but now Porp will be forced out of the Herald. Slowq is going to take the aggro, and it's a free Herald for X7.
Yeah, this is the second Herald. Pop has bleached for the enemy. I respect that. That is very nice to do.
He's a caring pony.
Common courtesy.
Yes.
Respect that on this stream.
So, with all set and all done, it's almost an 8,000 gold difference between the teams. Just give me a hot take, okay? Give me a hot take. Can Cabbage Family find themselves a strategy that will allow them to win?
I think they have to bank on the enemy mistakes, and X7 has been doing them, so I guess, even though it doesn't sound good to say, well, we need the enemy to make a mistake to kind of come back, I think, on the other hand, this is probably the easiest way that they could try to look for a way back into this game, because otherwise, what you really have here is going to be very hard to deal with Slowq in teamfights as he's very close to his second item. You pretty much have no answer to KT right now, because obviously with the clans, with the locket shield, he's gonna be doing very, very well. Obviously, Cabbage Family, they have a lot of CC, they have fair amount of front to back damage with the Hecarim and the Xayah, but Samira is just gonna use her W to cancel out most of the damage, and she's just gonna roll over the teamfight. So I don't think Cabbage Family can teamfight. And this is where it gets tricky, because they can't really side lane as well, because the Fiora is just a menace, and neither Ornn nor Lissandra can take him down. So this is a pickle. I really think Cabbage Family are just down in the dumps, and they will have to wait and look out for an enemy mistake. There's really not many proactive things they can get done. Maybe try to look for a cross map, give up your T2, Tier 3 towers, and try to get a Tier 1 and maybe a kill. That's probably your best bet.
The problem is your tier 2s are now falling. Slowly but surely the bot lane tier 2 just fallen as the mid lane has been sieged as well with the Herald. Yes, the Herald has been stopped, but it's still a very hard situation to try to get out of. Zeta now running for his life, but there's just so many people in here. He's going to be CC'd, he's going to be killed, the teleport's coming through, but the rest of the Cabbage Family is just way too late from the family party.
Yeah, and this is one of those situations where you have a family party and this one uncle who
look
had
at the bot
a
lane.
little bit...
Wait, look at the bot lane. Icy Gale is just literally destroying the Cabbage Family base as the rest of X7 are sieging the top.
Do they know he's there, or...?
I think so. Spark is there to try to answer it as the rest of X7 are slowly taking away the rest of the Cabbage Family. Here comes the ultimate from KT. Pop is trying to do at least something, but even with the turret, that's not an equalizer, as Icy Gale is standing in the midst of your base.
Yeah, and he doesn't really care about Xayah, right? Because he has the riposte to counter the feathers if they fly towards him. And Ornn now obviously is gonna take guard of this bottom lane inhibitor, but I think Icy Gale can just ignore him and try to take the inhib down. But coming back to what I was saying, I think this is one of those family parties where one of the uncles had too much wine and is destroying the whole party. And
feels like it.
The uncle is X7.
Spark though, maybe looking for a shutdown. Feather Spy and the
nice.
E will connect. Okay, that's a shutdown. That's a good one.
Yeah, that's a gold you definitely needed, but it's not enough, and let's be real about that. This is just a sliver of hope in the ocean of sadness that X7 gave to Cabbage Family here.
You're being extremely pessimistic, realistically pessimistic,
Am I?
but it does sound I mean, it does sound very sad. You put it in a very sad way.
I mean, the replay that we just hit on with the top lane fight, I believe it says more than my words could ever do.
That is probably true in a certain way. As X7 are dancing around that mid lane, seems like Cabbage family are looking to either try to take the Baron or protect the Baron right now from the X7. As Zeta is going to be caught out, teleport coming in on the rest of the Cabbage family. They're still running, they're not even going to try to answer it. As the Everfrost are going to route to Cabbage family over the wall. They're trying to protect the boundaries of their base. As Katie's just doing way too much damage. Heathen has to flash away. Pop, half HP. Zeta, half HP. Heathen, half HP. Everybody, half HP. That's just plain duck, how's it called? Duck hunt? Yes, it is duck hunt.
Oh my lord, you see this Samira damage on 3 items, and he has the stoppage as well to just dive into a teamfight and try to make it happen.
Whoop! Icy Gale gonna be caught away for a little bit of a moment. Onslaught of the shadows over the wall. They're gonna get the kill, but the rest of X7.
The cavalry's here.
They are. Slow Q coming here. Ward's Ender propped, looking to get someone. Spark gonna flash away to try to save himself. Cassandra trying to buy a little bit of time as Pop is here as well, but the Spark is now has to fight against him.
Make it 3.
Boom! Oh, Heathen is here as well. Is that make it 4? No, okay, he's not gonna walk in there.
Dr. Brimon, I really have to appreciate Katie's mechanics. This is a situation which was basically free, right? He has 3 items, he has the IE, the perfect situation, everything was laid out, but still, he really makes the Samira shine. And now X7, they do not only get the Infernal, but they also get the Nasher, they win out the teamfight, they're pretty much almost 12k ahead. This is
almost
over.
20,
this is,
my friends.
This is
almost
done and
20.
dusted. Oh yeah, you're right. This is 16k. Yes.
Yes.
This is done and dusted.
It's one of the highest figures I've ever seen in my entire career and entire life. It hasn't been long, but I guess this is going to be a record that I'll keep for quite a bit of time. And yeah, you can see that Spark is trying to fire away. He's trying to fight back.
He doesn't even care. Look at the end of this team fight. He just wants to give the kill to KT. The Gale force towards KT. He's just like, okay, you just get the
fine.
I don't care.
You win. And it's time for the big siege. It's not going to be the siege of Winterfell. It's going to be way more faster by the looks of it at the very least, as it's 3,000 more gold, and it is going to be the 20k gold lead. X7. Now you can see Isagale in the bot lane, the rest in the mid lane. 4-1 composition. Can Cabbage family defend?
I'm not sure about that. Especially considering how good Tabby has been on the engage, and I really want to give her a shout out because I don't think we get a lot of female players in even if the Winter Cups, but Tabby has been playing very well today.
Absolutely agree with that. You can see the individual performances of X7 as now Isagale is in the midst of the base. Looking to go onto Zeta. The fight is broken in the top side of the map as they are going, but Kiku are already out. QT is going to resurrect even if you kill him, and yes, you did. You even got the shutdown. Cabbage apparently actually standing tall just yet, and that's a shutdown. Zeta now trying to tank at least something that he can. KT's now legendary. Tabby has to flash away. Warp is running for his life as well, and that's 2 for 2 as Spark is firing away. Triple roots! Spark gets the KT almost! That's the shutdown. Spark will die! The duelist gets him, but Pop gets KT. Isagale is now alone, has to try and end the game, has to try to do something. Maybe will he try to end the game? That's my question.
No, I don't
2
think
against
so.
1.
Death timers are way too low. X7 dodged so hard for this, but look at that. Even if they make so many mistakes in this fight, even if they dive so hard into Zaya, who just loves kiting in and pulling the feathers onto the upcoming enemies, even then, X7 gets out scot-free. I mean, yeah, sure, they donate a lot of gold here, but it's still such an unfavorable situation for Cabbage family.
And I got a handle to them. We have thought that they are not going to be able to defend, but for now, they're still in the game. Maybe it's just, you know, delaying the inevitable, but yet they're still standing and standing tall with their back straight, trying to defend from all the lanes possible. The timers are 3 minutes until the Baron, 1 minute and 30 until the Inferno Drake. Nobody is even close to the Soul, so giving up the Drake should be pretty much a fine situation. But that's Samira. 15-8. 1, 2, 3, 4 items completed, with the boots completed as well.
fifth on the way as well with the BF sword, and you have to appreciate KT in this situation. Obviously, the last fight wasn't a perfect one for him. He kind of got caught, but all in all, this Samira is doing the work. And I want to say, X7, I'm throwing you a challenge. Create a situation in which KT gets a pentakill, because this is all the pentakills KT is gonna get this season and probably in the next one. I also mentioned the KT roster in Korea. Shout out to all the LCK fans. But yeah, this is a game where you just create a situation in which your ADC gets a penta. He looks good. He looks good doing that. This is what you do in this situation.
Do the flashy thing. Do the flashy thing and allow him to get that sweet, sweet penta.
Say the line! KT, say the line!
Tell my name, apparently, because Cabbage will be just remembering that name in their nightmares. As Spark is trying to defend the base, X7 rather, I'm sorry, are looking to try and close out the game. Slow Q, slowly pushing the Q towards that tower, says the top lane tower is slowly falling. Cabbage family, though, pulling the trigger, trying to go on to KT. He's playing, he's almost dead. Kikuara is dead as well. But here comes the ultimate, and KT will not get the Penta, as Spark will fall as well. And the Cabbage has been destroyed. And X7 rather, I don't want to call them Q7, it's X7, are looking to take their third win of the Aurora Cup.
And I have to say, unfortunately, KT doesn't get the pentakill, but they turned the Cabbage into kimchi. Cabbage family is done and dusted, as I said before, but they're also out. X7, as you said, 3-0, and I believe this was expected, but the style in which they finished this game, I appreciate.
I have to agree with you on that one, because it was a mess of things just happening all across the board. But as we are talking about X7, and I definitely understand because they are the superstars of this game, but
yeah, for sure,
I have to hand it to the Cabbage family as well, because yes, things were going really bad for them, really rough for them from the very beginning. I mean, almost 20,000 gold deficit is an extraordinary figure, but you have to handle the way how they approach that game, because they were looking for any possible punish. It's flash over the wall, it's root, it's we need to try and find the way out to bounce back. They didn't do it, but they were trying to, and I respect the I'm not gonna stop if I'm not gonna stop trying.
I think this is something you need to have in your mind when you're in this bad of a situation. You really need to try and step up and try to look for a play. But on the other hand, there were a couple of mistakes on Pop's side, especially. I feel like some of the risks he took were just unnecessary. You have to balance out the risk, right? You need to go for the risky play. You need to try to come back into the game, trying to create a situation of your own and not only react to enemy movements. But on the other hand, going recklessly into river, into enemy jungle, that is just not what you want. And I think this is one of the things that really hurt them a lot.
And with that being said, thank you. And now we're going to toss it to the analyst desk to break down this game.
Thank you, Dr. Perlman, and thank you, the Fake One, for this game. Definitely a League of Legends game. I think the gold beef temporal was like over 17k for X7 at the end
23
of the game.
minutes when they took the Baron, yeah, 17,000. There's not really a lot of breaking down in the games we're doing. It's on the floor in pieces.
Yeah, the game was completely one-sided.
I mean, we expected that the game was really, really defined by the individual level difference, and X7 was, of course, the favorite so far. Even though temporal, we got to see some kind of overconfidence, maybe is the word to define it.
I think X7 had a little bit of fun in that last game. There was a bit of a sort of gap, just sort of evident from draft. I think Cabbage family were completely winning and missing a win condition. All they kind of got was exit kills repeatedly. Like, we could look down the notes. I took that game quickly, and it's 25 minutes. The base is in tatters. But Spark gets another exit kill.
Yeah, I mean, they showed the confidence from draft to in-game. I think X7 knew they were the clear favorites. They were also, like, toying around probably with
a little bit of playing with that.
A little bit of it, but it was definitely a fun game to watch regardless.
Well, we can ask directly to Viking because we have him here for the interview. Viking, welcome to the analyst desk. Congratulations for the victory and for the day, because you guys are 3-0. So far, how do you feel in the Aurora Cup?
I mean, it's fun with the for fun. I mean, yeah, it was a fun tournament. I mean, we just like dropped a bit for fun too, like for fun. No, but I liked playing with these people. It was fun people.
All fun
play
people.
with.
Temporal, do you have any questions for Viking?
What exactly was going through your mind at enemy red buff right at the start of the game?
I mean, we have both mid pro, and usually you want to invade, especially if you win 1v1, and kinda do. And what's called, yeah, we just invade because we have mid and bot pro, and what's called, I was just laughing, and I know Maokai will like flash over. I said basically will like flash over, so I flash like towards my bot lane too, but I just trolled with my repel at the start, you know, I should still have repel. And then I probably don't die. But yeah, I mean, it was good scenario.
Anifar, questions?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, like, since you just played the Elise and it's probably a champion we haven't seen in a long time, do you think she's game ready in any sort of competition, or did you just pick her up because you knew that you're playing for fun and you just wanted to experiment a bit more?
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to play Graves this game, and with 10 seconds left, slow Q randomly says, "I want to play Aatrox mid." I'm like, pick me Elise, I guess, because we need AP. Because yeah, so I had to last pick Elise, and it was like fun, you know. But
Okay.
I mean, in the past, I've considered playing Elise in like last time I played was in Spanish League, I guess, 2019, and
Is the end
we
squad
won.
it was?
Yeah. I joined that team when they were doing really bad and didn't go much better, but we were almost playoffs that time. But we won my Elise game. But Kanavi played it in LPL, you know, and he went
Yeah.
best attack. And that's I mean, I like Elise a lot, you know. So it's like a fun champion too, and a lot of early game, and you know you can invade, and if you use your repel well, like you can get a lot of time and skill shots and stuff. And I think it's like a bit undervalued. I do think you can play it in competitive, but you need to play aggressive and good synergy with your team. You know, you need to use well. You know, yeah.
Want to elaborate onto the list, because I think this is a very interesting topic, because I kind of felt like the champion is pretty obsolete, and I want to know your thoughts about it. Do you think that this champion needs a freaking rework, for God's sake? Because it's been a while since the last time we got to see her properly into the meta. Her stun don't even make damage.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, I mean, I do think it's a champion that can be a bit too broken, I guess, like in some metas, too oppressive, like Renekton Elise meta, but kind of farms a bit slow. It could be a small rework, like somehow can make it changed. Maybe it's like something like this. But I mean, I feel like you can play in competitive. I think in National League you can play almost anything if you're good enough on it, honestly. And I think many people have proven this many times, you know.
Just a
That's
few.
true. That's true. Temporal question.
You got the second round robin. It's going to be much of the same. Are we going to
Oh.
see lots of Rek'Sai? Anything super crazy? Or
Uh,
do I just trust Slowq to not like steal your jungle pick?
I think it will be a lot of stealing in this game. Actually, I mean, I pick Sejuani to like make it easy for my top and mid champion pool. I think like they want to
Yeah.
fight a lot, and Sejuani is good pick in general too. You know, for a slow game and aggressive, and it's a good phase checker and everything. You know, if you have bad tempo or whatever, you know, and it's a great engager. So I think for noob teams, Sejuani is extremely good champion. A champion like this.
Definitely. Ani?
Yeah.
Not much more to add. I think you had a wonderful game. I was just probably wondering, like, how do you think your chances are over the entire competition, not just this phase? Do you think X7 are favored to win the competition with the new teammates that you have and with the way that they're adapting? Or do you think that there's still going to be some tough competition in further stages?
I mean, we're gonna lose, like probably like in semifinals or something.
Is it going to be to Bifrost or Dusty?
I think Bifrost we can actually win because I don't think they're that crazy. I think it's Dusty will 100% lose versus, but I think
JDXL?
I think we can win versus everyone.
Okay.
I think it's like Dusty is like 100%. But I think we will probably lose to one of these teams anyways. But we will have fun, and I mean, I think laners can make magic. Like honestly, it's just that they're like haven't practiced much, you know. I mean, I think KD is like playing pretty well, like in general. Like he's a OTP Kalista, right? But I mean, he can play better than most of these ADCs, you know, on his other champions. And top lane is playing pretty well in his lane, you know. And think knowing the other top laners and mid laners, like, I mean, slow queue is for sure good, you know. Like, I think everyone can
he's
do.
been here a while.
Yeah, I mean, like he will for sure do good. I think he's one of the best in this tournament, you know. So I mean, Mijango. I mean, like the thing is, like everyone can do well, you know. It really depends on them. Like they can, like I mean, bot lane is playing fine in lane so far. What I've seen, we haven't met like crazy people really, but I would not get surprised if they can do fine versus some of the NLC bot lanes and stuff, you know. Like will not get surprised because some matchups you can make it like not vulnerable, you know. Like like Kalista Draven will be a lot of action, but with some other champions he will not, you know. And you can make this in draft. But I think laners can make magic. We will see.
Let's say Viking as a very experienced jungler, I want to know, I don't know if you've seen the recent preseason changes that they are going to implement in the jungle, but I really want to know your thoughts on them if you have seen it.
I think I've seen something like it will be easier to jungle again. I mean,
You're
they
gonna have
do
a pet. You're gonna have
they-
like a kid in a Pokemon or something.
exactly, a little pet, you know. I mean, I think it's cause in high elo it is very good position jungle, but I think in lower elos like jungle is a very mentally draining role cause you will get flamed no matter what, wherever you are.
Didn't
You will
tell
get
me.
flamed.
Yeah.
And like it doesn't matter. So like I can see the casual gamer, like imagine like a dad that is like playing League for fun, like comes home like after taking his children home or something, like queues up a Warwick game in jungle, just get flamed from like level 1, you know, like you F animal, like like Parma, yeah, I'm going top and everyone will ignore me. That's more fun, you know. Like I mean, it is literally like this, I think, and they make it more easier, more people that wants to play this role and stuff like this, you know, in low relos, you know, and jungle is like if you meet a Smurf in jungle, it's probably going to be the biggest gap there is, right? Like a low elo towards a high elo, you know, it's going to be unplayable for the laners and jungler himself usually, because he invades and stuff like this, which laners can gap, but it's not the same, I think, in my opinion. But
there's no more of like your opponent's inhibitor at 5 minutes, proxying 2 waves, 1v2. That's not in the game anymore. But being at your opponent's wolves,
exactly.
just killing them. We saw that in the last game. That's
exactly. And I think it's like more for the casual low elo gamer as well. And I guess Riot can get some money as well from the little pet, you know, like probably different colors. Like, I might pay for that. Yeah, we'll see. I want little pet.
Okay.
Like,
Initialize, by the way, is demanding a Blitzcrank. I don't know if you owe him something, but he's demanding a Blitzcrank.
Of course, I want the Blitzcrank. I was gonna pick it today if it was not on wrong patch, you know. Like
right, it's 12-19.
I was queuing on my like I've lost 300 LP on my main account, so I was like saying I was gonna queue Blitzcrank recently, from, like 1.1k LP, and like people were like dodging me, like, "Are you okay, Viking?" And but like I was gonna smurf on the champion, like that's the problem. Like you know, I went in game and I was smurfing this one game, but yeah, but they
I was
didn't want the free win.
quickly checking to see if playoffs are on the next patch, but it doesn't look like they are.
Yeah,
it's really sad. So sad.
Maybe with some luck they change it just for me, so I can play Blitzcrank.
You initialize a Blitzcrank, but again, thank you for joining us in the analyst desk. Congrats for the 3-0 and best of luck in the upcoming games. But you're having a lot of fun, and that's the most important thing.
Yeah, muchas gracias.
De nada, bro.
Thank you.
See you next time.
See you guys.
Aulo producer was getting mad. was getting pissed at us for not just finishing, not
More
finishing the interview.
Viking is more fun. That's always the
I mean, it was the funniest interview ever. But yeah, definitely. I mean, it was a game so defined, but the individual difference, and this happens in this kind of tournament. So far, Temporal, this is the first time in an interview a player tells me that they are gonna lose. What do you think about this?
I think we've got that dynamic, right? Viking is the main NLC player from X7 who's expected to do well at like various tournaments, recently EU Masters, and you're up against the prime, the cream of the crop of UK University League of Legends. It's not the same scale, so very much realism today, played straightforward. When you come up against his previous rivals in teams like Dusty, who seems to be the team he's most concerned about, at full power, that was close or a loss for X7. Now you got to face it with this next team.
We are going to take this one and we're going to head into a short break before we go for the last game of the day. So guys, stick with us. We love you. See you. Hello, guys. We're back and ready for the last game of the day. It's gonna be Chaos Esport versus Eminem. Definitely. I think it's gonna be a very competitive game. Temporal. I don't know what you think. Short before Anifar, because I know Anifar needs to talk as well. I mean,
yes, I think Eminem pretty favored. Chaos did okay earlier. Not super impressed.
Yeah, no, I think Chaos did fine. I am not super impressed either, but I do think they can be competitive. And if this is the middle of the pack in this group, that means that there is a big chance that an upset can occur, or at least that this game can actually go the mile. I think Eminem still have a solid footing on the meta. They still prove themselves against X7, even though they lost. And I do think Eminem are still heavily favored. I did see Soften Chimera absolutely smurfing it against Cabbage Family as well, but unfortunately everyone kind of smurfed it against Cabbage Family, so let's see how they fare against a Chaos specifically. I do think it's going to be a closer matchup maybe than anticipated.
Don't mess with the Cabbage Family because they may
Yeah.
be losing the games, but they won the race, the logo race. And
Yeah.
that is the most important thing. I don't know what our casters may be thinking about this, but let's ask them. Let's ask the casters for the last game of the day. Go to Dr. Broilman. It sounds so good. And a fake one.
Thank you very much, Noah. It sounds good as well. Let's
Does
go
the fake one
into
sound
the
good though? I really need to know. I really need to ask Noah later. Does the fake one sounds good?
But you see, it both sounds good, but you're fake.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's the edgiest nickname ever, and I hate it. But it's too late to change it, so...
Well, you know, that ship has sailed. But the ship that didn't sail yet is already starting to sail, is the pick and ban. So let's just quickly take a look at it, because it feels like bans are somewhat orthodox, natural, canonical.
Yep, they're symptomatic of the current meta, but I also love the Silas ban on the M&M side. This is what I wanted to talk about prior to the draft, but obviously we get it so fast that I didn't have the chance to. I also wasted my time mentioning my nickname, like, for no reason. But
it's more important.
Zandia has been playing the Silas twice today. Both of the times I feel like he was the best performing player on his team. You absolutely need to get him off this pick.
Well, and M&M do think in the very same way. They do not allow him to play that, as slowly the picks are pouring in. Maokai, not surprised to see that, paired up with the pretty much a traditional bot duo of Lucian and Nami, so expecting Chaos to be quite aggressive.
As traditional as it is also kind of surprising to see this duo on 12.18. It feels like I can't even imagine how many nerfs were aimed at the duo at some specific interactions, and it definitely doesn't feel as solid as it used to be. But maybe, just maybe, Chaos really feels like they need to put some more pressure on their bot lane, on Eski and Random. And I gotta say, Eski's Nami today, paired with the Caitlyn obviously, but it worked out perfectly. He was playing really, really well. He was landing bubbles. I think his wave timings were very, very solid. And I think overall he knew what to do with the character. So it makes sense for them to play it again. But on the other side, Eminem picks up the Maokai, which is a great flex pick, especially versus Lucian Nami, as it can go support. Eminem already gave us a support Maokai game today, as it can also go into the jungle. But with a Graves pickup, I doubt it will.
I mean, Graves top lane has not been in the meta for a really long time, so it feels like we're not going to get that. Orianna, in the meantime, picked up by Chaos, so
interesting.
It feels like, though, it is a bit more of a standard mid lane that we're used to see, where these team fighting oriented champions are getting picked with Victor and Orianna. Something that we're more used to see, I would say.
But historically, Victor usually does a little bit better in this lane in terms of trading and wave control. Obviously, Orianna gets access to a very powerful setup ultimate after level 6, so the shockwave with pretty much any jungle means that you have to respect the ball positioning, so you have to play a little bit safer on the wave, which usually means that Victor cannot trade as effectively, and this means he gives up a little bit of the control. But overall, I'd say there's not a character on Eminem's side that really is punished by the Orianna. I mean, Graves maybe suffers a little bit because he's so low range, but on the other hand, he can go lethality and just try to burst her down from distance. And also, Orianna hates playing into Maokai with the new... I say new, but it's a couple of years old, but the new ultimate, right? Maokai just pulls out the thorns, the brambles, and I don't think any of the characters on the Chaos side want to tank it or want to have it in their face, so this is kind of weird to me, and I don't fully understand it, but I want to see the rest of the draft, because it certainly amplifies the Lucian. You have Nami healing, you have Nami speed boost, you have Orianna speed boost, and the Orianna shielding, so I guess that's maybe one of the reasons why they do it.
And let's see what they're actually pulling off right now. So now we have the junglers potentially picked up by Chaos. They let us see almost every possibility, and they come back with the circle completed onto that. Okay, we haven't seen Nocturne yet. Okay, that's true, but it's banned. It's banned, so you
Oh,
can't take
it's
that.
banned.
But
It's a very good ban.
Vi. No, it's still
Yeah.
Vi, which is actually quite good, especially into Victor Graves. You can really fast approach that team fight.
I think Vi's like Nocturne Junior in terms of the engage. Obviously, Nocturne can do it from a farther distance, and he kind of does it better. He also turns off the light, which is very, very powerful. But Vi kind of fits into the same category of engage junglers that work off their level 6, and Eminem has already shown us the Chaos has already shown us the Nocturne, and I think the bans from Eminem, I once again want to really credit them for being prepared for their opponents. I think they end up with a very solid comp with the Ornn to finish it up, to add to the long range engage. Look at that, Chaos has engage, but it is very easily outplayable, right? Vi ultimate is very clearly signaled. You can flash around it. You can build Maokai ultimate to cut off any follow-up, and Vi dies for free, right? If she gets the Orianna ult, maybe she does something, but if Maokai plays his ult well, it is gonna be very annoying. Sion as well, he needs to go in to make the engage happen. Both Ornn and Maokai can just use their ultimates from afar. If they hit, if they get a good situation going, you can follow it up. If you don't, just wait for the next cooldown, right? You can give up a Drake, you can give up a Herald, possibly. But overall, I feel like Eminem just have so much more comfort around their engage than Chaos do.
It feels like, for a second there, I thought, okay, I like the Eminem's drafts, but it's quite low range, isn't it? In its majority, let's put it this way, because you have Ornn. Yes, he has a very good long-range engagement, and he needs to fight up close. Maokai, of course, needs to fight up close as well. Graves has very low range as well. And Samira needs to be in the midst of the fight in order to cast her ultimate. But on the other side, when you see all of that hard engage on the side of Chaos, you think, okay, that's actually not so bad, because Victor can harass them as they're not approaching the team fight yet. And as soon as Chaos pulled the trigger, Eminem go, yes, but we've got the Graves and Maokai and everyone.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard because there's the gravity field, there's the smoke screen, there's Maokai's ultimate, there's Ornn ultimate. There's gonna be a lot of things that's gonna be annoying. I think there's a small interaction here that is gonna be very, very important to keep track of, which is Samira's W absolutely can destroy the ball if it's used with Q or E. So when the ball passes through Samira and she uses the W, the ball just disappears and comes back to Orianna, which can make a shockwave play very, very hard and tricky. Obviously, it's a niche interaction. There's a chance it won't happen this game at all, but if it happens, it's gonna be super effing cool.
Just think about the possibility. I am loving that, my friend. And excuse me for that, I even got so excited that I couldn't get ready to prepare you, ladies and gentlemen, for our dive into the Summoner's Rift. And let's see how the teams are going to approach it. Taking a quick look over the boards with the Summoner spells and the runes, I do love to see the cleanse on both AD carries. I feel like it's going to be quite important for them. Definitely. And I'm noticing that Caracal Jr. is actually running an Ignite.
Yes, and I think Eminem intends for this lane to be a kill lane. Obviously.
Soft.
Oh, we're gonna come back to
that. There is no way out. Even with
Is there?
Oh, okay. That's an on. That's an equalizer. That's
Graves
probably
is
going
great
to
level
help.
1.
Coolberg is going to be in a bit of trouble with the rest of Chaos. He's here, and Soft will dash it out. Caleb saving the day.
And, you know, with how powerful Graves' kiting is, he can still do well in the jungle, even though he gets chunked out so heavily. Obviously, Chaos has a small advantage here, but Eminem gets out scot-free. I really think this was a more dangerous situation, and in the end, it didn't have much of an impact.
Oh, and it looks like Caleb is going to be one of the players I'm going to watch really closely, because Coolbeck oversteps here, and he's losing that trait really hard. As the flash, both of them do. Caleb is not going to force him completely out of the lane yet, but he's legend.
He's going hard, dude.
Yeah,
Look at that.
I'm not going to say anything for the time being. Okay, fine.
He really put some pressure onto Coolberg. But what I wanted to say when the game started I'll wait a second.
Eski flashes away. Samira
He's
trying to go,
dead.
but Soft is looking to take that kill as a revenge. The random is in a bit of trouble, but he kites through the minion wave to make sure that the shotgun doesn't land anything.
So yeah, this situation is exactly what I wanted to talk about, because what I wanted to mention is that we have the tank matchup in the top lane, we have a very volatile bot lane, right? Lucian and Nami, they want to trade with the heals, they want to trade with the Nami summon, Airy poke, but they need to be wary of the all-in engage of Samira and Maokai, and especially if Graves is around. So both of the junglers wanted to start topside, I feel like, to try and look for an early bot lane gank, but SOF has to start bot side due to the unfavorable trade in the topside, right? And I thought this would make the plan impossible, but it still works out great. And look at M&M, look at the pressure they're putting on Zangia.
I mean, they have to kill him, but he flashes into the Victor to get himself into safety. A bold play, but doesn't reward them with anything as Samira takes the kill. Sharp is going to be fine for the time being.
And M&M are really putting pedal to the metal right now. And Graves, who was supposed to be behind due to the situation from level 1, he's suddenly with a kill and a great start to his jungling. You can see Sharp has pretty much no more camps to do safely right now. I don't think he can even contest the topside skull. Yeah, obviously. Bye-bye.
Immediately running away.
Peace out, brother.
Yep, I'm sorry, I'm not dealing with that, but here comes Caracal, and he's dealing with that right now. Jandia tries to run for his life, but there's just way too much damage. The flash committed, and Chimera takes the kill.
And Sharp, once again, wants to go for the skull crab, but... my man, this is just not gonna happen.
Nope.
Just let it go.
Is that a solo bolo? Q, slow, one more auto, and that's a solo bolo.
Kulberg? I assume he just didn't want to trade flashes. Because I thought Sion would flash here and try to get out of the range, and maybe then Ornn has to flash W, lock himself in the animation. Maybe you trade one for one, but I guess Kulberg didn't think of that, or thought that he would just trade flashes and still die, and he didn't want to do that. I don't know. M&M dominating this game so far.
Might have also underestimated the damage of the auto. There's
Maybe.
quite a bit of possibilities. A matter of fact, though, that Ornn is 101. So it's already quite scary a little.
But look at that. It's just... What do you do in this situation as Chaos? Because obviously your bot lane was the lane you wanted to play towards, and the mid lane after level 6. Your mid lane is 0-2 and cannot really successfully trade with Victor. Even with the bow after level 6, I don't think Victor will care that much right now. Until he has flash up, obviously he needs to play a little bit safer, but after that I think he'll be able to put a lot of pressure onto Zangia.
Looking to go onto Mishiga as he flashes away from the wall breaker of Sharp. Feels like they're trying to look at least for something, but as you said, there's not a lot of things you can actually do at the given moment.
And this is all of the things that Chaos didn't want to see in the game happening in the exact spots they didn't want to see him. The early gank I wanted to allude to at the start of the game happened, even though SOF starts was a little bit different than what we thought it would be. And now look at that, they're even diving Kulberg.
But he is standing strong. Had to commit a flash. Now they're going to try to go for round 2. Soft takes the damage to the Mets. Okay, him tanks the turret. Might even die here. Almost, as Kulberg still standing strong. Soft with the shotgun looking for that juicy kill. But can he do it? No, he cannot.
Absolutely. Kulberg, good positioning on the side of the tower, which means that Graves cannot auto-attack him. But no, a mistake!
Why? Why do you step forward and the last auto with a hammer will get the kill?
No.
Why did you commit?
Oh no! And as we credit Kulberg, he just makes a very, very costly mistake, because now I believe that the wave is also gonna push towards Kalem, which means that Ornn, when he comes back to the lane, is gonna have full control over what happens and what doesn't happen. Look at that, he has item advantage, he was already stronger, and obviously in the Ornn versus Sion matchup, Ornn usually comes out ahead due to the interrupts on the Sion Q, right? You can W into auto attack, you can knock him up, you have a lot more setup, you have the percent damage. It's obviously Ornn favorite matchup, and now it's even worse than that.
And M&M are putting themselves in a really strong position. They're 2k ahead on the 7th minute of the game. Yes, they have given away one Drake, but does it really matter? probably not that much since they're in a very good position. And Caleb looking for more. There's just too much damage on that Ornn already. Kuhlberg runs for his life. Here comes Vi, maybe an equalizer of some sort, but he's going to miss it as Caleb will flash forward and take the kill and run away with a happy smile on his face.
Kalen played a very aggressive Aatrox in one of the previous games, and I see the aggressiveness is not only an Aatrox player, it is also absolutely how it dominates the laning phase against anyone with any given champion.
Soft looking for a tower dive, might even get it, but look at the damage of that Lucian trying to go for Lisa something, and Eminem are committing. That's the trade of kills, but no, Eski's still alive as Eminem didn't find Nami in there underneath the turret. Now the random will be forced out. Now they go into Mishigo. A lot of
Mishigo's
damage
dead.
already pressed. He's dead indeed as Carragher runs for his life, and Chaos will not pursue him.
And finally, cracks starting to show on the M&M side. They make mistakes in the bot lane. Chaos gets 2 free kills, and especially important that one of those lands onto Lucian. I think that's a very, very important thing to notice here, that Lucian has a weird build. Wait, Lucian is running Spectral Sickle?
Yes, he is.
Is it a spectator bug? Is it something I don't know? Wait, let me just quickly check the solo queue, but I've not seen that, and I really
have
do
no
my
idea
prep.
what am I looking at right now. Oh no, he sold it for a quote.
Oh no.
It's okay.
That is
It's okay.
absolutely tragic. So he just lost a bit of gold. Unfortunate. I don't think this was intentional then. But overall, Chaos kinda gets back on their feet bot side. Still, their top side is absolutely ruined right now. Orianna is behind. Sion is not gonna be having a good time. Obviously, it is a tank, so this is not a glaring issue that needs to be fixed right away. You will obviously have a chance to still build defensive items that are fairly cheap and try to tank as much as you can. But Ornn is just going to be so much more powerful in terms of both the engage power, the damage he can do. We all know that Ornn has very high base damages, but also with being so ahead, he's just going to itemize fully versus Lucian. He knows that Orianna is down in CS, he knows that Orianna died twice, so he can just fully itemize versus the Lucian.
And you will have to deal with him one way or the other eventually, and despite the fact that they're forcing him away, trying to get a little bit of that extra farm onto themselves, Kuhlberg will be caught away. Might or might not die here. The Bane Train is going to be used to get away, so yes, he is fine, but he suffers a lot, just as you said. And we've been talking about Orianna as this team fighter, but is that enough of a team fighter when they have Ornn? They have the help, practically.
I'm really not sold on the idea yet, but we'll see how things go after the first item for the bot lane. Right now, though, Kuhlberg
is in a really bad situation. The turret is slowly falling down. He's
This
still
is
not
just-
dead.
Oh
They're
no, it's
even
not
paying
happening!
It's
Oh
not-
no!
No way! And Sof almost dead. Knockup, he gets Caracal! Kuhlberg! You are indeed cool, my friend. Yes, the bot lane turret is going to fall, but Eminem didn't get the kill.
Who's gonna win? One small Lumberjack Scion tanky boy and a very powerful tower. Or
And Sharp killed Victor in the process.
Yeah, a good gank. We were mentioning that with the Vi Assault and Battery and Orianna having access to the bow and the shockwave, and finally it comes to fruition. Chimera is down, and Eminem, with as big of an advantage they built in the early game, I think they're making a lot of mistakes and allowing the enemy to come back into the game. Look at that, Eski already has his Imperial Mandate. Obviously, Random doesn't have his mythic item yet. He slowed down his build path by throwing the Dirk into there, so you get -1k gold into the Gale Force, but still, with the Imperial Mandate, this is gonna be a very powerful Lucian, and I don't think Michigo and Caracal Jr. will be able to go for all-ins like they wanted to.
Going to be a question whether it's going to work for them. They're still 2,000 gold lead, the M&M, so it's not that bad. Yes, they've lost a little bit now and there. Dragon is going to be started. It's an Infernal Dragon, a very juicy one as well. Kuhlberg, he is cool, and he's walking forward.
Look at
Here
the
comes the
Mount
branches. And knock him up in the air. And Bubble is going to connect as well. The culling has been used by the random. Here comes the tidal wave, not finding anyone. Caracal going in. The fight is slow. The fight is
what a
steady.
shockwave!
And the random gets in. The shockwave was good indeed as Kalium summons the Forge God, looking to go on to Sharp. The Pain Train coming as well. Not finding a single target, but Chimera is in trouble. Kulba gets the kill. Mashigu will be dead as well. And Chaos have found themselves the team we're looking for. Eski alive after the collateral damage. And the shadow of the Lumberjack you've been talking about is now going to dread Eminem.
Absolutely perfect team fighting coming in from the Chaos side. We have to admit, without Kalem's ultimate, it was always gonna be risky for Eminem to try and go for this, but right now, the Random and Sharp, I think they're overstepping. Look at that, Maokai is here.
Sharp is the hero of the team fight, stopping on. The Random is alive. Yes, he was down, but they also took the on.
And somehow Lucian is now 303, and Chaos really is putting the pressure in the team fights, in the skirmishes. I'm really surprised with how well they played, but I think they were very well aware of the Maokai ultimate and what they need to do around it. Look at how many flashes were burnt on Chaos side, just going upwards and then flashing back and just wasting some of the Eminem's engage and some of the damage they have. Because we have to admit, Chimera is not at the point right now where he can do well in a team fight. Victor needs to scale, and if we consider Graves and Samira to be the main damage dealers, they did not have any situation to actually do a lot of damage. Obviously in the latter part of the team fight, Michigo gets the ultimate off, but it was more of a desperate ultimate trying to fix things up, not a proactive one.
With that being said, remember I talked about the Eminem 2000 gold lead? It's not there anymore, it's only 1000 now. And it seems like it slowly gets smaller and smaller as Oriana slowly trying to get himself back into the game. Jandia has been heavily focused, but now slowly getting in there. Kulberg.
He's up in CS, he's up in EXP. I think Zandia is doing very, very well, I have to admit.
Oh, Caracal, maybe looking for a pick, but, well, he found one.
I don't think he's going for that.
Look at the damage of that culling!
Yep,
Randall will be forced away.
That is Lucian with the Imperial Mandate, with the Gale First. This is just damage he can do.
And
And look at that, Michigo is suddenly cut out!
He is, and here comes Sharp, they get him, but in the meantime, they've popped up the carry, they popped up the random, and Sharp now going with the Season to Season to sword, but he won't be able to get him as Kulbeck now tries to retreat, and Ek is defending everyone he can. Here comes Jandia, looking for a little bit as well. Both of the teams kiting it out, slowly but surely, trying to make sure that nobody else falls. It was the exchange of the AG carries, but both teams are standing 4 men strong.
And a lot of dive, a lot of playmaking on both sides, but now Chaos has to be aware of the flank that's coming.
Soft. Looking for a way to go. Sharp takes an extra turret shot. The AD carries are getting back into the game. Look at them. At the same time, just going back into this massacre in the mid lane.
Absolutely, but Chaos, I think if Lucian doesn't die here, they can definitely clean this up. They still have Zanjia's ultimates. They have a lot of tools. If Lucian has Gale Force up and he can go offensively, but now Eminem, no recalls yet. They're trying the Herald. Chaos, seems like they're not interested at all, and this is gonna be given up. I really need to point out though, Soph didn't power farm as much as Graves usually wants to, but due to the kills, he has 2 items already, and this is gonna be a very, very annoying character to deal with, because obviously you have dive with the ultimate, but on the other hand, Graves is pretty good at surviving that.
That's a fantastic spot. I didn't even look at it, but yes, indeed. And he's working towards his 3rd one already, having the Dirk on his hands. I actually don't know if it is called the Dirk or not, but I remember Spazzy did call it the Dirk.
It's
So I'm
serrated
calling it
Dirk.
the Dirk. So it is a Dirk. Oh, okay.
It's just serrated. Serrated for your pleasure.
And on Supremacy, not anymore.
No, not for long at least. Chaos, a good spot on the bot side. They knew KLM TP'd there with a low amount of resources. They know that they can go for the dive. I really respect that. I also respect Kulberg, because this is another time in the game that he's using his ultimate just to pull waves or try to push lane faster. And if you look at the CS numbers on both sides, they're fairly low, but Chaos has caught up very, very well. Top lane, more CS, mid lane, more CS, and as I mentioned before, more EXP. I think Zanja is close to level 12. And Lucian as well. He's maybe a little bit down in CS, but overall he has more gold than his opponent. I really think Chaos came out of a very poor situation, and they're currently in a good one.
But
Although-
Shandao will be caught out, flashes right into the branches that take him away, and the collateral damage just for star points there as they get him out.
Yeah, this is an unfortunate situation. Akastakes in real life, I just say the Chaos has been doing fairly well, mitigating the advantage that M&M has been accruing throughout the game, and suddenly Xandria is just caught out like that. Unfortunate, but we have to appreciate M&M for not letting the game completely go to waste after the perfect early game they had. They kind of threw it in the later parts of the early game, maybe the early mid game, but right now they're picking it up again. Soft. Very much ahead, top lane, pushing with the Herald. This is gonna be another tower they take, and finally Victor gets some gold that he desperately needed.
And
That
the
is
Herald
very,
is still
very good
alive,
play.
but he's not going to get alive for long, yeah. M&M. Well, in the meantime, Soft cuts away, Season Disease, the tidal wave view flashes away, but that's the shutdown. Chimera is here, the random. Look at the damage of that Lucian, but now Samira is in the fight as well. The ultimate goes absolutely wide here. As Schoolbook now steps forward, he's full HP as Jandia takes his adversary in the mid lane. The random takes everyone out. M&M have overstepped massively in this team fight.
And I think they're waiting for the Saiyan ultimate, but it will not come off cooldown soon enough. And M&M still, they lose the fight, they overstep, they get punished. Chaos, I think they've been doing very, very well on the punishing side of things. And I think the random's positioning is one of the things that's really impressive here. Lucian only died once, he's close to the second item, and he's really a menace in some of those fights. You could see in this one, Michigu really wants to go deep with the Samira ultimate, but Lucian knows to kite well. I believe we've been raided, Brilmon.
We
We need
we've
to
been
brace
raided.
ourselves.
Oh,
we need to brace
okay.
ourselves.
I'm bracing. What should I do? Buckle up? I don't know.
Yes,
What to
definitely
do?
do. Definitely do. And be aware, there may be intruders here.
They may be intruders. Oh my god, we have to be ready for the door to be slammed open, as we do thank the invaders. Go ahead, invade our land.
Welcome to EUniverse, where I have to admit a lot of weird things are happening in this game. So
Yes.
you're in for a treat.
So buckle up you now, and let's get ready for the fun to begin. Now, I really like the way we've been looking at this game, but what I also am wondering is now teams seem to be going toe-to-toe, but Chaos is in the winning position. Maybe not anymore, as the random will be caught
the
away.
double
He's knocked up
trouble.
in the air. He is dead! He is dead! I just wanted to compliment Chaos and the random dice. We are cursing these guys today.
Never do. Never compliment anyone in this game. But this is something we mentioned from the draft. The ability to engage from the long range with the Maokai and the ultimate from Ornn. And this is something you really have little answers to if Sand's not here, right? There's no one to tank it. And especially in this situation, Chaos is just too split around the map, and M&M spots Vi on the bot side river, and they say, hey, Lucian is free here. He doesn't have a flash, so he cannot go over. He cannot get over the wall. We're just gonna get him for free. And this is a good spot. This is a good play, and this is a good execution of a comp that I really, really like.
I do absolutely agree with you. I was scared here a little bit of the pull book, as Maokai was just standing right in front of him, but he got knocked up in the air. That means it's alright for now. Chaos are looking to try and find the way to not make the oversteps. It seems like M&M do understand their job completely, though, at the given second. They see the Lucian, they do not see anything that is around him. They need to kill him in order to win the game, and it feels like that for now.
Yeah, because there's two fairly immobile characters that they really want to get early in the fight from the Chaos side. Obviously, Lucian has 2 dashes with the Gale Force and his Relentless Pursuit, but it's not like he's super mobile to just dodge around both Maokai ultimate and the Ornn ultimate when they come out. And you have the Chaos Storm follow-up, you have the Grace ultimate follow-up, and look at that! This is just what you need to do.
But look at that. Here's an immediate answer. Season to see. Sharp almost dead. Chimera dead as well. That's the trade of kills. Coolbuck now in the midst of it all tries to go for a knockup. Doesn't find any. Caracal takes quite a bit of damage. The random is pretty much alive and well, and he's ready to fight. He has used the culling already, so that means doesn't have a lot of damage. The branch is now going in. Look at the shockwave to stop Michigo as he's in the midst of it all, but the random gets him, and now it's Soft he needs to deal with. The exhaust coming through. It's 3-on-3 as now the pain train will kill Calum. The random gets it, and Chaos are standing tall, defending the Eddie carry. Caracal runs for his lad, re-engages. Soft looking to get him. The shotgun is better than the dual pistols as he's on the killing spree, and Chaos retreats.
And Soft in this fight is the absolute hero for his team. M&M really overplayed their hand with the initial engage. Chaos wanted to punish that, but the Graves is standing tall in this situation. He carries the fight for his team like that needed him to. And now he's sneakily taking the dragon, and I don't think Chaos is aware of that, although they're TPing, and Graves needs to be aware. He needs to hold his E to quick draw over the wall and try to escape.
Jandel will spot him now. The dragons are no longer soft as they were before, and thank you for the leash.
Yep, that's what Sharp says and Chaos do as a team. But I think M&M are going a little bit too hard on the Lucian. I think you put out one of the ultimates and you look what happens. You don't want to go so hard on the enemy so you run out of any engage you have, and suddenly your Graves cannot deal damage because Silence is up front. Look at this is obviously a replay of the latter part of the team fight, but you can see that Soft cannot do damage through Coolberg because he just stands in his way, but whenever he gets access to backline carries, he shreds them in seconds.
Onto Eski now, he flashes away from the ultimate. Soft in the meantime has a fight with Coolberg. The culling has been used, and it's the fight scattered in two different places, but it seems like we're going to have a little bit of a breather. Nobody wants to overstep.
And this is perfect. This is what you need to do. You need to burn flashes. You need to create a situation in which you can use the other one.
In Train, the branches has been used as well, and they have been dodged as Caracal falls, and so does Soft. It seems like M&M are in no position to try and fight for it, but Eski almost dead. Chaos Storm not going to be quite enough. Still standing tall.
And I wonder, is Chaos going to try to do the Nasher? I feel like in this situation you could try, maybe even turn around, although most of your engage is gone. On the other hand, Michigu, he would love to get into the pit with the ultimate. Samira could really clean this up if the situation allows.
Baron has been started, Michigu is here, but it looks like Chaos do understand the trouble of the situation that they're in. Michigu oversteps, immediately knocked up in the air, gets with the ultimate, but no cleanups for him at all. Sharp flashes away, but Chimera flashes forward and gets the kill. Gilbert now extremely fast, that's the lumberjack, and he's looking to cut some wood. Although it's not going to be wood, it's going to be metal. Chimera falls. Slowly but surely he falls. And that's a clean house.
And KLM also under attack. The Lucian, the random really wants to get him, but the damage is just low enough, and Soft gets in!
Shut! He misses the ultimate, the Colin going through. Caleb's still alive though. Caracal re-engages, goes up with the passive. Soul's looking for a kill. He's ticking with an ignite. He's not gonna die because of the heals. He lives!
Oh my lord, M&M, they really wanted to fix this team fight through the latter part, but suddenly Chaos just pulls out every single stop and gets it done.
It's still not over though, because no, it is over.
My lord, what is happening in this game? For real though, what is happening? Both teams just going straight at it. Look at this Nasher attempt. I think Michigu goes too fast. This is definitely not the way you want to go in as Samira. You want to have your own build, like create a situation in which you can pile yourself onto the Nasher pit. I think Chimera plays it well. He just throws out lasers. He wants to wait. And I'm not sure if the communication was right for M&M. Maybe Michigu felt like he needs to go in to try to get one kill and maybe stop the Nasher, but it wasn't really a threat. I don't know, I feel like M&M is really losing it.
It might be the nerves are slowly cracking because now they are the one to fall behind. 2,000 gold deficit. And we have seen them to be so dominant in that early game. Now, as we approach the mid and late, it's well, late rather, in the mid, you get my points. As we approach it, maybe the nerves are now finally show off. The Baron standout is now going, and that's a fight of the top laners in the bot lane as Caracal
Out
will
of
be
the
forced
chance.
away. Yep. Michigo almost dead. The calling! Flash was not in the direction you wanted it.
He gets absolutely demolished, and it has to be said, Samira was not the play here. I think she's just getting wrecked this whole game. But
Chimera looks for an equalizer. Chaos Storm is going to do a lot of damage, but here comes the Demon Hunter himself, and he gets that Western kill. He's looking for more. Soph is now the next target because Soph is dealing an immense amount of damage. But looks like it's time for the Baron, maybe.
Yes.
Top laners are still fighting, by the way.
I think this time finally they can't do the Nashor, although they have no tank. Coolberg is busy. He's settling the score with Kalem.
Have they just fought their way through the bot lane to the mid lane?
Yes, they have.
Okay.
What about that, huh?
Not anymore. That's not fair,
unfair.
by the way.
I don't like that. That's not cool.
Nope.
I think Kalem, you get minus style points for that. Disregard the Nashor that's been taken by Chaos for free, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thanks to also Coolberg being a nuisance, but this is breaking the code of honor for every single top laner out there from Kalem.
Absolutely, I agree with that. It's the ultimate treachery, as the dragon will be taken by NMM. They have the bounty, they deny the soul. It feels alright, but the Baron is going. And the siege is about to get started. The top lane is sieged, the mid lane is sieged as well.
And it's gonna be an issue to deal with Lucian, right? The random is in a place where he has 3 items. This is a lot of damage. This is a lot of crits, certainly. And look at that, he just destroys Michigu.
Karaka has to flash away, but he won't flash for too much because he's going to die.
This is it. I think Chaos takes it. I'm not sure if Eminem can defend. Obviously, they have a lot of wave clear, but this is at least 2 inhibs going down.
Definitely so. Michigo doesn't have the flash to himself, and he will have to try and shine to be the carry of the team to survive in this fight. As Chaos are looking to demolish the entire base. Kohlberg is serving as the front lane, but they decide to play it slow and to make sure that they don't throw it preemptively.
And look at some of the fights that have been happening. Eminem is never grouped up together. You never see Michigu going into a team fight off of his initiators engage. He always just ends up either being chunked for free or going crazy alone, 1v9, space gliding, Aatrox carry style, but then he just dies. And I don't think Eminem is really playing this comp to perfection. They're not even playing it well. And it's kind of surprising considering the fact that at some point of the game it felt like they had a fairly solid grasp of what they want to do, but at some point it just feels like they fixed themselves so hard onto killing Lucian that the random just gets so much free time to deal damage while being fairly evasive. And Eminem, the mistakes have not been let go, but they have been punished well from Chaos side, and I really have to appreciate them.
So much responsibility now falls on the shoulders of Soph. He is the ultimate carry. He is the one who's able to one-shot 2 of the carries. And now he'll have to try and do that. The Vi has been caught out by Caracal. Here comes the tidal wave, not going to find anyone. Vi goes golden. Root was very good. As now they're trying to look for something. Kalem going to take a bit of damage, but it's hard to kill an on, fairly speaking. And it seems like the turret still stands. Chaos though, still not done.
Kohlberg could engage here.
Looking to do something. Michigo throws himself in there sharp now, going on to that Samira. Here comes Kohlberg. Caracal on the flank maneuver. Michigo uses the ultimate, doesn't find anybody. Soph has overstepped. Chimera not able to finish the job, but they got the Lucian. Now there's Oriana and Sharp they have to deal with. Season to Cease gets 1, gets 2. They're falling apart. It's 2 versus 3 as Kalem flashes away. And it looks like the end of this night as the army of minions is inside of Eminem's base.
And this game was so important, both of the teams fighting, duking it out to get out of the group, but it seems like Chaos has the upper hand. Look at that brilliant Michigu trying his best. He pulls out the ultimate, but he gets stopped instantly, and the minions, the 3 players from the Chaos side, will finish it off.
A fantastic performance from Chaos, reverting the game after a disastrous early game as the Nexus explodes in an amazing fashion.
I really have to give it up to the random and Eski. I think they played Lucian Nami really, really well in this game. It wasn't the easiest spot to play Lucian. Obviously, you can dodge the Ornn ultimate with the Gale Force, with your Relentless Pursuit, but you still have to worry about the Mark ultimate. You have to worry about the Ornn, who's so far ahead, who's gonna be sitting on you, but he plays the game so well. Samira had no life in this game, and she was the one to follow up a good engage. She never did that, and Lucian, who was in such a big risk, never really got caught. I mean, there was this one time in the mid lane, but other than that, I think the random just plays the game so well. And I have to give it up to Zanja as well. Orianna has been under fire in the early game, but she comes back, she farms well, a good presence in the mid to late game teamfights, and MNM just overplayed their hands way too many times to win it.
And I have to hand over just to Chaos as well for an immediate flexibility. They saw what is being pulled off onto his Lucian, and then immediately they make sure that second time the same thing just doesn't happen. It feels like it's just very important to be able to get yourself into the position where that thing doesn't happen again, right? And Chaos made sure that the same play doesn't happen again.
And it means that Chaos gets out, right? They are the team with 2 wins, MNM, unfortunately, full seal. And this is, I think, a little bit of an upset, right? MNM, they defended their spot in the NLC. I think they were the favorite coming into this game, but Chaos really showed what they're capable of. Obviously, this was anyone's game, but in the end, in the midst of Chaos, Chaos just did better.
Yes, absolutely. And
sorry
absolutely,
for the pun.
But it's brilliantly put. I really love it. With that being said, thank you very much, Tom, the fake one, for joining me here as we are about to bow away and toss it to Noah and the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Dr. Brillman. Thank you very much. The one and only fake one. Guys, I kind of agree that was an upset temporal because Chaos was not the favorite coming into this game, but they actually put up a huge fight.
Yeah, we saw Eminem in the first 5 minutes. I think we could say the game was like pretty comfortably like in their hands. You know, it was 4-0 by 3 minutes and 45 seconds. That's pretty fast. That's 2 waves, a few waves a minions, not very many at all. And it just all went wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the early game shouldn't have went Eminem's way, but then they just kept snowballing. They were definitely more concerned with their tempo very early on, and Chaos couldn't really keep up, but it just came to a time where their composition couldn't really execute over those early game leads.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there was some sort maybe of problems for Eminem facing the later stages of the game, mostly dealing with the Sion, because temporal, honestly, it felt like nobody could deal with that Sion.
Yeah, it was a bit of item blunder out from Eminem. It was a bit concerning because their AD carry was sat on just a last whisper for maybe 15 minutes, which is just really, really strange, really not groovy. That just means someone in VCs has just said like, oh, hey guys, we're actually going to kill this Sion. And it's like, oh, Samira will do it. It's like, Samira should be the squishies part of this competition. And maybe Graves plus one of the magic dealers, because you're never getting much into Sion anyway. Stacks up the health on his own. Then we saw a Force of Nature on top. So Ornn's not getting him. It's really tough.
Yeah, definitely. Guys, we can ask directly to one of the protagonists in this game so far because we have Sharp, jungler from Chaos with us. Sharp, welcome. Congratulations for this amazing victory. Guys, how do you feel?
We feel pretty good. I think we weren't really sure about the level here because we're not used to playing against first div teams, but we were pleasantly surprised with our performance this game.
We take this. To get the big question sort of out of the way first, how does it feel to be completely in Michigu's head right now?
Pretty good. I think honestly, after the early game, we were a little bit shaky, I guess, but they gave us opportunities to get back, so shout out to them, I guess.
Honey?
Yeah, how do you feel about the Vi that you had to pick? Because your champion pool was affected a lot. especially in that second rotation. They bend the Trundle, if I'm not mistaken. They bend the Nocturne. So how do you feel with the Vi, with the pick potential that you had with Lucianami? Do you feel like this is still the way to go for most teams, or do you still feel like that the jungler with a little bit more hard engage, a little more tankiness and utility is still probably the most prevalent in the meta for a reason?
Yeah, I think hard engaged junglers are honestly still the best in competitive. So as you said, Vi lacks some tankiness, but it's just so easy to press R on someone to start a fight. And especially into some of the champs they had, like Graves and Samira, like Vi really makes it hard for Samira to play the game. So I still feel like it's a lot easier. I'm gonna use that word, easier to play these hard engaged champions compared to Graves and stuff.
I want to know, Sharp, what your thoughts are, because you're another favorite coming into this game. So I really want to know if you feel like you're being underestimated a bit coming into this group.
I think since we got 2 first div teams in our group, it's no wonder that we're not being, I guess, taken seriously since we're from the 3rd division. But I think our individual level is quite high, and then it's just up to us to match the teams in like macro concepts and team play. But I think today at least we show that we can handle the lower level NLC teams like M&M and also throw a few punches X7's way.
Definitely. Temporal, do you have any questions?
So yeah, I've just so I haven't watched any NLC 3rd div that I wasn't casting this split. I will admit, because Sharp, I've cast some of your games a long time ago. I'm a big fan because I think you played Vi last time, Vi Nocturne in the NLC Winter Cup. So I haven't gone too far. You had a really good run through 3rd division. That's 0 losses if I'm not wrong. And then, unfortunately, it looks like playoffs didn't go your way. But I think it's fair to say, calling you guys like, they're just a 3rd division team, isn't really very fair.
No, I think we've had trouble twice now trying to break into 2nd div. For first in spring and now in summer, but I think we're definitely above the 3rd div level, and I guess it's our time to show that we can play in the 2nd division too, I guess, and fight with the 1st division teams.
Annie, do you have a question?
Yeah, just to finalize it, I would like to ask you, as a jungler with some experience, you've been playing for a while now, like, how does it feel to actually have to climb through NLC 3rd div? Do you feel like the competition is still there regardless of your record? Do you feel like the teams around 3rd division are as good as maybe the teams were in higher divisions like a year ago or 2 years ago? Do you feel like the competition is really evolving and there's too many good players to put in the 1st division?
Definitely when we've been playing the qualifiers to 3rd div, or to 2nd div rather, there has been some good individual players and teams. So I think at least 3rd div is really top heavy, and then there seemed to be a lot of competition to break into 2nd div, which is just really good that we can have enough teams that, even the qualifiers to 2nd div are like kind of competitive,
Yeah.
So I think it's a good sign for the Nordic region.
I want to ask this to end the interview because Temporal was saying he was a big fan and he was casting for you for so long. I've casted you as well, twice in Spain, and I really want to know because it feels odd to have you here competing in NLC 3rd division. How do you feel your future, and do you feel yourself like going back to the top higher competitions?
No,
Division. Division, of course.
Sharp's gone IRL, maybe.
Yeah, I basically, I guess, retired from trying to go pro or play in highest division last year. So now I'm just having fun with the boys. Yeah.
Fair enough. Definitely. Fair enough.
We can call messing with M&M having some fun. I think that's pretty fair.
It was not funny for them, though. I think it was not funny for them. But Sharp, thank you very much for joining us. Congratulations on the victory. Best of luck on the upcoming games. And let's see if you make it through to the groups.
All right. Thanks for having me.
Good luck.
Bye. Good luck.
Bye.
Thank you. very much. Yeah, that's it. I mean, he's a very experienced jungler. I have honestly seen Sharp. I casted Sharp a long time ago. He was a very talented jungler, and I take something that he said temporal. On individual level, they can match their opponent.
Yeah. It is maybe an outlier because Sharp is really, really good at League of Legends. Everybody, like that cannot be disputed on much of a level. Like,
Absolutely.
been so good for so long. It does maybe speak that he's, not pursuing League of Legends to the highest nth degree anymore. But when it comes to stuff like third, second division qualifiers, like this Open Cup, we've got loads of teams from different levels. You shouldn't always just take the sticker, that little tab you'll see on the side of our fixtures later as their immediate strength.
Yeah, I feel like he's not even the only strength in Chaos. I feel like the random also showed up. I think his Lucian was impeccable. I do think that the level, regardless if you're coming in through the qualifier, if you're in the lower divisions, you are good enough. And regardless of actually being in good teams or having good macro or actually beating the best teams that the NLC have to offer, you can still show yourself and you can still try to put yourself out there so that one day maybe you can also compete for the top dogs.
Even against the best jungle mid in the UK. Just throw it out there.
Yeah, absolutely. Guys, let's check on the results so far for today. In this group, I mean, the favorites, still the favorites, X7 going 3-0, all clean. Eminem losing a couple of games, and it looks like kind of shaky for them. They only got the victory versus Cabbage Family, our little lettuces that had no victories for today, and Chaos Esports looking great with 2 victories, disputing that second spot in the group that may grant them the pass to the next stage of the tournament. Honestly, I thought it was going to be a bit more, I don't know, a bit more tight, the group, but Chaos showed up today really, really good, and Eminem is really struggling. Temporal, I want to know your thoughts on how can they work for the second round robin.
So, rest in peace, Cabbage Family. We've had a really good run.
You won the logo race. You won the logo race. I love you, Cabbage Family. I love you.
I really, really do want them to win. However, they will really struggle because they're up against a team led by an EU Masters veteran. You're up against like Eminem, who are we saw those first 4 minutes. That first 4 minutes was clean, clinical, and calculated. And no doubt Eminem are going to go back to the drawing board. The coach is going to get his ruler out, his big stick, point at the board, maybe lightly hit someone. And Chaos didn't roll over either when they were faced with a Division 1 team who executed a plan pre 4 minutes. The game was pretty much at an end and held on. For a team like Cabbage Family to come back, that's really huge. And then I hope that Chaos versus Eminem is just a little bit more difficult next time for anyone to end.
Yeah, I'm expecting this group to have a little bit of competition for that second spot. I do think X7 are wildly ahead of competition, but I do think Cabbage Family can still throw some punches despite everything. And I do think that Eminem will fix a lot of their problems, but Chaos will still be a step ahead. And of course, the victories matter no matter in what round robin you actually get them. Mm-hmm. So being ahead at this point is already more than good enough.
Yeah, the fact is that when it comes to best of 1 games and tournaments with best of 1 series, the fact is that every single victory may be a problem for the opposite team. So this victory is huge for Chaos because their chances, their shots to make it to the next stage are real for sure. And I have to agree with Sharp. This is a very, very talented jungler. He made it to international stages. I'm pretty sure he can beat anyone. I have this faith on Chaos and Chaos jungler. Guys, I think we're gonna say goodbye. This girl is saying hello. Thank you very much for everyone that stuck with us. That's stuck with us for today's games. We're gonna be back next week. By the way, thank you very much for NLC LOL and Eldorado Esports for their raid. Thank you very much. You guys are the cutest ones in the world. And this is a wrap. This has been all for today, guys. Thank you very much, Temporal and Anifar, for joining me and for being so patient with me. See you next week. Love you.
See you next time.
Bye.